dressed up as Chris Redfield, finding as many Leon S. Kennedys as we can. And I would chase them. Like, we would like tell them like, hey, we're doing a skit. Do you want to join in? They're like, yeah. And so I like just start running. I'm going to chase you. And I'm going to say like, why don't you fuck my sister yet?
I was going to say, I got all the jokes were about
Redfield's family lineage must continue.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then like in the last bit of the video, she came up with the idea as like why don't we have like Leon, like we'll have it in a POV to where like Chris is like saying like Claire's coming and you're going to stay here until she gets here. And like, he's supposed to be like tied up and he's like, here's a bucket and here's like an energy drink. I'll be back for you, Leon.
It's like the opening of Village.
Yeah.
It's just backlit. Like,
no.
Oh shit!
That sounds like the ending of Midsummer.
Oh Jesus Christ! Wait.
There's only one thing I know about that movie's ending, and it's a spoiler. So,
yeah, no. Well, that movie's like multiple years.
I know
old.
a particular visual. I'll say that.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's kind of just Wicker Man for girlies, to be real. Like, I mean, not exactly, but like the vibes, you know.
A24
like,
heads.
Yeah. Which I mean, which, to be fair, is like at least half this call. So you know, like, what are you gonna do? I don't know. Except maybe it's just me and Chris. I don't know. Does anybody else here consider themselves like?
I mean, I wouldn't call myself a fan, but I mean, I like some of their stuff.
Yeah,
I like
from what I've seen.
Boat.
Yeah, I wouldn't say anything.
Like,
in my
was Monkey Man? Was Monkey Man an A24 film, or did it just feel like a 24?
I think it was A24. I think I remember seeing that tag on.
Monkey Man.
Monkey Man, the one with the evil monkey with the cylinders. I thought that.
It's from. It's Jordan Peele's studio.
Yeah, Skullface. I'm so sorry, homie. You sound like you're talking through a walkie-talkie, bro.
Oh, have you never heard this before?
Sure. Can I talk to you for a minute, please, sir?
This is all the calls. This is the best Skull can do. You gotta roll with it.
Yeah, gotta live in the moment.
Yeah.
It kind of adds to it.
Yeah, right. The voice from beyond.
I think Skull. Am I tripping balls? You're a trucker, right? I think, or something like that.
No. I lost my way.
Hold on,
who's spreading these lies?
I couldn't hear what you said. I'm sorry. There were children in the room.
Yeah, no. I work security, so I'm just on my way.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
In my head, for some reason, that's not too dissimilar.
Just put up a sign that says, "If you plan on shoplifting, please let us know."
Similarly, honorable blue-collar work.
I think that's I think that's what it is, right? Like fucking shit. Chris, is this going live today, or are we just shit? No,
it's live. It's live. Yeah.
We're shitting.
We've been live for the past 3 hours.
Oh wait, real? Fuck.
Yeah.
Wait.
You guys ready to shit?
Always ready.
I was combining like shoot the shit with talking shit, and that's how it came out. Like, are we shit talking?
Classic.
No, everyone's just on the toilet. We're all just gonna take turns, and like the person who's
How
shitting
did you
currently
know?
gets to talk. It's like the talking stick. It's
throwing
gonna be the talking
podcast.
shit.
That's gonna be the worst audio ever, bro.
I'm
Toilets
definitely, I'm definitely not on the toilet, guys.
Yeah, I just flushed.
I
Who's up next to
definitely
talk?
am.
Oh,
There's no denying it.
Well,
Have you ever destroyed a film's bathroom?
I missed. What do you mean you missed?
I can't take you guys with me into the porcelain throne room. So you know, if ever I have to make a mad dash to make a deposit, I just have to mute myself.
Oh man,
That's all right. I've fought the chocolate dragon before too. It's not
Crazy how you're taking, walking away, muting yourself, crazy how you're taking all the fun away from.
I just let the dragon take me, honestly.
Great, now I can't shit anymore. Thanks for ruining shitting for me.
Did anyone see the Comic Pop episode from yesterday? They were covering the Happy Birthday story from JMS Spider-Man, and there's a moment where they just kind of go on a diatribe about this joke about, Peter reliving all his best memories. If you've read the Happy Birthday arc, it's Peter has to go through like a whole bunch of the trials and tribulations of being Spider-Man again, because he gets embroiled in some magic bullshit, and he has to like fight like rapid fire like all his greatest battles throughout his career or whatever. I think Chris was just reading the story recently.
Yeah.
Boss rush mode? God damn, dude.
That's basically the plot of the new Lego Batman game. That's kinda cool.
True. Yeah.
Which I played, by the way, and it's awesome.
It is.
I've also played it. It's really fun.
Yeah.
They started going off on this diatribe because they were just kind of spitballing, and they were like, imagine if he got to, because the question came up, does he get to live through his good memories too? And I think the consensus was no, but imagine like if he got to relive like the best fart of his life, just letting it out, and it just turned into this long ongoing joke about like, oh no, nothing will ever be that perfect again.
Joe, you need to understand. We have the power to make this a reality.
Yeah,
Audio drama.
I'm sure.
Out of all the things in Peter Parker's life, all the people that came and went, there's one thing that stayed consistent.
So
all right, time to do a third draft, I guess.
So the difference is I'm writing the story of Spider-Man like somebody who actually cares about basic storytelling techniques, and as a consequence, I'm not writing Spider-Man to be so miserable that the best memory he has is the perfect fart. So I don't think thematically that would really work with what we're building here.
We can do an Elseworld style what if. Oh wait, we can make a what if. There we go.
I've encouraged you guys to I've always said we should do like a what if kind of side thing. We're kind of retroactively making Punisher what's John's show again? I'm blanking on it.
Punishment Past Due.
Punishment Past Due.
Yeah.
We're kind of retroactively making that a what if. So there should be more what if stories over there.
All right, that's it, Joseph. You convinced me. Chris, we're doing the Ultimates.
Here we go.
I genuinely think shit like that on the channel would be cool.
Interesting.
I think it would genuinely be pretty dope if we did stuff like that.
Ultimate Spider-Man definitely would be like badass.
The only problem I would have with that is I feel like I've taken some influence from Ultimate Spider-Man. Like our Spider-Man is now a pastiche of so many different interpretations of the character. I feel like, I don't know what the fuck you would even do for Ultimate Spider-Man in the context of the Madoo. You know what I mean?
That's true.
That's okay. I mean, Sony does it all the time. We can do it too.
That doesn't mean...
Yeah, and they've famously been successful.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, so here's what I will say. One thing I would love to do in the future is have an episode. I've made no secret of the fact that, like, for reasons that have very little to do with the character himself, I'm not a big fan of Miles, but I appreciate how much that character means to so many people. So the plan has always been to do like a story in the show with Miles at some point, and I was kind of leaning towards like a future kind of moment sort of thing, like a potential bad future scenario or something like that. But Miles himself might be really cool for an alternate take, like if we wanted to do like an ultimate story, like an alternate future where like just do it.
If I can butt in here, I would.
Oh, please do.
If you decide to do that, I would absolutely 100% love to work on that because Miles means a lot to me.
Yeah.
So I respect that. I respect that. My dislike of Miles has very little to do with him and more to do with like, it's a complicated issue of like how
the corporate decision of it.
How they've been treating Peter for so long, and then what it means now that Miles is a thing, especially in the main universe, and blah 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 blah. I was a day one purchaser of the original Miles run. I didn't get issue 1 because I subscribed, but I moved before I could pick up my copy of issue 1. But I was reading the original Bendis run month to month, and I was like really excited about it. I had no problem with that. I was like, oh, Peter's dead in this universe, his arc is done, and now there's this new kid, and oh, it's awesome that they made him non-white. We're trying something new, and we're giving a voice to underrepresented communities. That's awesome. Totally fine, because I'm not a fragile right winger on the internet with a pickup truck. But then, like, you know, we folded him into the main universe, and I feel like from there, like, so many fucking problems just kind of came cascading down the hill.
I think that's kind of the thing, right? With like 616, kind of just absorbing all the cool universes, like
without any regard for how it might work or not. Yeah,
right.
It seems.
Go
from
ahead.
the outside looking in, it kind of just seems like they're scared to like let things be self-contained.
Yeah,
which I don't know why it's such an aversion.
That's true.
I think because they know that a lot of fans don't regard stuff that's not mainline as much, and I say
it's
this
not like
as one
Star
of those
Wars though, where it's like I feel like people in Star Wars kind of freak out more about that because like Disney put a hard cap on like, okay, this is not canon anymore. So like that makes more sense. But with Marvel, it's like I don't know, like there's so many opportunities just like spread out in so many different directions. But I mean,
AJ, don't you know that that Star Wars Kathleen Kennedy said that they have no source material? There's nothing.
That was okay.
They have no comic books.
That
they
was
have
a
no
stupid
books.
moment. Yeah, that was dumb. I don't to this day. I don't know why she said that, but no,
she's not thinking.
I will uncharacteristically defend Marvel a tiny bit, and I will say that I think at that time they probably knew, because these decisions are made 6 months or more ahead of time. You got to remember, like ideally, comic book issues are done, for those who don't know, 6 months before they're published. That's the timetable as it was explained to me. So it's probably, and this might have even been stated, they might have already known when they made the decision to fold Miles in, like they might have already known that like the Ultimate Universe that he came from was like a goner. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they probably knew that going into the new Secret War, and they were like, fuck it, this character is a fucking household name. So we probably should just like fold him into 616 because we're not gonna like throw him away and say that he's dead or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just I feel like they painted themselves in a corner with that, because having the two Spider-Men, you know, you can say all you want that it doesn't matter, but clearly it does, because if it didn't, we wouldn't have all the problems we have, you know? It's a weird, I mean, AJ, I know you're not a comic reader, so you don't experience a lot of this, but like as people reading the books today, you get so many weird moments and so many odd decisions, you know? And like this.
I got a pitch for you. Why don't you do this for Spider-Man? How about we put Peter Parker in space and he gets an alien girlfriend. Mary Jane gets Venom for some reason. Then Norman Osborn can be Spider-Man, and then everybody else can be other. Iron Man can be Captain America.
Oh my God! It brings money.
Wow! Hatter
can be Black Panther.
That's Hatter. That sounds absolutely awful. But let me ask you this: are we at least going to let Peter progress as a character, since we already have a young Spider-Man to do all these adventures with if you really want to?
We're going to make him lose everything again. He's going to be poor again, and he's going to be back at New York, and he's going to be a photographer again, and he's going to relive all of his story, because we can't have Peter Parker be happy. That's just the rule.
There's going to be extended sex scenes for Norman Osborn.
Yes, we need more sex scenes. He's gonna actually have willing consensual sex with Gwen Stacy.
Yeah.
She's gonna be aware of it this time. And
to be fair, Since Past was retconned out of existence, so that no longer happened. That's not a thing.
He put Mysterio now.
And I don't forget.
No, they were clearly going to undo One More Day, and I think that's even been confirmed, but then they had to swerve at the last minute, so it became them undoing Since Past.
And then Norman does Mysterio.
Yeah. I don't really think about the logistics of that too much.
Oh, that Mysterio.
Oh, that Mysterio, that Quentin. You know, boy, I hope somebody writes you into the next episode of Spider-Man so you can get your ass beat. Oh wait.
Wait! Are you going to be casting Mysterio to sound suspiciously like Jake Gyllenhaal?
No, because I hate that version of Mysterio. I don't like the MCU. I don't like Tom Holland as Spider-Man. I like almost nothing about that entire cadre of movies. Like, that's like the one.
To be fair, the main thing that I if there's like one thing I appreciate from the Tom Holland movies is that they let Willem Dafoe be Green Goblin at least just one more time.
One more time.
I had fun with that.
He had to gob all over the place.
Yeah, he gobbed it. It's almost like Morbius. He just morbs everywhere.
I still have not seen that movie.
You are one of the fortunate few.
Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. It's not even so good as that.
I thought it might be a good meme movie. Is it not a good meme movie?
It is a very good meme movie, but the thing is, like, it's usually best just get a whole bunch of friends over. Everyone gets drunk,
Get wasted,
and just
and then watch it.
And just watch the movie.
Yeah, that's the only way I would watch it if I was talking over it the whole time and laughing at it.
and moving my face away whenever I see Jared Leto.
Yeah. That's basically what I did when I watched Craven, so yeah.
That movie is so mind-numbingly average. That's the thing.
I just know the weird noise that Rhino makes. It makes like a weird ass noise. Yeah, it's so funny.
Like they didn't fix that in post. What?
The metaphor is he had to contain the rhino within.
True.
I see.
True.
I thought he was like
you're talking about the shit he's holding, right?
Yeah, it's hardcore shit, and if he shits too hard, that's when like the rhino. And it's like one of those rhino pills you pick up at the gas station. He just becomes increasingly violently horny.
Was that his origin?
See, it prints money. I don't know why it didn't do better.
It's not the origin.
It's shit money.
It's not the origin, but I really
money.
want
That's
it
right.
to be. It's canon to me.
So what's worse, Craven or Morbius? Because I haven't seen either of them.
Morbius. Yeah.
I'd say probably Morbius.
Yeah.
Or Madam Web.
Yeah.
Without.
I avoided.
Okay. Can I just say though, from what I've seen of Madam Web, which is just the good parts, by which I mean just the costumes. The costumes
are
pretty
cool.
fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Like, and I kind of wish we had a.
I need my
movie that-
spider.
I just wanted that. Can we just have like that?
Honestly.
And I don't even mean like in a pervy, like, oh my god, look at what's her face in the skin tight outfit. Although that certainly helps, you know. Like that's gonna put butts in seats. Imagine
They
if
thought it would.
Yeah, the marketing for that movie was so they like appealed to gooners. Like it was like
and then they
specifically marketed.
It didn't work.
But then if you go to the movie, it's like the ultimate bait and switch. Like, I swear to God, I'd hate to be watching that movie with my dick in my hand, because by the end of it, as I understand it, because I haven't watched the movie, but as I understand it, by the end of it, there's like one scene that's not even. It's like a.
It's like a future. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Technically, it's not even in the movie because it's either like in a vision or the ending. It's like, oh, this is what's going to happen in the future. Imagine, Joe, you exit out of Madam Web, your dick's still in your hand. You go up to the ticket booth. It's like, what the fuck did I just watch? I want my money back. I can't even get hard to this
I was limp through half of it.
Hold on a second. We had a question in chat, and I feel honor bound to answer it. Hey, David. So, episode 4 of Spider-Man is coming out in the very near future. It's
Tomorrow.
For a whole host of reasons I won't get into. It just took me so fucking long to finish the script. The good news is that there are a number of other scripts that are in various stages of production. So even though it's taken a long time for the show to come back, when it does, there will be a number of Spider-Man episodes and like at least 3 episodes and like 1 bonus episode coming out like pretty much back to back. So the back half of the year, I gotta stop saying that because we're heading into June.
Yeah.
But, I mean, like, we'll see how
the
it
year
goes.
of Spider-Man.
Like, it'll be jam packed. So I know people are waiting for
unhappy.
it. I know. I wish we had investors to fucking.
we gotta
make
call
unhappy.
Brandon. Yeah, we gotta get him in here.
So, oh god, be nice. Like, fucking, no, we gotta
be worse.
guys. I will tell you. if you want more episodes of Spider-Man more quickly, one thing you guys can do is go to www.patreon.com/C for some reason slash audio anomaly. Wait, it's patreon.com/C/audio anomaly.
I don't know what the C stands for, but it's there. Yeah.
Why the fuck is there a C there? But it's
You
there.
put that there.
It stands for cunt from the boys.
I was so mad because the last live stream I kept doing that gag, and then we got to the end, and then Chris showed me, and I was like, no, why? Gag is ruined.
There is the new Black Widow was up there early if you want to hear it.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Except for I removed part of it, the cool part, but most of it's there.
Oh wait, hold on. Okay, wait.
Only
It's not
the twist
C.
isn't there.
CW.
CW.
It's CW.
CW.
Oh no!
Not again.
What? Chris, who have you been talking to?
The investors, apparently.
Great. Now we're gonna recast all of our people in our audio teenagers, and they're all gonna be incessantly horny for some reason, and then cause a bunch of relationships that have nothing to do with superheroes, and make it all about themselves.
Unironically, though, I feel like a CW Spider-Man show would go pretty hard.
That would be pretty fun.
Have you seen that one? It's like an Instagram account where it's like from an alternate universe where like DC and Marvel heroes are like swapped.
Yes.
So like they have each other's movies
Twitter,
and shows.
Yeah.
They had a
because I think I remember
Spider-Man show.
I think I remember Neb's Good Takes posting about it when it was first going on. But yeah, no, like I think if you did like a high school era, like a Spider-Man Loves Mary Jane style Spider-Man show, where like because I don't know if you guys have actually read that manga inspired Mary Jane focus book. It's really good.
It's good stuff.
Like I say that with the caveat of I haven't read it in over a decade and a half, but I remember it being really good.
Does she get venom?
No, because they weren't hacked.
They didn't see
back
the vision.
then, I don't think.
I feel like the easiest thing in the Marvel universe they could do for the CW is trouble.
Yeah, but that would be offensive to the point where I would go burn the offices down.
Well, it's either trouble or Punisher. So
why not both?
Well, no, we've seen what happens when they make a Punisher show. They just don't.
They just made Wolverine instead.
No, I'm not going to disparage what John was trying to do at all. I have a lot of respect for it, but now that Chris and I have claimed control of the Punisher, I will tell you, I am so relieved because I now have an agenda.
He's going to replace me.
No, I'm so excited to have you. I'm not gonna lie to you, AJ. No, like I've talked to Chris a little bit about stuff that we want to do and like plans for Punisher, and I get really excited just thinking about like giving you this material. Yes. So no, I'm very excited.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
and,
sorry,
I'm
AJ,
probably.
We've been talking to John Berthel. He's just gonna take the whole.
Fuck. Right? Oh God, no. Well, I feel like I feel like Anomaly should have a pretty strict no thin blue line, no Zionism policy. So John Berthel can't come to the cookout. Let me tell you sorry.
You're gonna have to tell him something if he asks.
I don't want to tell him anything. Like,
get out.
Dude, Punisher fandom on Twitter is so hopelessly cooked though, and I feel like it's just gotten worse ever since One Last Kill came out because there's so many subsets within the Punisher fandom. It's kind of hilarious.
That's true, actually. It's like a whole nation.
It really is. They're so at odds with one another. Like there's a version of the Punisher that people want where he's just like the Terminator and exhibits no feelings and no humanity at all whatsoever. Then there's people who like John Bernthal's version. And then there's people more like me, I guess, who are kind of like, I like my Punisher to be a person with a bit of nobility who actually loves and misses his family, but I also want him to be a hyper competent killing machine. Like, unironically, I kind of want Dolph Lundgren with not John Bernthal,
Ray
Stevenson aesthetics. That's kind of what I want.
Okay, we're gonna have
be
to get the Necrocomicon. We gotta resurrect. We
Ray
gotta resurrect
Stevenson.
him. Yeah, Ray
Hell
get
yeah,
him
Stevenson.
back.
brother.
Yeah,
That'd
Get
be
him
one
back.
of the best things we could do for humanity.
Honestly,
It's gonna look a little weird
question-
if he's zombified, but we can make
it,
it
it'll
work. We have
it'll
Nick.
work. It'll work.
Hold on, we got it, boys. I think it's all boys in chat. We have a question in YouTube chat. From Miriam. If you could pick any non-superhero, or they say any non-super/hero/villain as the protagonist of an audio movie series short, who would you pick?
Let's all go in order.
I'm working on one now.
Ooh.
Finally able to actually work on it. But,
True.
Yeah, go ahead, guys.
Currently, I keep coming back to it, but eventually, I have a specific vision for it, but it's the Indiana Jones project that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah. That's gonna be sick.
Because I really want to make it like a metaphor for the Vietnam War. Because I took a class in it, and like I really liked that class. I loved learning about like the Vietnam War and hating more of my country. But hey, it's the fun part that really makes it worthwhile to see.
I kind of think so. He's looking for America's nobility. That's gonna be good.
What is it that radicalized you? Opening a history book. What do you? It's like fucking,
Opening your eyes.
yeah.
What am I gonna hate about myself today?
You thought being born white was bad. How about being born American?
Yeah.
You know, it's funny because last night I finally was able to like watch the entirety of They Live, because as a wee lad, you see, when I like stumbled upon it, I only saw the part where he like walks onto the bank and he's like, I'm here to chew gum and kick ass, and I'm all out of ass. I know that's the incorrect quote. I finally rewatched the movie, and like it's funny because like the metaphor in it based off the book is supposed to be like the scares of like communism, but you look at like all the similarities from that movie of like how they're trying to keep people under control, like versus like today is like, this isn't communism, this is us.
Yeah,
I don't like this.
There's a lot of media like that.
That's the NBC series. I love this stuff.
There's a lot of media like that is like on its face, if you don't look too closely at it, it's meant to be like a critique of like socialism or communism, but then if you like drill deeper into it, you're like, haha, surprise, it was a capitalist critique all along. I was just reading about this. Yeah, like,
it all makes sense if you just don't think about it.
Yeah, right, exactly. Well, it's like Starship Troopers. That thing has been like fucking like wank material for right-wing assholes for fucking decades. And I remember a couple of years ago when it came out that was meant to be more of like a parody and like an indictment of the military-industrial complex. And these people were on suicide watch for fucking weeks upon end. They were like, "What do you mean?" Like,
That can't be right.
like, or BioShock. Tell them that BioShock is all about how Ayn Rand is a fucking moron who no one should ever take seriously ever. And they'll be like, what? No! Andrew Ryan had the right fucking idea. The whole game is telling you what a fucking loser idiot Andrew Ryan was. What do you mean? What do you
Never trust a man with two first names. Never!
Never!
It's funny because the reason why they assume that is because they assume the real world would do better, as if we worse.
Right.
Than the like fanatical like fiction that it presents.
Wait, you guys actually
is.
related to this character? You weren't supposed to do that. That wasn't the point of the story.
Oh no, that's the boys right now. I didn't watch season 5 at all, but like I love the discourse. Hold on. Can I just say before we get off in the weeds? Actually, I'm trying to pay attention to the chat. Does anybody else have a non-super thing they want to pitch?
AJ, you go.
I would love to do a Resident Evil audio.
Oh yeah, my man.
Oh shit!
100%.
Yeah. I'm in.
Like just I'm thinking of all the like and maybe it's less of like a protagonist specific thing and more of a series specific thing, because I really don't have like a particular protagonist.
You could make it an anthology, dude. Every episode.
You could just like do a remix of all the stuff.
100%. Yeah. But like I'm thinking like audio wise and production wise, like all the cool creepy things that can come from that. And the Batgirl that I am gonna get back to soon, I promise, is kind of leaning in like a horror direction. So I really want to incorporate some of that.
I have to circle back. I had a thought. I had a good thought. I wanted to. We can talk about it on air after after this bit is done. But I wanted to circle back to that. Actually, I had a thought about Batgirl, and I wanted to run by you. But it doesn't have to be like super secret under lock and key. So
yeah.
But that sounds awesome. I would love that, man. That sounds awesome. I love audio, the idea of Resident Evil as an audio drama. The idea of like trying to take that a series which is so rooted in its visuals and then trying to translate that as like a new experience for audio is a really fun challenge.
I would love to engineer for that because goddamn, I'm like
you do amazing in that, dude.
Yeah. Translating the translating that into an audio only format would be fucking fantastic.
Yeah. Oh god, so cool.
Yeah.
Oh, Skullface says he wants to do the Crypt Keeper.
Yeah. The Crypt. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah. No, the Crypt Keeper would be badass, dude.
Speaking of, my friend sat me down like Clockwork style, kept my eyelids open the entire time. But I'm glad that they did. But they finally showed me the Tales of the Crypt Demon Knight. Have you guys seen that movie? With
I heard it was kind of shit.
Billy Zane. No, it's good. It's actually pretty good.
You're thinking of Bordello of Blood. That one is the ass one.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, so I thought it was gonna be like awful because like the set production and like the budget for it was very, very low. But Billy Zane, he's the villain of the movie, and he's like a demon who's trying to collect like a MacGuffin, but like he's having fun with the role. Like he steals like the entire show. Like imagine like an evil Robin Williams genie, and he's just like fucking with like these survivors that are like trying to. When he summons like a whole bunch of demons to get this MacGuffin, and he's just like fucking with their minds like the entire time, and he's just like just having a ball with it. It is so fun to watch him.
Oh yeah.
And
sounds fun.
For me, I was gonna say I don't know if anyone has seen The Day the Earth Stood Still here.
I have both versions.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I thought the new one was kind of bad with Keanu Reeves, but either way, I saw the original version. I'm like, wow, that was like kind of cool, like introspective, like quick rundown is like join us or die, but also join us. I mean, yeah, it's essentially join us or die, but it's a lot more nuanced and like creative than that. But like every single, I don't know. To me, the most interesting part of the movie was like Klaatu, and he's like this alien who like kind of gives the humans this kind of final choice, like where he comes from and like how does all this stuff like go on around Earth. So if I could make like any like fanfic that doesn't have to do with superheroes, I would probably want to see like the day, like I don't know, maybe I call it The Day Before the Earth Stood Still, and like see how he got to Earth and like where he comes from and like the different like coalitions of planets and like that intergalactic kind of like scary stuff, like will we survive, how are we gonna approach Earth, where do we come from, how do we approach politics. But yeah.
That sounds pretty sick. Yeah, I like that.
Very interesting.
Yeah. Dope.
Yeah.
Certified hood classics.
Oh, I also don't know. No, it's a superhero. Never mind. It's a comic property.
Oh.
What were you thinking? Out of curiosity.
Brian and I were mentioning we would also love to do a Hellboy. Audio thing.
Sick.
Yeah.
I don't consider Hellboy a superhero personally. I that's more like a but I also have a very particular like idea of what a superhero is. Like I just think of Hellboy as a comic book character.
Yeah.
So I think that.
Ooh, Miriam got back to us. They say I would pick Abraham Erskine, mostly because, to the best of my knowledge, he is usually treated as a footnote in Captain America's story, despite being the person most responsible for it happening.
That's true.
Oh, I had a moment. I'm like, I know that name, and that's the Doctor, at least from the movies. I don't know if that was the character in the original story, but
Oh yeah,
okay.
Stan
I
Lee.
think that is true though, because like when he's not mentioned much after
Like,
his death.
yeah, honestly, that's true.
All right, you played your part. You're done. Bye. Here's your check.
Yeah, but like he's
I mean-
basically like Uncle Ben levels of like appearances, I guess. At
It's
least,
true,
like,
yeah.
for fucking-
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I would argue like Steve, like I mean, he and Steve weren't like super close, like at least in the movies. Like he was a good dude, and like he believed in Steve, and that was cool. You know, he got him into the program, he got him as the candidate. But I mean, it's not like they were like, "I'll never forget you." You know what I mean? Like I would argue like Tony never mentioning Yinsen outside of Iron Man 1 is a bigger slight than you know.
Yeah.
True.
Like-
True.
Man,
This man made me who I am.
Man,
Anyways.
that's a really good point.
Damn it, I brought that up. Yep.
Yeah. Dude.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. All this Mandarin shit, all this Ten Ring shit is going on. Fucking.
It's like, oh, what does
at
this remind
no
me of?
point-
I almost forgot
It's
he
fucked up
existed.
because yeah, exactly. That's why it's fucked up because I forgot about him too.
Imagine they're both in the
Damn.
cave, and Tony Stark's like building his first like Mark 1, right? And he's like, "Hey, so what's this whole terrorist organization about?" He's like, that's not important. Let's just get out of here."
Yeah,
Don't worry about it.
a whole different
Hey,
character.
listen,
will
I'd be
deal
the
with
same
them.
too if I was held there.
A whole
Who
different
cares?
character
Let's
review will deal
go.
with them in like 10 years. Don't worry about it. Like, you know, we'll forget
Yeah.
about them for a decade and then get back to them with a character that Marvel will then never revisit, even though people really seem to love that movie because they're racist.
Yeah, low key. And random, I know we were talking about Madam Web earlier, and I've been holding on to it, but dude, I saw this post. It was so funny, and it says, in the Madam Web universe, Peter Parker appropriated the sacred garb of indigenous Amazon tribes for his costume. I'm like,
Yeah,
is that not true?
Right. Because in the
Peter.
movie,
I hate to break it to you, that's kind of canon to the comics.
yeah, so
True,
like,
the spider totem stuff.
if you guys haven't seen the movie, so there is that mention of the Las Arañas, right? So like Madam Web's mom goes in the Amazon and is like, oh, there's a spider that can do magic bullshit and like cure stuff maybe. Let's go find it. And then they're like, oh, hey, guess what? I found it. And then like the villain, he takes the spider for himself, and like the Las Arañas start like chasing him, and then like later on, like Madam Web goes back to that situation and learn more about what's going on, and they're like oh yeah, like you're gonna just get these powers that like look into the future. Good luck.
Yeah. And well, it's either that or he based his design on the murderer from 2003. So pick your poison, Madam Web universe Spider-Man.
Yeah, but
Oh,
yeah,
Peter.
the jungle people though, they have their design
what?
for like. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have used that. Las Arañas. Sorry. we're gonna pretend that never happened. But their costume design, it's like it looks very similar to the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man suit, but it's like made of like a bunch of vines and red cloth. It is.
Just
I don't know why they went with that choice. I mean, I do know why, but it's still.
Yep. No, it's one of my things like going forward because I have broad plans for the entire Spider-Man series long term, and I know what each season is going to be. I think when Chris and I most recently discussed it, we were thinking about doing some of the totem inheritors type stuff for our final season.
Yeah.
I that is the season that is least planned out. I will have you know, like 3 and 4, I have a lot more, in mind for, and 2 is like very well solidified. But I'm not afraid of the totem stuff. A lot of people think it's like very antithetical to Spider-Man, but I actually think the challenge of marrying the totem stuff with the sci-fi origins of Spider-Man is actually like a really fascinating and interesting challenge. I also think there's a way to do it horribly wrong, and much like the Clone Saga, which is similarly regarded with raised eyebrows, I'm arrogant enough to think that I can do it better. So I guess we'll see what unfolds, but I also think with like what I have planned in mind, because Spider-Man in our universe, as I've talked about before, is a complete story. Like ideally, when Spider-Man the audio drama is finished, it will be like a complete like story with a beginning, middle, and end that takes place in the larger Madoo that people will be able to look at on its own and go like, this is a beloved like singular vision of the character. This is my version of the character that I really like. Thank God I have this instead of the comics. And I think with the ending I have plans, I think a lot of the totemic stuff and the inheritors, Morlun and all that bullshit is going to fit really well with how I see the series ending. I think people are going to really like it. But that's my challenge is like, I think even people that are like, fuck the totem stuff are going to be like, not gonna lie, that was pretty good. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
You got this. You got this.
I do have a theory. My theory is that let's say 18 years from now, right? Obviously, Tom Holland is probably not gonna be Spider-Man. I don't think that's like. I mean, it's 16 to 17 years from now, right?
Yeah.
My theory is that Sony will have the Madam Web. Peter Parker become the main Spider-Man. That's my theory.
Now, you mentioned that probably he won't be playing Spider-Man in 10 years, but what if he was given a beard?
Oh, Ultimate Spider-Man, welcome back.
You didn't think of that, did you? Huh?
Yeah.
True. Everyone was asking
think of
for.
that.
True.
They're gonna make him do this till he's 90.
Well. Let's just hope that if that
Spider-Man
happens.
territory.
Well, Jesus. No, it could be worse. You could be beloved, and you could have people who think that this is like such a breath of fresh air and like one of the best send-ups this character has gotten in decades in spite of the story's many problems, and then ultimately another writer could take over the ending in a miniseries with your blessing and then just like unceremoniously kill this beloved version of the character while the main villain kind of gloats about how you were never really important at all. Almost like
Joe, if you want me to work on Miles Morales, just say it.
And just kind of give it a big little no, like I already had fallen off New Ultimate Spider-Man, I will say. Not out of like some intense dislike, but I was just kind of like, I appreciate this exists, but it's no longer doing it for me. And then I read about all that happens. Yeah, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? I love Denise Camp.
It was so bad.
Denise Camp is a great writer. I love his work on Ultimates, and I really want to get into what is it? 21st Century Men, I think it's called, or 20th Century Men.
Yeah.
20th Century Men. But I don't know what the fuck that was. I'm sure he had like thematic intent.
It's editorial, man. It really is. Like
I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna get on that conspiracy train, but I wouldn't be surprised.
That's the only explanation that I could think of. Like,
yeah, it's so weird. It did feel really unnecessarily mean-spirited. It felt very bizarre to me. I don't see what was accomplished by doing that. I don't understand the purpose. I don't see like even if there was like a thematic goal there, I don't understand what it was.
Maybe it was April Fool's.
Next time you see Nick Lowe, ask him and see if he twitches a little bit.
Maybe it was April Fool's Day, you know?
Oh, I almost said something that would get me lumped in with the worst of Spider-Man fans, but I caught myself because it's a live broadcast. No, No.
You opened that web cartridge.
If you want to hear Joe, go to www.patreon.com.
The exclusive behind the scenes.
CW, yeah.
CW.
If you subscribe to our Patreon, I swear, the next bonus episode we do will be Mighty Morbin Spider Rangers with all the Spider-Man as powering.
I would watch that.
It's Morbin time. I unironically, Chris and I are working on a shared original sci-fi show for my channel that will be coming out sometime this year. We're waiting on some last batch of lines. Almost there. The pilot will be out very soon. But I've been wanting to. I'm so far behind. I haven't uploaded on my personal YouTube channel in a while, but life has just been crazy, as some of you know. But ideally, I'd love to do a whole bunch of original audio dramas, and one of them I've been wanting to do forever is like a take on tokusatsu, like Super Sentai, Power Rangers type stuff, like an earnest and well written like quote unquote dark and gritty, like by which I just mean like realistic with like real characters, real stakes, you know what I mean? Take on like the whole like Power Rangers motif. I'd love to do that story. I don't know if that's ever gonna happen, but that's a thing I've been wanting to do forever.
We're just gonna put that right on the
It will
shelf.
happen if you subscribe to the Patreon.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
right.
there
If
we
you
go. There we go.
Subscribe to Audio Anomaly, and it will make a show materialize on a completely separate but related channel.
For
Yeah,
Patreon
motherfuckers,
We
viewers
got this. We can
only.
do that.
I gotta get my own Patreon going, but it's harder to do now when I
Yeah.
haven't uploaded in like 2 years.
Oh, we got one coming up though.
Subscribe to the Valiant Shadow Productions Patreon so I can start making content again.
You could also subscribe to his OnlyBats channel.
Yeah, except instead of me with my disappointing cock out, it's just like audio dramas. That sounds dope. Like, let's go. Fucking there you go, Chris. We can do an Audio Anomaly After Dark channel, and it's all a bunch of like spicy audio dramas aimed at
Howard the Duck.
crowd.
It's superhero
Green Goblin
ASMR.
in. Are you in or are you out?
The Mysterio says, I'm in.
I can't be sure because it's so small.
I remember I was filming this Batman thing for we were doing this audio thing. It never came out. This guy sounded just like Mark Hamill, so in between takes we fuck around and do Brokeback Mountain.
Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, well,
Brokeback Hamill.
Wait, we can put that on the
who was-
Patreon.
yeah, right. Yeah, it's just a dramatic reading of the script from Brokeback Mountain. It's Mark Hamill and Kevin Conroy.
I buttered.
Oh, I wish I could quit you.
Now, I want to be clear. I fucking hate the whole meme about like Joker and Batman are secretly in love with one another. It's Tumblr bait. It's obnoxious. I hate it so much. But having said that,
God, guys, don't make it gay.
that premise is fucking hilarious, and I would be like, yeah, let's go. Like,
I mean, to
Hey,
be
listen,
fair,
if the-
though, like Batman and Joker is like the gayest thing ever without being gay.
no, it's not. You need to read books and have reading comprehension. That is
I've
so
read the
annoying.
book.
I will yeet you into the fucking sun. No, it's not. That is invented bullshit from fuckers who don't understand the characters to begin with. The whole fucking, why does Batman let Joker continue killing people? It's because he's secretly in love with him. No, it's because Joker in one panel in a technically non-canon but very well regarded story from Frank Miller called Batman Darling, and from that 1,000 ships have been launched, and we will perpetuate this idea that these are two homoerotic
Look,
characters.
sometimes
I
Baby
fucking
Girl
hate this
is
discourse
a
so much.
40-year-old bat and like a clown that's trying does the worst shit you can imagine.
I think the Trojan War missed sailing 1,000 more ships with that.
People who haven't read the books drive me insane because they need to realize that the first time the Joker gave a shit about Batman beyond just like the guy in a costume who shows up and punches me in the face sometimes was in the 90s. That's when this started. This started with Dark Knight Returns. This was not a thing. This has never been a thing. This is a thing that started in the 90s, running downstream from one fucking panel in Dark Knight Returns. It's so bad. I hate fandom so much. Oh my god.
Jack. The most homoerotic comic of all time is Ultimate Warrior Christmas Edition.
This is also very true.
Oh yeah.
Known homophobe Ultimate Warrior, by the way.
It's not to say that,
Real?
people.
I'll post up the panel. You guys will see this in chat. Give me a sec.
I mean,
It's funny what you say about like the Joker and Batman is like when like the relationship like between Batman and Joker became like really kicked off in the 90s. I remember as a kid, like I'd read like these little serial comics, and like every once in a while like Batman would like show up, and but like the only reason why Joker was like so extreme like with like his antics whenever it come to Batman is because Batman would fuck with them, and he's like, okay, you fucked with me, now I gotta teach you a lesson. So I'm gonna put you in an electric chair, and I'm gonna cook a hot dog over your head in front of a whole bunch of people just because you started to mess with my plans. Do you want to do that again? Do you want to do that again, Mr. Batman? I don't think so.
My understanding is the classic Joker, it was also a lot more like, let's make it funny but kind of scary.
Yeah, it's like goofy.
It's like a demonic version of slapstick almost in a lot of those early appearances.
Yeah.
Like the Tumblrification of the Batman Joker dynamic is like fucking.
I mean,
there's a lot of things in comics that make me want to put a gun in my mouth, but that's like up there on the list. Like,
and now it's worse because they don't even allow porn on Tumblr.
I know. What the fuck? Oh yeah, no.
They took my porn away.
Yeah, you have to go to Twitter for porn
bro.
now. Also, this is barely related to this channel, and I apologize, but why is Twitter now the best place for porn?
Elon Musk.
This might be the After Dark Patreon.
Patreon.com.
Elon Musk did too much ketamine one day, and he's like,
if I really wanted to endanger the channel, I would say something spicy like "Free Palestine" or "Women are people." And they get out.
Damn.
Are you trying to be
we gotta
controversial
repack
right now?
But basically, I mean, yeah, there are going to be weird people that are weird about Joker and Batman. Like, that's something that's kind of out of anyone's control. But, like, I think a reasonable person could see the subtext there. Not to say that they're, like, shipping them or anything, but, like, 1 + 1 = 2. You know what I'm saying? Like,
there is no subtext.
Yeah.
There is a crazed murder clown, and there is a man who most assuredly has his own issues, who just wants to punch his murder clown until he stops and throw him in a cell. And because the story is designed to go on forever and be a cash cow across many mediums, the clown keeps getting the fuck out. That's it. That's it. For there to be subtext. Okay, I'm raging against a fandom, Jack. I'm not raging against you. Don't take this personally. But I wish people understood that when they say subtext is intentional. Like in order for there to be subtext, there needs to be an intentionality there. If it's not intentional, there is no fucking subtext. Like, there is an inference that somebody could make. You could look at something and take your own thing out of it, and I do think that's entirely valid on an individual basis. But subtext implies intent. If there's no intent, you're not talking about subtext. You're talking about something else. Unless if I wanted to steelman the point, unless you wanted to have you wanted to talk about situations where writers did not intend for one thing, but their own subconscious kind of slipped through, and they didn't realize what they were implying or what they were writing about. But even then, I would argue that's not subtext. That's still, like, subtext is, again, it's an intentional thing. That's like something layered in for you to find, for you to think about. You know what I mean? That's an implication.
See, it's all about the implication.
It's all about the implication. Shut up, you're not dangerous. Yeah, like, I apologize for the English major rant, but like this shit gets my blood up. I'm like, ah.
Yeah. I think the reason it's so popular is just like Doomed Yowie is like exciting to people.
No, I agree. No, I agree. That's why I was saying the Tumblrification, or you could call it like the AO3ification if you want. Like,
oh, no.
But it's Batman especially falls victim to this though, because there's a lot of motherfuckers on the internet with lots of opinions about Batman that have never read Batman, and I hate them all. Like I want them all locked in Arkham with the key.
I'm just tired of, and I know this is probably going to be an unpopular take, but when I read a Batman comic, I want the story to be shown through the actions that he takes. I don't want it to be a slideshow. I'm not going to say what comic this is, but I don't want it to be a slideshow of him like beating up people and then giving a kid a lollipop and then crying in the shower and then kissing someone while he talks about like.
Wait, well, I mean, no, don't say. I'm not going to say what comic this is. Why? What comic is it?
Yeah. You think they're gonna sue us?
Yeah,
they're watching us right now.
Like, I've already said too much, but
they're never gonna sponsor
no one's gonna
us.
come kick in your door and be like, "You said a bad thing about a comic."
Damn, they're never gonna sue me now.
The only person that I would feel afraid of doing that would probably be Frank Miller. But besides that, no.
Well, I love Frank Miller, but I can criticize him all day. He can suck a dick. I don't care.
I mean, Frank Miller isn't as crazy as he used to be.
Yeah,
he's gotten a little better.
With you,
yeah,
but if he decided to be crazy like he used to be, like when he was young, I could imagine doing it, like pulling a Jay and Silent Bob and like beating up everybody that like disagrees with him.
We're talking about gay Batman.
Okay, then that's fine.
No, but there's nothing wrong with Batman having emotion. I'm sorry.
No, that's not what I said at all. He's just.
I need to know the comic. I need to know the context.
Like, I mean, it's not just that thing I'm talking about, but it's also like, I don't know how to explain this, but like, it's just a Wikipedia page of like who they think Batman is, while nothing on the page. Like, it would just be more interesting if they showed it through his actions than him just being like, "Yes, I'm the Dark Knight, and this is the true side of me, and now this is the true side of me." And it's like, I don't know. I just want to see. I want his emotions to be shown, how he acts, like what he does, how he treats people.
That's not an unpopular opinion. That's just called the majority of Batman comics, though. Like that's what Batman comics are.
The worst part of it, I think, not gonna lie, it was Chip Zdarsky's Batman. I'm forgetting what issue. But
okay, sure, yeah, dude. Hey, that's not an unpopular opinion. A lot of comic fandom really does not like Chip Zdarsky's Batman.
Yeah,
I think it has cool moments, but I stopped reading it. So I don't think I read that particular issue, but I believe
that sounds very familiar, actually. Yeah,
that was very strange to me, and I think it's just very Twittery, if that makes sense, because it's the most tired discourse, like surrounding Batman is what is his true face. I'm like, is that all we care about now? Like, I don't know. I feel like we've kind of run this into the ground.
Have you read much Batman besides Chip Zdarsky though? That's just like one writer.
Like all the main, like Batman runs.
Batman True Face is his nudity.
I don't know. Man. I don't feel like there's. I mean, I feel like the question of like, is Batman like more Batman or Bruce Wayne? I do feel like that's like a thing that comes up pretty regularly because it is interesting.
Argument,
but I don't think it's like
no one agrees, and it's just kind of does unfortunately lead to a few inconsistencies.
I mean, well, then now you're talking about a question of editors, but no, like I mean, people have divisive takes, especially in fandom, about characters. My issue is more when that shit is like, if you have contentious takes about something like in the books, I think that's valid. I get heated when people are talking about characters they know nothing about. That's the shit that drives me insane.
It's both.
Like,
or it's people that have only read one specific run and it might not even be a good run, and then endorsement to them.
That is also
so the majority of people who read Frank Miller's thing and just decided that's the only Batman.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
It's funny. I like a lot of the. No, I don't. What am I saying? I like Year One, and I like Year One, and I like Dark Knight Returns. At least half of it. Not even a sequential half. Just like roughly half the things in the book I really enjoy. But I was just saying it's worth exploring, and I think that's actually like, I mean, it's one of the most interesting parts of his character, right? But not when it's a dead horse that's like used for argument bait and like see. I just don't think that that's accurate. I don't think that that's really what like the bulk of Batman discourse is about. I feel like what I see is people getting annoyed that a lot of the same plots have been getting recycled, and it's that plus discourse about Batman as a concept.
And I work alone. Oh my gosh, it's I work alone. Who's really Batman?
That's not really ever like a
I've
huge problem.
I've seen like big Twitter arguments.
One of the
always online, terminally online.
Yeah, the biggest argument is whether or not Batman is actually doing any good, or if he can use his money actually to fix the town instead of eating the shit out of people.
That is for morons, because that's like a thing.
Agree.
That's stupid. Like, yes, of course,
homeless
Batman.
people, according to them.
Yeah, it's called read the book. Read the books. Yeah. Like, Batman bleeds money constantly trying to reinvest in Gotham. Like, that's the kind of shit that irritates me. It's like, just read the book. Read the book. You watched movies and saw a Tumblr post or whatever, or a Twitter thread, and you're like, I am now an expert on Batman. And that is the shit that makes me violent.
I can't imagine like you're telling like somebody like, okay, you saw the movies, like Batman, just read the comics. It's like, no, reading, that's hard.
There was that massive bit of discourse that came out from those podcast bros who built their entire channel around comics, and they were like, you don't have to read comics, bro. Did you guys, any of you see that? I can't even remember the name.
Oh yeah, it was the two guys, right? They're so fun to watch, but God, are they so wrong all the time? But it's so entertaining.
Oh, I would never watch them. That was the first I've seen of them, and I would literally never watch them.
It's so entertaining to watch.
I would block them if they came up on my feed. I would. I have nothing.
It does lead to a lot of misinformation, but it's so funny to watch them argue. Oh my gosh.
You know, there's still people. This shit bugs me, man. There's still people insisting that Alfred is an AI in the current Batman world, and it's like, that's not a thing. Man. That is not a thing.
I will admit, fucking Jarvis.
I will admit that is what I thought was happening when I was first reading the book.
Too. The first
issues and I will admit, I didn't get it the first time I read the issue.
Yeah.
And then I fucking saw. Now you got me thinking Chip Zdarsky, Matt Fraction, talking about it explicitly, because there were a number of people that were confused, and he's like, no, that's not an AI, that's a manifestation of Bruce's thoughts and feelings, especially his guilt. And then I reread the book and I went, oh my god, that is so obvious, how did I miss that? So like, I can give a little leeway, but the fact that this misinfo is still being perpetuated like a year into the book drives me fucking
it's never going away.
I think you're right. I think as long as we have Ghost Alfred motif going on, like, people are gonna misunderstand what it is. Yeah. Like, or people getting mad, like, Alfred would never say that. Like, yeah, because it's not Alfred. It's Bruce imagining a version of Alfred that represents his insecurities and his guilt and his self-recrimination. So of course it's gonna be a little bit more of a dick sometimes than Alfred would be. What do you fucking want? Like,
yeah. Anytime we hear that argument, we're gonna have Ben Shapiro read another issue of All-Star Batman and Robin.
Oh no!
I will tell you.
The problem with Batman is whenever it comes to All-Star, he is the perfect interpretation of Batman, because
in the fucking room with us. Holy shit!
It shows how people would actually treat children if they ever saw them at a circus. A rich person always takes a little boy and he takes him back to his house and kidnaps him and says that everything's fine because he pays off everything. That's how Batman is actually supposed to work.
Whoa! Hey, careful! Someone that actually did that just had $1 billion movie.
Isn't that right? My Dr. Wife. Oh god, man.
Joe, I am curious.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Oh
no, I was just. I know you relinquished the talking stick. You gave it up.
All right.
No, go ahead. I'm fucking with you. What's up?
Okay, I am curious now, just from listening to you. I want to know what your favorite Batman run is.
Who did you? Was that for me specifically, or is that like?
No, you specifically.
Oh boy. I
or
have
at
to
least
think
like a
about
top
that.
3 out of order.
No. The funny thing is, my favorite Batman story of all time is not even a mainline Batman storyline. It's like a 4-issue
All-Star
arc from a 4-issue. I hate All Star. A 4-issue arc from Legends of the Dark Knight called Blades, featuring the reinvention of the Cavalier. That's one of my favorite Batman stories of all time. And in fact, perhaps you'll see that character in an upcoming audio drama. No. If I had to think my favorite mainline run, probably Greg Rucka, because I love anything that Greg Rucka writes. I think. Yeah, probably Greg Rucka. I think. I'd have to really think about it to give a definitive answer to that. I have this weird thing with Batman where even though I love the character almost as much as I love Spider-Man, I don't pay attention to like how the sausage gets made as much as I do.
No,
I
you're
think
good
because
on
I've
that,
never
though.
been as angry at Batman as I've learned to be at Spider-Man. Like, I
Yeah,
understand there's been some
There's
bad
no
Batman runs, but I've never been driven to be like, look how they massacre my boy. So
Look how they
I'm
massacred my boy.
I'm very
Yeah,
happy to
there's
just
still
kind of
time.
like,
There's still time.
read the book like when it's my jam, and then put it down when it's not. Like, I read a shitload of the Tom King run, and then when I wasn't into it as much, I put it down, and I'm like, I'll come back when I feel like it. I was
kinda
here for 5
understand now,
minutes.
though.
Go ahead.
I kind of understand like kind of your inspiration now. Like I'm guessing Shadows of Gotham kind of had to do with the Greg Rucka kind of vibe, because like the scale was really big. I mean, like comparatively, I'd say to like kind of like I guess you could say Batman Year One. Like like No Man's Land was like out there, but that's what made it epic. You know what I mean? And it's like seeing all these individual stories, seeing like a story about just this random person in Gotham, and it's like still interesting, and it's still very like authentically Batman centered. Because like if we want to understand Batman, we understand Gotham. So I think that made perfect sense, and I can kind of see that kind of bleeds over into your version a little bit.
Because I was trying to set a tone for the new DC audio drama universe, where I was like, yo, instead of building this up, I was trying to do a non-shitty version almost of Zack Snyder's ethos, by which I mean I was like, nah, let's just jump you in. I'm not doing a big origin fucking thing. I'm not building it up. We can always work back. Like a lot of people have wanted to do Batman prequel things, and I think that fucks. I think that's awesome. I have a whole thing in my head about like building up the fucking relationship between like Batman and Shiva that I'm like really excited about. Partly inspired by the fact that Cher is just like fucking awesome, and I'm like, I want so much more with us because I love her as Shiva. That was fucking insane, and I can't believe we got so lucky. But anyway, big divergence there. But like, I'm fine going back and showing like how we got here, but I didn't want to start from ground level building this new universe, and I was trying to encourage everybody else to not start there. I'm like, nah, let's just jump into it. We can always go back, but like, let's who these characters are, and we can show you how they're different where we need to.
If it was like any other character, maybe like show an origin, but like it's Batman,
Yeah, it's quintessential. It's quintessential. The only thing, and I mean, like, I don't think, I would argue that maybe an origin for Wonder Woman would not have been the worst idea, but Lila's doing some pretty cool shit right now, and I have faith in where it's gonna go.
Wait, so she's not doing an origin?
Unless things have changed, I don't believe that's her intention. I think it's more, there might be nods to an origin, but I think it's more like just kind of like Shadows over Gotham, where it's like, we're just establishing who Wonder Woman is in this universe and what it's going to be. I haven't talked to her about
oh, my bad.
No, I was just saying I haven't talked to her about the script in a minute, but last time she showed me pages, I was really excited about where it was going.
She's not casting Gal Gadot, is she?
Oh no.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
She's not casting Gal Gadot, right?
No, fuck. It's fine. Just as a side note, did you guys see what she was like the other day? There was something posted where she had told somebody else like a couple of other actresses like cornered her in the bathroom, and she said just for being a Zionist.
So funny.
Like, that's amazing. Yeah.
Like,
no, I gotta find that.
Gala, no.
Dude, I'll be perfectly honest with you. The news that I'm like watching like nowadays, it's mostly just like, what has Trump done today? And then like everything else for some reason, because like YouTube decided like, oh, you hate the president, watch more of that and watch nothing else.
I think the man like literally like goes back into the archives and like finds like old Onion articles and goes, what if I just did that, but 1,000 times worse?
Oh, that's just media.
No, that's mine 1,000 times better.
Speaking of the Onion, have you heard about like Alex Jones and the Onion?
Yeah. No, the Onion bought InfoWars. It's amazing, and
I'm so ready for that content to come out, bro. Like I've been waiting. But they're like, oh, the deal's not finalized. The deal's not finalized. I'm like, when is it gonna be fucking finalized? Show me the Onion InfoWars.
Onion Wars.
Onion Wars.
The Onion Wars.
I love how they made it gay. I love that for him.
Yeah, like every time that they get like the surrogate of like Alex Jones, like on, let's just call it Onion Wars for sake of argument. But they get him on, and he always has to like wear something that's like Alex Jones would never wear. So like his first episode would just be like BDSM stuff, like something that's like squeezing his nipples or something like that, or he like wears a mask and he like and the impersonator tries his best like today we're going to be talking about a lot of BDSM stuff. Why? Because I like the way it makes my nipples feel.
Anyways, if anyone is just coming to the stream, this is the Marvel Audio Anomaly channel. Thank you for joining us.
We talk a lot about Marvel and like why we're upset with it.
We talk a lot about
If you'd like to hear more, join Patreon at www.cw.
Wait, no, www.patreon.com/CW/audio.
We discuss here a lot about gay Batman and also the gay frogs that are still roaming the streets of America today.
There needs to be a podcast.
Talk more than Batman and Joker
gay podcast.
If you guys fund the Patreon, we will have a special project of the Ultimate Warrior meeting the Joker. It's gonna be great, man.
Oh, Layla's currently on the chat right now, and she's
gay
frog.
Gay frog. True.
Batman is going gay leapfrog over the Joker to display dominance.
I gotta do a bathroom break. I will return shortly.
Everyone talk shit.
We could do a what if. We'll do a what if of what happens if Pepe the Frog meets Dickum the Frog. That's fun to patron.
Oh, shit. All right, I'll be right back.
How about the Punisher meets series, guys? Let's just have the Punisher meet some random people. The Punisher meets the gang.
Yeah, it's like Billy on the street.
Yeah.
Billy on the street with Punisher.
Yeah.
Except that if they get the questions wrong, they get executed.
You know, it's funny. I was watching this the other day, and like a video talking about characters, Ruck from Marvel, to where like that character is in like every single Netflix show of Marvel. So like Daredevil, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, Iron Fist. But he's yet to make an appearance in Punisher. And I'm just thinking, it's like, what would happen if like Frank Castle saw him? It's just like, oh, easy, bang, oh, that character's gone now.
You mean Turk?
Yeah.
Kirk, there we go.
That's probably why Turk hasn't been on the Punisher.
Yeah.
That adds up. But yeah, low key random, but like going back to
Layla said, "Let me ask you something."
Let's go.
But, Layla, why haven't you joined the streams yet? We want to hear more.
I think she has microphone issues. Yeah. I think that's what it is.
All right, which Punisher villain are you guys using then? Is it going to be Bushwhacker?
No, of course it's going to just be Jigsaw because nobody else can think of anything creative.
It's not going to be Bushwhacker.
Garth Ennis. Garth Ennis himself is going to be there.
Stilt man would be cool.
You're not too gay for the mic. Have you even been listening to this stuff that we've been talking to? We've just been talking about like hardcore Green Goblin Mysterio fucking like a couple of minutes ago. You think that is
canon?
Dog, that was like an hour ago.
Into the
it is canon. Mysterio only takes off his fishbowl to suck off Green Goblin's like demonic cock in front of Spider-Man just to spite him.
Just a couple.
This is where I should remind you guys that when Green Goblin first debuted, he didn't fly on a glider. He flew on a broomstick.
Where was the broomstick?
Jesus. He literally would call it a rocket-powered broomstick. I think after a couple appearances, I think it got turned into a fucking glider. But like, yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. If you want to talk about sexual innuendo in comic books, there you go.
You love to see it.
No, I don't actually.
Like, wow, that sounds amazing. He's like, yeah, I want to see it. Thank you. Bye.
Hey, I'm good. I'm fucking good, man. Like,
thanks. I hate it.
Fuck.
What the hell have you been watching that's been like, it's apparently too straight when two guys are fucking each other to cuck their nemesis? What have you been watching?
Okay, hold on. For those of us that just had to go take the mother of all leaks, what the fuck? What are we talking about?
Look at the chat. Look at the chat. She's speaking to us. I know it. She's in my head. Get out of my head.
Hold on.
Honestly, I've been here the whole time, and
you sound like Alex Jones battling gay thoughts.
Because
she's in my head, giving me gay thoughts, just like the gay frogs.
She says she's too gay for a mic. I'm sure you're just memeing, Layla, but you should come on and be super gay on this podcast.
Yes,
I don't care if you sound like I don't care if you sound like I don't know if the word that rhymes with pike is considered a slur, so I'm not going to say it. But I don't care. I genuinely don't know. It is a slur. Okay, slur. Even if it's said in like a non-slur way, it's considered okay.
That, my friend, I learned from experience. Considered a slur.
Unfortunate.
Hold on.
No,
some lessons are learned the hard way.
Yes, they are.
No, like because I've heard that word used by many people, some of them very gay, like pretty liberally. So I genuinely didn't know.
Layla.
You can say it. I give you the pass. I appreciate it, Layla, but if it is a slur, I don't want to say it on this channel because I don't want to get Chris in trouble.
So if you're talking about geology, one of the things that they taught us about was sills and dikes. You see, these are rock formations. You see, rock formations that go either vertical or horizontal whenever they grow into the rock. So we're talking about geology here.
What bullets
I was going to say, he should say it. Let me take over the DCAU, and then it'll just be nothing but Z listeners.
Fucking what did this
we're
talking
about here? Geology here, guys. This is nothing offensive.
but no, even if you had the most shall we say rock formation sounding voice, like people would love to have you on here. I'm not trying to overly pressure you. I know that it freaks you out a little bit, but people would love for you to jump in voice chat. And as far as mic quality is concerned, if we can put up with Skull, we can deal with whatever you got going on.
Victor!
Victor!
Happy birthday,
Victor! Oh my God, your birthday?
One day off, but yeah, 1 day off it is. Yeah.
Oh, cool! I'm glad you could join us to talk about gay comics.
Yeah. And we're talking about geology too.
Yes,
gay geology.
Her topics right there. Yeah, sorry, I was just back from dinner and.
No, you're good.
So,
yeah. What'd you eat for dinner?
Pizza. Yeah.
Oh,
dude,
pizza
let's
time.
go.
Nice.
I'm pretty sure the thing is asexual, by the way, Layla. I don't know if he.
I think Alicia would disagree there.
Well, like, how does it work?
Ben has a very particular sight for women.
Hey, Joe, not
very carefully. That's how it works.
He carefully analyzes and sees the kind of women that he likes.
I am genuinely not a huge. I appreciate the Fantastic Four. When I say I'm not a fan, it sounds like I dislike them. I'm just not a. I haven't read many Fantastic Four comics, so
Dude,
I genuinely I've seen the memes, but I assumed because of Ben's unique physiology that their romance was more of a
Alicia goes,
like a
"It's
yearning,
slobbering
emotional kind of thing.
You should read Mark Waid's Fantastic Four by Mark Waid.
I'm gonna be real,
Waid
by
by
the way.
Mark
I don't know. I genuinely think it's a lot more interesting if their romance is purely
rock hard, Layla. Rock hard.
emotional.
Rock hard.
And
I mean,
such.
it is more emotional than like your common, you know,
Yeah.
couple, you know, on the street, but then because like, yeah, it's not look based because she's blind.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, everything down there still functions. Shadow.
How the fuck does
Just
that
like
work?
Cyborg. Just
Literally.
It defies all physics, but we sort of accept it. You know, it's one of those comic book rules.
Did they ever establish?
I just want to be sure that she doesn't. You don't wake up one day and she was killed in a rock.
Yeah,
is he a flesh creature under there? I'm not kidding. I'm being serious.
He does have.
yeah.
It's
Depending
everything
on the-
except for skin, and the skin's replaced by the rock. I think that's how that works. And he's like,
okay, so he's got like a full circulatory system and everything under the rock. Like his skin is made of rock, but all the functions.
Some interpretation,
kind of like a sea urchin.
Yeah,
it's kind of like that. Some interpretations. There was one of my favorite ones is like that the rock cover, like it's more like armor. It's more like a cocoon for his body because like the cosmic rays. I forgot which interpretation is, but like the rock is like a cocoon to like seal his power. To when the rock breaks, that's when he's like essentially like God, right? And then like he can like switch back and forth into like the rock form.
For the Infinity thing?
Yes, Infinity thing.
Oh, okay, so it was connected then. Okay.
Wait, is that canon? Is that a thing?
I forgot which interpretation. I want to say that. Oh, it's the ultimate. It's the ultimate version because that's when the maker or Reed Richards becomes the maker. He becomes a villain, and then that's when Ben Grimm hooks up with Sue Storm, and then that's when he becomes Infinity Thing through the Infinity Stones, and he's essentially God without the stones, and then he can just switch back and forth to his rock form. So.
Okay, but that's a cool idea. But if it's ultimate, like that's kind of like Dr. Octopus actually being a telekinetic.
Jesus, you have to complain about every goddamn thing.
Yeah, I do.
Why do you just love these things?
Let me know that while the Maker is seen as this badass, like multiversal villain,
he's just an incel. He's just
he is the Mr. Fantastic that fed his team piss.
I will say,
oh my God!
I will say, I do feel terrible for Ultimate Reed up to a point. Like he had it rough compared to Canon Reed. Like that does suck. It doesn't excuse any of those terrible things the Maker has done. But I'm just saying, I understand how we got here. Like,
I mean, he's fed his team piss before becoming the Maker, so I still.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm just saying, like, this is what happens when your dad grows up treating you like, you know, a subhuman being as opposed to, you know, like saying like, you know, this is what happens when you give Reed Richards the Bruce Banner treatment. Like,
I mean, that kind of was what they did. They were just like, hey, we need new ideas for Reed Richards. Let's just give him Bruce Banner's backstory.
And also, a side point with Bruce Banner, since we're doing this to Reed Richards, why don't we just have Hulk turn gray and eat people?
Oh yeah, and talk about sex and raping women the entire time. Yeah, like it's fucking gross and weird.
Do that now,
yeah.
Since we already gave Bruce's backstory to Reed, you know,
we can.
On the table.
What if we gave Bruce almost no backstory, and what if he was just a crazy scientist loser?
Yeah.
I mean, some writers in 616 will tell you that Banner is a crazy scientist loser, but I don't like those interpretations. I like I like my Bruce Banner to be pretty sympathetic. Like he can still be wrong and descended to super villainy sometimes.
Loser in a different way, but it doesn't have to be in there.
But like I don't like stories that's like, what if Bruce Banner sucks? What if Hulk is the real victim and Bruce is a horrible abuser? Like I understand some stories have done that angle better than others, but it's just not what I like in my Hulk.
Because literally all it does is villainize a victim of abuse. Literally.
Yeah, that's why I don't like it.
Yeah,
Like, yeah.
It seems like the writers like can't think of anything else interesting to do with an already interesting character, so they're just like throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Well, I mean, I don't like it when it's the opposite either, where the Hulk is, freaking abusing Banner,
yeah.
either. But yeah, it's like
to me, I'm a firm believer in the idea that the Hulk, and I know that it's more complicated ever since we definitively said that Bruce has DID, but so when I talk about the Hulk and Banner, I'm talking about just kind of like the definitive versions in so much as those exist, right? Like I'm speaking simply for the topic of discussion here, but like I like the idea of Bruce and Hulk just being two sides of a coin. I think they both should have they're distinct characters that have thoughts and feelings and strengths and weaknesses. Like, I like that idea, But once you start going like, what if Bruce Banner is actually just an evil mad scientist piece of shit who, doesn't really want to get better and likes being superior to other people and is just one of the worst pieces of shit involved.
Or we'll just make Hulk really smart. He takes over he calls himself Maestro. Now smarter than everyone else.
Okay, I will say, I don't mind there being like potential evil versions of Hulk. I think that's fine. I thought Maestro was kind of cool.
Yeah, Maestro's pretty sick.
I just don't like. I guess I'll be honest. I just don't like a lot of banner bashing or smashing, if you will. I just don't like
banner smashing. I don't like Banner get smashed. He should be the asexual.
I think what I forget if it was Jack or Victor who said it, but like, or maybe it was Hatter, just like this villainization of somebody who was like abused as a child. Yeah, I think that's why. I just don't like it. I'm not saying that Banner can't have flaws, but I think Banner fucking didn't have a choice. Like, Banner tried to be a good dude up until his options were literally taken away from him because he tried to do the right thing.
I think there should be moral compromises for sure.
Yeah, I think that's infinitely more interesting. When you compare him to the Maker had a lot of bad stuff happen to him, but his options were not taken from him. Like, he chose ultimately to turn evil.
He had a consolidation in the Fantastic Four and his family and decided to just be evil for them all.
Right, he chose like purposely like the wrong stuff to do. It's not like Banner.
He could have ignored that picture. He could have not put piss in it. He could have not filmed it and put it onto his team.
You know what, guys? I've had it. I'm gonna piss in this picture. I'm gonna drink it.
Goddamn right.
I think there is a lot of thematic potential both for Reed and Bruce. Ultimate Reed, at least, like mainline Reed, like had a loving, happy family for the most part. But when you compare a character of like,
terrible.
when you look at Bruce Banner, I think there is something to give him that bit of a dark side and say that, like, because he's been so downtrodden and genuinely got dealt a bad hand like his entire life in spite of his potential and his attempts at doing the right thing and being a good person. I think it's cool if you go like, there's a really dark side to him. There is like an evil mad scientist like living inside of this person. And every day, much like Spider-Man is kind of that examination at the best of times of like picking yourself up and continuing to do good, even if life is hard sometimes and even if you fail. I think acknowledging that Bruce Banner has that dark side and then him choosing to be a hero in spite of continuously being dealt the worst hands ever, that is so much more interesting to me than like, what if he was this irredeemable piece of shit who nobody likes and nobody respected? I just...
That's what bothers the hell out of me. That's what bothers the hell out of me so much when it comes to the Hulk and Bruce Banner is because it's his villains are a lot like Spider-Man, to where like they're dark reflections of the character of what Spider-Man could have been if he chose to go down the dark path. But because they both choose to do good for other people, that's what makes them heroes. And for some reason, people can't seem to understand that concept. And look at this villain is like, I know them from Spider-Man or wouldn't it be cool to see them and fucking wail on him?
Well, you know what that is. Here, I'll circle that back to that in 1 second. But Layla says, have Bruce and the Maker ever talked to each other?
I think Banner was assassinated by the time of like an attack that like overlapped. But yeah.
Well, I think she's talking about the Maker in the sense of like the Maker and 616 Bruce. So like Maker post Ultimate.
Yeah,
Universe,
that's what I mean. That Banner was assassinated in Civil War II. Then the Maker showed up and like fought the new Avengers.
That's right.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Turning into Immortal
but...
Hulk and all that. Yeah. Okay, my bad.
She also says, "What if Hulk was gay and Bruce was straight?"
Ooh, drama. There's a what if for you.
Typical queer woman always gotta bring the gay into it. I'm not
sparkle that little rainbow in there somewhere.
He's got rainbow fucking shorts, man.
Another one is
my rainbow sparkles.
Hulk and Juggernaut would go crazy.
Earth-shattering back shots.
So Miriam says, "Do you want me to recommend comics with Jewish protagonists?" Well, Ben Grimm.
Every issue of Moon Knight ever.
There's Moon Knight.
Every comic, every Fantastic Four comic ever.
That one. That's what I give them.
Mouse, Fantastic Four, Moon Knight. There's a lot considering like that's kind of how comics got their start. I guess you could. There's like Jewish coded characters, Superman, Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Any comics in the Mickey Mouse Club?
Well, yeah, Superman though is more of a metaphor though. Like
it's a metaphor. It's not literal. I've seen too many.
Victor, Chris, and I have already yelled at the microphone all about Superman already. Go watch that instead. That's the fun part. Yeah, when it comes to like Jewish superheroes, like oh god, man, it's just like there's a lot of good stuff out there, but like for some reason, like they don't fucking make it.
Yeah. Well, I think I think the problem is that there is like a lot of anti-Semitism in the industry, just like there is a lot of other forms of prejudice in the industry, and so I think a lot of that stuff doesn't get promoted the way that it probably should. You know, I've argued before, like people will say like Moon Knight's Jewishness is such an important part of his character, and I'm like, not to denigrate the Jewishness of Moon Knight, but
yeah, like never comes
is it like before like the 2000s or whatever? Like how often did that come up? Because I don't think
not very often.
I'm not. There's lots to mine there, and more recent books absolutely have like this idea that like Mark Spector was the son of a rabbi, and then he was resurrected by a fucking a fucking obscure moon god. That's fascinating. There's so much you could do with that.
I know, like, especially like if you like play with like the idea of like someone of like Hebrew descent, right? Like going into like back into like Egyptian like mythology, right? Like how would that like make him feel of like actually being like a Jewish man? Like considering like with the story of like say Exodus, you could have like a lot of like provocative like thoughts on like just like the playing of like religion itself, but they don't dive into that too much, at least from the stuff I've seen.
There was a line, I am gonna horribly bastardize it, so I'm just gonna talk about it in abstract, but there was a line, it was either in McKay's run or no, Lemire's run was the one where he was like in the psych hospital the whole time. But I think it was in McKay's run, which is really just a shitload of different series slapped together because they don't want to pay McKay too much money. That's why they do it. No, I'm not being funny. That's like that's been leaked. Like that's why they do it.
Oh no, I believe you. I believe you. It's still funny to me.
It changes the amount of money they have to pay. I don't know the whole thing about the structure, but it changes the amount of money they have to pay their creators. That's part of why they keep doing that, with not just with him, but with like somebody. If a character is doing well enough that you keep printing their books, you keep doing new #1s and new fucking series. Anyway, there's an awesome
it's
line.
a whole gimmick for everyone. I don't think it's like them specifically.
Yeah,
just Jed. Sorry, Jed, buddy. We can't pay you too much.
We're not paying you, but everyone else, we're gonna pay you a whole bunch.
But there's this awesome line where he talks about how like he was brought up to believe in like Is it Yahweh for the Jews? I mean, I know it's God, but like, you know what I mean? Like, is it?
Yeah,
is it-
Yahweh, I believe is.
I believe
Okay.
they refer to him still as Jehovah. I know Yahweh
Oh,
is
okay.
more of like the Christian faith, but like
Okay.
they don't mention it as much. But like Jehovah, from what I remember in college,
Okay.
Jehovah is like
Well,
the preferred name.
But
I
there's
could
this
be wrong.
awesome bit. There's this awesome bit that's like, I was raised to believe in one God, and all my life, you know, I was taking it and taking it and taking it, which is kind of, you know, the Jewish existence, right? And I was taking it, and then one day, on my worst day, like, you know, as I lay dying, I called out to God, and a different God answered, and he told me that it was okay to hit the fuck back.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, that's awesome. That's metal as fuck. That is Moon Knight to a T. I'm like, that is incredible. And that is the kind of shit you can do if you actually
if you gave a shit about the character.
I will be honest about something. In the Madhu, I don't think Chris or I are Jewish. I could be wrong. Oh, you are? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So maybe that's a thing we could explore more going forward. I think that's definitely something that we've neglected a bit more, I think. We could definitely look more into the Jewish. I feel a lot better about it, actually. I was gonna be like, that is a thing we're gonna but okay. We can
I was
That's a good thing to know, because like, you know, I actually have a project addressing that bit in the future for with Chris, but yeah.
Coming to Chris like, hey, the Jewish resource over here.
So we're gonna have the Jewish Madhu over here. We're gonna have the Christian Madhu over here.
That way.
That means I get Asian Madhu?
Yeah, we're gonna get Buddhism, we're gonna Taoism.
Honestly, this is already the case. I didn't just bring this up like last minute. It's like, this was something that Chris agreed to like a while back, but yeah.
Years
for
ago,
like one of the X-Men audio dramas that we were like splitting focus and like having like co-writers involved. But yeah, that one's like major stuff with, of course, like Magneto and a few other characters. So.
Cool. Yeah, no, like there's certain characters that like if you're not tapped into their Jewishness, you're just not
doing it.
I know that's a funny phrase, and I'm sorry if it's not appropriate. I'm not trying to be.
It makes sense.
That makes sense.
Yeah, you get what I'm trying to say.
You know, I was actually thinking about related to the topic about religion. I was thinking about like going back to the one question. I think was it Miriam who asked the question about non-super people stories. Yeah. I was thinking about doing a pitch for anybody who wants to do it. But the idea of like a perspective of a criminal who inspires Daredevil to like go further into like his belief in Catholicism, to where like the criminal, like he has like done many crimes, but then he finally like gets to a low point to where he like reaches out to God, and then like Matt is hearing this, and then he helps him like feel enlightened, like by choosing a more righteous path, and then that's what like keeps the spirit of like Catholicism, like his belief in God, because of the people that are inspiring him to continue his faith and like do good among the people of like New York and like anybody in Hell's Kitchen, to where it would inspire him like to stay like kind of like the run to where like Matt Murdock decides to stop being a lawyer and be a priest. But the idea would just be like it strengthens his faith in what he believes in. So I think that would be like more interesting if we're like going into like playing like with questions in like religion, and how does it make certain people think, and like how does that inspire them to do good, maybe bad. I don't know, maybe I feel like there's like a lot of like room right there to actually like put in like good stories just by simply inspiring like other people's faith, like contained in like Madhu.
I can tell you that coming off of the sequel to Hell's Guardian, there's going to be a lot that could go into that. I can tell you that there's several other things that I need to write before I get around to the Daredevil sequel, unfortunately. But I mean, it still won't be like too far in the future.
Yeah.
But that I wasn't gonna focus like too crazily into the Catholicism there. But what happens in that sequel audio drama is going to be like a ripe launch pad for people to explore the Catholicism more if they want to.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Because I will say that Chris wrote a really awesome, Madhu origin introduction for Daredevil.
I could have done it.
And much like, well, yeah, I beat the shit out of your original script, and then you went like, actually, here we go. So I will take some of the win for that one. It's why Chris was like, yeah, if you want to write the sequel, that's cool. But it, much like Daredevil originally as he appeared in comics, it was too happy. I had to come in for the sequel, and I had to Frank Miller this shit up. I had to be like, listen, what's here is great.
Matt's a little too happy today. How can we fix that?
I need to have him seduced to the point where he makes out in front of a blind kid that he's supposed to be helping. That was that's a real thing, by the way, from the Anna Senti's run. He is helping this like blind child, and he is so overcome with lust for Mary Walker, aka Typhoid Mary, that he just starts making out with this woman while in a relationship with Karen, mind you. And this little boy who is blind is standing between these two grown-ups that are supposed to be helping him. And he's like, guys, I can't hear anything, because Anna Senti wants to really drive home how horrible and fucked up this is. This child is like, guys, are you still there? Why isn't anyone answering me? And they're too busy sucking face.
What are those wet noises?
It's me and Billy.
Deliberately.
I mean, it depends on how far they're going there, Hatter.
It's meant to be like this is bad. This is real bad. Like, it's meant to make you feel like, Matt, what the fuck? I still remember over a year ago getting into this funny Twitter argument with somebody where they were mad that Matt in Daredevil Born Again was like I think it was when they were showing promo images from Born Again. And it seemed like Matt was gonna be throwing his billy club all over the place, if you know what I mean. And somebody got mad. They're like, why are they ruining his character? Why are they making him like, everyone keeps saying Matt Murdock is a horn dog. This is not the character at all. And I was like, Matt Murdock cheats on his partners all the time. Like, Matt Murdock being unfaithful is a regular character trope.
That's just a
and they're like, no, it's not. And I'm like, okay. And then I just listed all the times I remember Matt cheating on his partners. Off the top of my head.
Comic where he died, he has like multiple kids with multiple women.
Well, that's not canon. I was listing in canon stories where he's like straight up been unfaithful, and the person just stopped responding to me.
It was all right. It's over.
Not 616.
That reminds me of that. I forgot which run it was. Like, Black Cat is like trying to make Spider-Man jealous, and like,
so she fucks
starts
Daredevil.
like making she fucks Daredevil, and like Spider-Man's like, is this like the start of my supervillain origin story?
Yeah,
that's valid. Yeah.
It's coming up, Spider-Man. Don't worry.
I'm gonna be real though. Like, I don't like the idea of Daredevil being Black Cat's revenge fuck. That's really uncomfortable to me for all involved.
It is very weird.
No, it's just as weird as fucking like Batman and Batgirl in the Killing Joke movie, where they just decide, that's
don't bring that up.
It's fine.
I mean, it's not as weird because it's not like, like Spider-Man is like actually like related to Black Cat, but like at the same time, it's still weird.
Well, you also, it's like it's we know where it comes from. It's because it's Bruce Timm. That's like the one.
Dude, I remember seeing. So I took my brother and we went. Like, they were showing the movie The Killing Joke in like select theaters, and we're like, oh my god, we gotta go see it. We're like, and Bruce Timm's gonna be in it. Awesome. Over to movies, and then we start watching the movie, and I kid you not, like when it gets to where like Batgirl starts like taking off all her clothes and they start like, and it implies that they're gonna like fuck on a rooftop. Everybody in the audience was like, oh god. And this was a packed theater too.
That's I believe it. I believe it. Yeah. I don't know how Bruce Timm keeps getting away with that shit. Like
someone's got to stop
the animated series. That's how.
Yeah.
I'll give him a pass for that, maybe.
Just one pass.
No, you can love the animated series and be like, but this fucked up, Bruce.
Yeah, Bruce Timm. What the fuck?
At least it's not like super canon or anything.
No. I paid like over like $200 to get possession of the original version of his art book, Naughty or Nice, because it's no longer in print. Because it has like no. I'm glad that I got it. I wanted it because I was big into collecting art books at the time, and that one was no longer in print because it had a bunch of fandom characters in it. He has a version that's more accessible that doesn't have like a bunch of nude pinups of Barbara Gordon in it. But man, there's several nude pinups of Barbara Gordon in it in the version that cost several $100s that I paid for.
Yeah. I think it's one of the cases where the artist fell in love with his art. Like literally.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah. He sees Bruce Wayne as his weird fucking self-insert. Like,
I mean, his name is Bruce after all.
Yeah. True.
I mean, it's kind of
very humble for that. Batman is his self-insert.
Yeah. Oh,
how original! I've never heard that one.
AJ, I mean, he's self-inserted into Barbara Gordon. So.
AJ, I was going to circle back on that one point for you about Batgirl, and I forgot we got a whole bunch of things. So one of the things I regret, I'm pretty happy with Shadows over Gotham, but one thing that we talked about after the fact, and I was like, fuck, I wish I had thought about that. I wish that there had been like a cameo from Barbara in there. I wish we had had that moment of Gordon like calling. No, not so I'm the character. Not so that Bruce can fuck Barbara. We're not doing that.
No,
I forbid that with the full power of Allah. I fucking, I call swarms of locusts down on whoever fucking. No, we're not doing that. No, but I do wish that we just had like a cameo to like set up Jim and his daughter and whatever. Cool. That was a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
AJ was talking to me after it was like done or mostly done. It was like
go back.
And I was
it would have been the post-credit scene, dog.
Yeah, like
I didn't have enough planned, and to be fair, it completely changed since I last Shadows over Gotham was being worked on. Like the villain are different. Like everything.
Yeah. There was a million factors. Like I don't think we should like throw ourselves into the fiery pits over it, but it is a missed opportunity. I wish I had thought of it. But
next time.
But it's fine. It doesn't like ruin anything. It's just a missed opportunity. But one thing I was kind of debating because I dropped the first script for that Arkham Files project. So that's kind of being worked on. But I know Chris at some point would love to do kind of like a Gotham Central sort of thing. Yeah, we haven't really discussed much of that, but that was like a thing that was talked about, but one thing I'd also love to do there are two projects, one that's more directly germane to what we're talking about. One is just like a DC universe type show that's just like shorts, 10 to 15 minutes long, just focusing on different corners of the DCU that are more character focused. If you wanted to do an episode of just Jimmy hanging out at the Daily Planet going about his life, you could do like a story over here. You know what I mean? Or like if you wanted
your script and then runs.
yeah. Like fucking, whatever.
I need Plunderer finding a quarter.
Yeah, right, exactly. Just like, but like not usually like action focused things. Just kind of like focusing on like the little people or the civilian cast. You know what I mean?
I need
like that
a
kind of
Snapper Car as the first episode.
Ooh, yeah, Snapper Car.
I think that would be fun.
DC universe.
But also, before we go off,
I did have a Batgirl related idea that could fit into that, but I would like you to hear your.
Well, hold on. Yeah. Let me. because Gotham is practically a universe unto itself, and that's not me doing that. That's like, it really is, like, I would argue more than most of the DC universe. Like, Gotham and the Bat Family and all the rogues and all that shit and all the lore, like, Gotham's almost its own separate universe in a way. Like, I feel like Gotham, there could be like a Streets of Gotham series in the same vein, just focusing on Gotham. And I thought that if we were to go that route, that would be a really fun opportunity to just have like an evening at the Gordon home. You know what I mean? Like Gordon coming off shift and just like, here's my daughter, here's my well, no, I mean,
here's my
son-in-law with Bruce Wayne.
That is close to an idea that I had, and I can kind of talk about it because it happens off screen. Like it's what sets up Batgirl, but with James Jr. I wanted to have something with him, and something about like message boards where he's starting to get radicalized, kind of by the Joker cultish thing that you had set up.
Yes, that's why it's
and
fair.
that leads him to do what he eventually does, which sets up Batgirl, which I won't spoil, but
let's fucking go. No, I think that's great. No, that's perfect.
Oh
okay.
God, he's based off Elliot Rodgers. Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, like fucking well, like I mean that's what that whole idea of Joker is Andrew Tate was kind of meant to set up. Like I love that idea. So yeah, let's play.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that. I'm like, that's a really cool idea, and like it's a roundabout way to have like Joker still fuck up Jim Gordon's life in a way.
Yeah, that's true.
Without paralyzing Barbara?
Yeah,
without like
stripping him naked,
assaulting his daughter and then shooting her in the spine because it's funny. Like, yeah, no, like let's avoid that, baby.
He would find that shit hilarious. Be like, wow, how ironic is it that?
Drama. I don't know why we have to undress her. Like, we're not even like providing.
Well, no, but you could still, if you
stuff,
but I mean, you could still reference the fact that she'd been like assaulted. But I don't think we need to. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
it's unnecessary.
There are times where I think like, because I've done it. Like, there are times where you can fucking include like sexual assault as a mechanic. You have to do it very tastefully and safely. But I think a lot of people do it in a way that it's like, I'm not even pro-coaching. I'm just saying like it's literally not necessary. Literally, like this serves no greater purpose. There's nothing here that couldn't have been done through other means. Yeah,
it's all only served the shock visuals in the original comic. Like they never.
It's the implication. But then when you hear how they talk about Barbara behind the scenes, though, you know that.
Yeah,
that was intentional. Like
Yeah, that was the intent.
Even Alan Moore
never goes anywhere in the future.
Oh yeah.
Like,
okay, just as a quick aside, I love Alan Moore's work, but I'm so tired of seeing his dick get sucked on Twitter. I have Alan Moore is one of those fucking people. Every time somebody drops a quote from Alan Moore to like legitimize their feelings about comic books, I want to kill myself. I am so sick of
all I know is that he has a funny British voice.
So Alan Moore
funny British man.
So Alan Moore is known for two overall takes, one of which I think is totally valid and the other which I think is annoying as fuck. The thing that I think is valid is he's very critical of the way that especially the big two comics like treat creators. Understandably, completely righteously. He's like, you as an artist, AJ, you especially, I'm sure this would hit very hard for you, like being continually exploited and maligned and like, comics is not something you get into if you care about money.
It's the same thing with like the animation industry, which is like, people are getting picked up and dropped off, especially with comics where there are so many different people working on it. It's like, it's really, really difficult no matter which way you cut it. It's just like, that's just like doing anything creative though. Like honestly.
Yeah. But then Alan Moore is also regarded for a second take, which I find fucking insufferable. Like many times, not just because of not the take itself, but because of how it's been bandied about and weaponized. Although the take itself, to be clear, I find pretty fucking insufferable on its own. It's just, it's great. The hatred I have for it is greater than the sum of its parts. Alan Moore has this whole thing about how like superhero fiction is dumb, child slop, essentially. Like, it's stuff like just for kids, and it shouldn't be taken seriously, and people who do care about it are dumb little children who can't grow up, and it's just like every demeaning idea that you can think of for comic books as children's entertainment is something Alan Moore has said.
Are you talking about Alan Moore, or are you talking about The Boys?
No, I'm talking about Alan Moore. Garth Ennis comes from a similar school of thought that Alan Moore. Garth Ennis does not regard. Here's the thing: Garth Ennis does not, I don't think, regard superheroes as vapid children's entertainment. He just thinks they're dumb, except for Superman.
I've sort of. I remember I was kind of critical of. I've kind of softened on Garth Ennis a little bit.
No, Garth Ennis is great.
Yeah.
I don't think Garth Ennis is above criticism, but The Boys, the comic, is infinitely better than the show in most cases. I'm sorry, it just is. It is. And if people are like, no, it's not, the show is better, I feel like that's cope. I feel like if you sat down and did a critical analysis of everything going on across the series, it's not to say that the comic is not edgy and isn't mean-spirited and outdated in a lot of its ideas and does not descend into schlocky shock value territory a lot of the time, because it does. All those things are true. I would still recommend The Boys, the comic, over the show. The show had potential. I'm sorry. The comic is just a better story in most cases. It just really is. People just don't like Garth Ennis because he's edgy. like he's edgy. He says mean things, and like he likes to use slurs.
I mean, I would say that originally, like, yeah, when the whole like show to comic thing started, like, it was very much a case where like one was more vindictive than the other of like superheroes and shit.
Yeah,
and
but
then,
yeah, I see.
And then later on in the show, like, they began to do their whole like, oh, the VCU and like, let's make fun of, like, all this superhero media. It's oversaturating the market. It's like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah, right.
And then like JK, and then later on they were like, but what if?
They
can't do that.
Yeah, they became the joke that they were making.
Yeah, like they were doing the joke. Like,
the relationship between Huey and Annie in the show is a fucking joke, which is hilarious because it's meant to be like the emotional touchstone of the original story. This is the part that might ruffle some feathers, understandably.
I think you've already ruffled.
The relationship between Frenchie and, as she's called, the female in the comics is so much better than whatever the fuck they were trying to do with Frenchie and Kimiko in the show. I don't know what the fuck.
To make the idea of Soldier more likable somehow.
I mean,
they didn't give her a name,
wasn't.
so that's always something.
I don't think. No, you don't need it. Do you know what the female is in reference to?
Oh yeah, being.
It's not just being edgy. It's not because she's a woman. It's not to like deperson her. It's a reference. Her full name is the female. Well, her full name is the female of the species in the comic. That's her full title. Is the female of the species. And the reason that's a reference to a Rudyard Kipling poem, and it's about the female of the species being deadlier than the male. She doesn't need a name. If Clint Eastwood didn't need a fucking name, it's not inherently misogynistic to not give her a name. And calling her the female is only reductive if it's a reductive term. Like, if it's meant to be like, that's all she is. It's like, no, it's a literary reference because she is the female member of the team among the boy. They're the boys, but she is the female of the species. And also it's a send up. She's like kick-ass and dangerous and deadly, and don't fuck with her. If anyone tries to touch her without her consent, she literally like eats their hands. I don't fucking know what you want. Like, there's nothing wrong. I can understand for television.
Well,
especially in the year of our Lord, like 2020, 2022.
Especially considering that they had like 5 seasons of such, they could not set up to that reveal and go, "Oh, no, don't worry, it's going to be empowering later."
I get it. I'm just saying that, like, when we're comparing,
that's my problem with it personally.
Yeah,
just
I mean,
if you delay it
plays
enough,
better in
it's
a comic.
like that's sort of the trouble. And like, yeah, the boys is part shorter in the comics, so you can get away with doing
Don't
that.
you want to see Bot Rising
like,
too?
Yeah,
Electric
but
Boogaloo?
I'm just saying if you're comparing, like, you know what I mean, like the stories on their own merits. I'm saying like, but that's not her being called the female is not an inherently misogynistic thing. Like, I mean,
Well,
you know. Go ahead.
Well, to add on to your point too, like you can also like play with it, like what does the title mean to other people as well? Because like once they like hear of like the female, like everybody's like, oh fuck, get out of here. You guys seen the movie Dread with Carl Urban? The main villain in that it's called Mama, and she's like the kingpin of like a certain district, and everybody knows who this like kingpin is. Like nobody fucks with her. Only Judge Dredd is like ballsy enough to actually like climb an entire fucking tower to kill literally everybody, do the impossible based on like this one person who has this title that everybody fears of.
Yeah. No, and she's played by an amazing actress.
Oh yeah,
I fucking love Lena Headey. She's so fucking cool.
Oh, yeah,
awesome. But
I'm
but
just
yeah,
thinking
no,
of Mom from Futurama.
But no, like the Boys comic, if people watching this like haven't read it, I don't care what you've heard about it on Twitter, and I'm not gonna say that there's not lots of stuff in there that's gonna turn your stomach. There might be points that are too much for you.
Yeah.
And there
I
is
think the criticisms are just it's gory though. That's
No, I know. I'm making a larger point, Victor. I swear to God, do not make me reach through the screen and like throw you out the window I threw Jack out of earlier.
Gonna pull a ring and just pull you into the TV.
I said it's mean-spirited. There are definitely problematic elements. You have to remember this was a response to 9/11 when this comic came out. Everything that comes with that. You know, this is pre-Me Too. This is pre a lot of more advances we've made in feminism. There's a lot of really hurtful stuff about like gay and trans people in there, but there are also characters that push back against that stuff too. Like Garth Ennis is not a chud. It's just Garth Ennis is largely woke for 2002 or whenever the fuck this was. You know what I mean?
He was a little ahead of his time.
You have to take this in the context of what it was reading. And if you individually decide when you're reading stuff, if there's a line for you. If you're like, I don't like that they use this word, I don't like that, you know, we go into these themes in this way, because there's shock value, there's gross shit. But if you can push through it, I think it's ultimately a rewarding journey. But there are definitely going to be lines for people, and that's valid.
I mean, to be fair, Neil Gaiman wrote like progressive trans characters, and we saw how much of a fucking
he's the biggest piece of shit imaginable. Go fucking figure that, right? Yeah, like
that's sort of the whole deal there. Yeah, like
I still love his work. I just wish
who are progressive in real life and create regressive content. You can have people who are regressive, who are like progressive in real life, but create very regressive content and like
but be pieces of shit. I think that's what gets lost is like just because they're on my side doesn't mean that they're not a piece of shit.
Yeah, it's one of those unfortunate situations of separating the artist from the art.
Yeah, and sometimes it's harder to do than others. I was watching I watched the Hidden Rabbits podcast a lot. It's like a pseudo literary podcast between a boyfriend and girlfriend who are mostly in the film industry, I think, but they cover a lot of pop culture topics and like discussions. Often like one episode will be about like a crazy murder for hire plot that ended up on an episode of Cops, and then their most recent episode was literally about like separating the art from the artist. You know, they're kind of like all over the map. But there was this interesting idea posed by Lindsay, the lady half of the pair, where she said that like she doesn't think like art from artist is really she's like, I don't think you can separate art from the artist. Okay, get your foot. Well, you already hung up. Fuck you. I hate when people do that, by the way. If you're gonna drop a note in chat, give people a moment to respond to your note. Fuck. It's okay, Jack.
Damn it, Jack.
Yeah, I just for record, don't do that. Don't be an asshole.
It's okay. We'll just hate you forever.
Yeah, right. Fuck. But her thing was like you can't separate art from artist. It's just a question of like being honest about where your individual lines are. And I think that that's probably true. I think I agree with that. I know that's not what people mean. When people say separating art from the artist, what they mean is like being able to enjoy the work in spite of the artist. And like, I think that that's valid. But like, can you actually separate art from the artist? No. Like, if you know, you can't. I can't not know that Neil Gaiman is like a fucking coercive rapist piece of shit with delusions of grandeur. I can't unknow that now.
You can't know that J.K. Rowling's a huge turf.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, just apropos of nothing, I'm so happy. I was seeing, I forget if this was on Twitter or Instagram earlier today. Somebody had posted this thing where they were like, saying, I'm not a lesbian, but I'm no longer attracted to men. What do I call that? And then Amanda fucking Palmer came in and was like, sanity. And then just a bunch of comments came after her going like, hi, so aren't you the woman who enabled Neil Gaiman for years? Aren't you like a human trafficker, essentially? Shut the fuck up. Who told you to speak on feminism right now? Get the fuck out of here. And I'm glad that she has not escaped this unscathed, because what the fuck? Like, she is like a real bad egg, man. Fuck.
Usually the assistants can,
Well, like the fact is, like, I mean, her big thing was being a part of the Dresden Dolls. Like, I mean, like, she has a big following in her own right, or she did, but I think it's a little crazy to pretend that Amanda Palmer had anywhere near the fucking star power that Neil Gaiman did. So I think it's just like her, but it's like, lady, you were complicit in this. You could try to pretend that like you weren't, but like you were like his Ghislaine Maxwell. What the fuck?
He literally has a text message about the victim saying that she's mine, don't touch her. Like, how the fuck you didn't know what he's up to?
And well, I'm from what I remember,
this one's mine.
She was like really like fucking like talking about like, I'm gonna get you your usual type and shit. Like, woman, get the fuck. I hate her so much, man. I hate her so much. I
think that this brings a new can of worms about like people that try to go into progressive spaces and they're actually predators. They're fucking sharks.
Oh, so real. Hold on one second though. I don't want to neglect the chat. Miriam had said, have you listened to the fiction podcast Superhuman Public Radio? I have not. Have you guys heard of that one?
No.
What is that? This is like the first time I'm learning about this.
Miriam, shoot us a link, Miriam.
Yeah.
Jamie, pull that up.
Okay, Jamie, pull that shit up. Let me stuff Chubb's nuts a little bit more and pull that link up while I'm gargling. Like, let's
pull up the Luke one.
Goddamn right. While I'm eating my food.
Right. Killing Skull live on camera, like, or not live on camera, you know what I mean?
Miriam
you don't want to see that.
It's a satirical mockumentary, but it's not meant for spirited. It's not mean-spirited, and it's created with love for the superhero genre.
That's awesome. I'm gonna bookmark that.
There
you go.
I like those ones with a good balance of it. That's usually very.
Oh, who do we lose?
Oh, Skull. I think he said he'll be right back. Yeah.
Oh, did he? I didn't even hear him. My bad. Okay.
He did, yeah, very briefly. But yeah, there's been more of them, like, within that balance, which I think is very appreciated. The third party like superhero productions nowadays.
Yeah.
I think your Invincibles and Dispatches of the world.
I think the thing, well, you got to remember, fucking Invincible's old as shit. It just came more into prominence now because of the animated series.
Yeah, of course. Like, the anime show, I bring up as like a random example of a third party one. They're like, sure. But yeah,
sure.
Like,
I think the only problem I have. I think the only problem I have with superhero deconstructions is that there's like been so much of it that it does get a little tired, to be honest. Like,
yeah. I think more are the ones that like believe that they're the first ones to come up with this idea.
Yeah, well, I meant to talk about that earlier. The idea that like when we were talking about like characters that write these stories about like Bruce Banner being the piece of shit, really, or whatever. It's like, oh, you think you're clever. Oh, or
deconstructed everything about the Hulk, or Batman is a tyrant with his money, or
Yeah. Like,
real original for the 10th or 11 billionth time, Superman wants to take over the world.
Yeah, like, oh, you think, oh man, like, yeah, like, you just graduated college. Okay, I got you. Like, it's all right.
It's the most original idea ever. Wait, yes, I haven't left my house in decades. Why do you ask?
I think I talked about this story, I think, a couple live streams back. But as much as I hate Chuck Dixon, he did make a point that was genuinely really funny and poignant about the Punisher, which was that so many people, when he was at Marvel, would pitch him what they called, like, I have the best Punisher story, and it was always the same Punisher story. It's what if Punisher accidentally killed an innocent person? And
they were all just trading the script for Punisher Warzone between each other, and they didn't realize it. They didn't actually write it. They were just like, oh, I picked this off the ground. I wrote it.
I mean, even I appreciate. God, man, I just watched Punisher Warzone again recently, and it's now my favorite Punisher movie. Like, I'm not. It's
God
not,
damn it, Castle!
Yeah, right. It's so funny. Like, it's genuinely a great black comedy, while also taking the character seriously, and it's also the most true to the comics version of the character. Like, it's wild, man. Like, I genuinely love that movie so much. It's so fun. It's so good. Punisher is like a real badass without being a fucking monster, nor does he mope around endlessly for hours on end. Like,
I don't know. I
fucking soap
Thomas
is in
Jane,
it. I used to say Thomas Jane was my favorite Punisher, but upon rewatch, I'm sorry. I think I give it to
I think the most I'd give Warzone is Stevenson does a pretty good performance, and of course having Micro there is a good one.
And Jigsaw, we put actual Punisher characters in our Punisher movie.
Yeah, we also got Jigsaw finally.
Yeah, where Jigsaw isn't he doesn't have makeup to where he still looks attractive, but he's got the scars. It's like, no, make that motherfucker look ugly.
Actually, and also Punisher in Punisher 2001 is not even a good adaptation of Welcome Back Frank, even though it literally has the supporting cast from there in it. Like, for God's sake, Punisher barely gets in any gunfights in that fucking movie. What? He shoots 2 dudes and then fights the Russian and a weird killer version of Johnny Cash. No guns, and then at the very end he fucking storms the compound and kills all his villains in one fell swoop, half of which were killed with a bow and arrow. Like, it just feels so, in retrospect it feels like another, we don't really want to do a Punisher movie. We want to do a deep introspective revenge movie about a Marine who, in the theatrical cut, mind you, we don't get into his military history at all, except for one reference from Spacker Dave. It feels to me in retrospect, and I do love the movie, but it feels like another. We didn't really want to make a Punisher movie. We just wanted to make a cool crime movie about a Marine getting revenge for his family, but we didn't want to make him the Punisher. And I'm just kind of like, really? Okay.
It is more than Dolph Lundgren, but yeah.
No, but even Dolph Lundgren looks the most like the Punisher. That's a fucked up thing.
Yeah.
Dolph Lundgren did some method acting like a motherfucker for that.
But that's also because he's the most powerful character-looking guy at all times. So
this motherfucker literally didn't sleep. One of the biggest issues, one of the biggest issues of the movie is the no skull thing. But I think we're so used to the MCU version that it doesn't even bother us now.
Yeah, right. No, what if Dolph Lundgren had the skull, but then what if he, kept putting it down and going, I'm done, and then going I'm gonna fucking.
Yeah, that just happens anyway.
Fucking, man, I don't know, man. I think I've said for a long time. I think I still believe this, but I think Warzone has enough there that I almost feel like it's not necessary anymore. But I feel like I'd still stand by my original idea that the quintessential Punisher live action has not been made. It needs to be a blending of all the different iterations that have come before. taking the least of all from John Bernthal. To be fair, I really don't know that version is necessary.
Take the least from John Travolta.
Well, yeah, that's a character.
No, you can
that's
put
not
him in
even
there.
John Bernthal doesn't look. John Bernthal doesn't look like Frank Castle. John Bernthal doesn't act like Frank Castle. John Bernthal has a fantasy version of the character that he's in love with, like that he wants to play.
To play devil.
If I did the live action, I would definitely have the guy they got playing Zangief in the Street Fighter movie as the Russian.
That's a good call. Kevin Nash. Wasn't it?
No. This guy's legitimately like, I think he's like 6'7", just full of muscle. I think he'd be the Russian.
6'7".
No.
6'7".
No.
I was hoping one of us would have the grace to avoid that.
Yeah, I know.
We ain't above shit.
No topics off limits here.
But no, I think there is some good from John Berthal's thing, like the new one shot that he did, but that was mainly about it.
That sounds like, I don't know, everyone that I've heard who cares about Punisher says that fucking thing is dog shit, and I hate it.
All they've been doing is like rag on one special effects shot, and that's like,
no, that's not what I'm talking about. No,
you're
that's
not the freaking 20 things guy on YouTube. Like, shut the hell up.
Oh yeah,
like,
no, I don't care about that. I mean, I think that was kind of funny that this is what happens when you fire your entire VFX
right.
department,
Like,
but,
gee, how can this happen?
Yeah, I wonder what happens when you trade them in only once in a while as your new plan to save on money. Like, jeez.
It's like when I was poking fun at Jack earlier, where I'm talking about like you're talking about what you want out of Batman, and you're just describing most Batman comics. I feel like when people talk about what they want out of Punisher, I'm like, that's just most Punisher comics. Like you could just read a Punisher comic that's not Garth Ennis, and you would get that. Like they want this more heroic, but still deadly and awesome and serious version of the Punisher, who has thoughts and feelings, but still is willing to shoot people in the face. And I'm like, hi, that's called 616 Punisher. Before we all got our bee in our bonnet and decided we need to vilify the character because he has the worst fans alive. That's just called The Punisher. You can just read The Punisher, and that character exists. He's been here for years. You can read them. They're not even that many. The character came out in 1974. You can just go read it. You can do it right now. But nobody wants to do that. So, woe is me.
Read the 80s, bro.
Yeah, no, it's good, man. It's good. It's not perfect. Nothing from the fucking 80s is gonna be except a Commando. But just like fucking go read actual motherfucking Punisher comics. Frank is awesome. And yeah, no, he's fucking great. He didn't need to be fixed. That was something I wanted to touch on earlier that drives me nuts. People that come in and like, I have a plan to fix this character.
Yeah, there's a lot of fixing stuff with a lot of them, and it's just like I'm just like,
yeah. Well,
this character does not need to be fixed in this angle or whatever.
Batman gets that a lot in modern interpretations. Like, let's fix this character, and it's like you're fixing a version that doesn't exist. You're fixing a version that, exists in fandom. And when I say fandom, I mean again the Tumblr crowd or the Twitter crowd, like people who don't read the book. Read the book. Read the book. I just need a fucking sign that says read the book. And I need it to be made of balsa wood so I can just beat people with it when they annoy me. Read the book.
You just be like the bus driver in The Simpsons, just tap on the sign.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I just saw Ricardo in chat.
Hello, Ricardo. I know, Galvin. Yeah, it was kind of yeah, I was watching Spider-Man at the time. That's mainly why I was having my pizza while I was watching Spider-Man. So
there we go.
Yeah, it was Spider-Man Noir. I watched like the first 2 episodes. Really fun series. Really been enjoying that one. Like I feel like I believe in what Lord and Miller are doing with this character, multiversally or otherwise.
I would have liked original Noir as he was created during the Noir universe, but it was all right. I watched the first episode, And I was like, tell me, is it Surf Dracula? By which I mean, how much is Nicolas Cage or his stunt double actually in the Spider-Man suit? I need to know that.
Predictably going to be the case even for like a normal fit actor. Like they weren't actually going to swing one across the city.
No. I was joking. I don't care if it's a stunt double for most of the action scenes, but how much is Spider-Man or the Spider in this fucking show? Somebody who's seen more of it than one episode, answer that question for me.
He does. He does have more Spider-Man stuff than we have seen in the first episode. So don't worry. We're not gonna wait until the finale for him to resuit up as the Spider.
Okay, I don't. Yeah, I want a decent amount of Spider-Man.
That was my favorite part. Damn.
Oh no!
Well, my favorite part of just going around is expected.
What really happens?
There's a decent amount of that too. Don't worry.
Good. There's a lot of edging. Good.
Don't worry, they edge you just the right amount.
What actually happens is that they have a whole bunch of episodes to where Spider-Man doesn't show up until the last episode, and then you get to see Spider-Man, because that's such a well thought out practice in television.
Yeah,
it comes.
That's what we need.
It comes from, I'm serious, people like Alan Moore propagating this idea that fucking comic books are dumb entertainment made for children and should not be taken seriously as literature. Yeah. He's not the only person who says this. He's just like a prominent industry person who, along with Dave Gibbons, like made the quintessential deconstruction of superhero fiction. And I would not wish harm upon Alan Moore. Like, if I had a time machine, I would go back and I would smother Sam Altman in his crib, or at least wait until he's grown up, because I don't want to hurt a baby. I'm gonna wait until he's grown up, but before he can do horrible things to his sister, and then I'm gonna kill him in a drive-by. But
let's see if you make the same choices.
Yeah, right. So I would not harm Alan Moore. That would be a loss to the world. But I would beat the shit out of him until he had different ideas about superheroes. I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? Come on, man. Like, take your mall Santa Rasputin ass out of here. You're going to make comics worse. You're going to make them better until you make them worse. Because, like, Watchmen is paradoxically going to make them be more taken seriously as literature.
I mean, to be fair, he's regretted the novels. And he's regretted the fan reception stuff with Watchmen, so I'll give him that.
What's up?
Like Alan Moore, he's regretted like the fan reception stuff to Watchmen, like over the years.
Yeah, well, are you talking? I don't know. Well, I know he said that like he doesn't understand why people connect with Rorschach, and that actually irritates me. I think he's dumb about that. When he's like, "This character's horrible. Why do you fucking like him?" And I'm like, "You might have just meant him as this like racist lunatic or whatever." But there is like, and I'm a leftist. There's stuff to really admire about Rorschach. I'm sorry, and I'm kind of perplexed that you don't understand it.
Oh no, you liked all of my well-written characters. Why are you relating to them?
Right. Well, that's why anytime
monster.
Yeah, like you wrote him as the moral center. Like when you get to the end of the book, like he's the one who's like tells Dr. Manhattan to fucking blow him. And then fucking, ultimately wins. And then it's a funny choice of words, but then he ultimately wins in the end. And it's played as like kind of a triumph, sort of, almost. And I'm really perplexed. And you're like, why do people hate, or why do people love Rorschach so much? And like, do you really not
you
understand this?
I'm not sure if you did this by accident.
Wrote him
as
like
the focal point.
I mean, earlier you were talking about like where people's lines were. That's 100% it.
He unintentionally also wrote him to have some cool lines.
What do you mean, AJ? Like, is Rorschach like a line for you? Is that what you meant, or did you have a?
No, I meant like the criticisms that stem with like the character. Like at least from
were you
I don't know, bro. I just came back. My roommate was watching Half-Life videos loud as fuck, and I was kind of vibing with it for a sec.
No, so I was talking about how I've always found it weird, and I'm glad to see I'm not the only one, that Alan Moore is always like, I know you don't read comics, AJ, but have you read Watchmen, or do you like know you've watched the movie at least maybe?
I started reading it.
That
And I
counts,
promised
counts.
myself I'd get back to it, but I never did.
But you know the story, like you know the ending. Okay, okay. So Alan Moore has long had this thing where he's like, I don't understand why people love Rorschach so much, because I wrote Rorschach to be this like terrible fucking like caricature. He's like meant to be like a right-wing figure. He's like meant to be a total piece of shit. Why do people like this character? And it's like, because he's dedicated to his ideals, because he believes in superheroes, because
he technically is the only one who didn't accept the new Utopia too.
We connect with what broke him as a hero. Like that's like very empathetic. Like if you have empathy, you can really connect with that. And at the end, he's the only one who stuck to his guns and ultimately told it said like, no, people need to hear the truth.
A character and that character being a piece of shit are not mutually exclusive.
Mutually exclusive, yes. And I'm like, you're supposed to be this great writer, and you don't understand this. But that's also like fucking who is it that created Breaking Bad? Is it Vince
Gilligan?
Yeah.
Vince Gilligan literally does the same thing, and it drives me insane.
Yeah.
Why do people like Walter White? He's such a gross character. And I'm like, yeah, except for all the times where he's awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
People connect with the times where he's awesome, and the things that they relate to, and the things that speak to the empathy that they have as humans, and they can acknowledge that Walter White is ultimately a guy who descends into villainy, but still have a lot of empathy for him and still think his cool moments are cool. What the fuck are you talking about, Vince Gilligan? What are you so confused about?
It's so weird. It's like if you actually dedicate yourself to writing the story very well and making your characters like have good depth and drama to them.
Yeah.
It's like, why do you like these characters so
That's
much?
just good character craft, man. Like,
yeah. No, it drives me insane anytime we hear creators talk about their work.
Like I love repugnant heroes too. Like, you know?
Yeah. No, but
it goes both ways. Yeah.
There's one of my favorite moments from a movie that most people hate. Have anybody here seen Revolver from Guy Ritchie?
Yes.
No, but I really wanted to see that.
Okay, I am going to technically spoil a scene from it, but the movie's still worth watching. Don't pay attention to what people tell you. Also, in my personal opinion, watch the American version, not the original British one, which is a very divisive opinion. I don't know. The scene that I'm about to tell you about ends differently in the American version, and I think it's far superior.
Well,
but anyway.
it worked for The Office.
Yeah, right. There you go.
I think people have their preferences on that one too. Yeah.
So, Revolver. I'm not gonna even get into what it's about. The scene is like largely self-contained, but like through Revolver, there's a side character played by Mark Strong. His name is Sorter, and he's a hitman for the mob. And we see him do some badass hitman things throughout the fucking movie, whatever. And then there's a scene where the guy who he works under is threatening a little girl in order to get what he wants out of her dad, and just being like really sadistic about it and really fucked up. And Sorter, Mark Strong's character, finally kind of breaks at one point and is like, okay, that's enough. And gets told to fuck off. And we go back to being creepy to the little girl and terrorizing this father, whatever. And Sorter takes out a gun after a few moments of consideration and shoots his boss in the neck, and then proceeds to kill all of his coworkers in the room, and then has this awesome shootout walking through an apartment building, fending off all these people trying to come in and get this guy and his daughter. And it's fucking awesome. It's a piece of shit character who works for terrible people, but that moment is awesome, and you love rooting for him in that moment. It's like, this horrible person had like a change of heart in this moment. He found, to bring it back, he found where his line was, and he stepped the fuck up, and that's awesome. Yeah, that's so cool.
I think writers like when it comes back to like the Vince Gilligan stuff and the Alan Moore stuff, I feel like writers underestimate the morbid fascination that like as an audience member we have in wanting to see these like pieces of shit in moments where it's like they're weirdly the underdog. It's like, my brother in Christ, you wrote that. Like,
yeah. Like I'm going through my first watch through of The Sopranos right now, and I'm just like fascinated for that exact reason. You know, there's so many characters where it's like, I fucking hate you for this, but I love you for this.
Right.
It's the same thing when I watch The Penguin, because like the performances and the writing is so good in that show. But the writers should know, like the audience like recognize, like, Penguin's a bad guy, and the people that he like kills and also kind of like works for are bad guys. It's a gangster show. They're not good people, but we want to see the drama.
It is fantastic how like I went from rooting for him so hard to absolutely despising him in that one.
So easily,
you know what scene it is? Like, holy shit! Like, wow.
That's
I'm sorry. I zoned out because I was looking at chat. AJ, what?
We're talking about the Penguin.
Media? Oh, the Penguin. Okay.
Yeah. Where like, you know, that one scene, like, you know, you kind of like throughout this, you're rooting for, and then like last
towards the end, he does the one thing.
Get Batman in here, beat him up.
Yeah, I know I'm
how dare
posting right now, but like,
how dare he lock Sophia up again, bastard? That made me
the thing of that one is, I was never really like on the whole fence about like, oh man, like the Penguin was a villain. Oh my god, shut!
He was a bad guy.
It wasn't really in that energy, and more just like, you know, like more in the whole deal of like, you know, the show just like took forever for his rise, and then suddenly it's just a speed run, like way like close to the end. Just suddenly he has like, you know, government contacts and everything just set up like already, and it's just like, you know, wait a minute, did we skip a few episodes? Like, what the hell?
I think we also just kind of there. Get more and more. It's easier and easier as time goes on to relate to villains, especially when it comes to like organized crime and shit. The more things get worse for us in the real world, right? Like the number of times I've had conversations with my close friends where I'm like, yeah, crime sounds awesome right about now. Like crime is are we hold on, thing in chat, this is kind of for me. Hey, are we going to get any Venom storyline? Well, the Venom storyline is happening.
It's already
right
here.
now. It's just a slow burn. If you follow Spider-Man the audio drama, well, if you start with Venom on this channel and then jump to Spider-Man the audio drama, I can tell you the entire first 2 seasons. We're only 3 episodes in so far, but the entire first 2 seasons of Spider-Man the audio drama are going to be heavily about Venom. Venom is a big deal in our universe. So, actually, what am I saying? First 3 seasons, technically. Venom is a big part of Spider-Man in our universe. It's a slow burn. I can tell you won't see Venom for a while, but Eddie Brock is a major player in our Spider-Man series from episode 1, and he will continue to be around for a while. There are big things planned for the character, and it's just Eddie Brock. We might do fun stuff in the future, but I can tell you this is a story in terms of Venom in our universe about Eddie Brock. So if that appeals to you,
what if we pivot and just make Harry Osborn Venom instead?
That sounds dumb.
Here we go.
That sounds like something you do in an actual brain dead bit of children's entertainment.
They would never do that.
We'll make him a adjacent, somewhat Agent Venom, and then he just becomes Venom. Why not?
Yeah, why don't you just get Angelo Fortunato and let's make him Venom?
Yeah, and then the symbiote can abandon him in midair, which it's kind of out of character for the symbiote. But you know, Angelo Fortunato also sucks. So like,
no. The symbiote basically is a parasite, and parasites also know when there's like they gotta fight to survive.
Symbiote.
If you're stuck with Fortunato, you ain't fucking surviving. He's like, fuck this kid.
I don't like so. The symbiote as its own entity has generally not been shown to be incredibly vindictive. So I always kind of didn't like the idea of that. I know it's a funny moment, and fuck that guy. So I mean, I'm not like really broken up about it. And I'm also not like a huge Venom fan, right? Funnily enough, because I just said he's a huge part of the first half of Spider-Man. But I never liked
Sam
that.
Raimi.
for the character. No, look, do you not think I've handled Eddie Brock so far with a lot of respect, right? Like, come on, like I am building up to this. I'm giving it its due, even though I don't like the character. Come on, give me some credit. Because I've always said that when I'm adapting characters, even ones that I don't like, it's not about me, right? Like I want to try to tell like a cool story that I can be proud of, but my job taking on characters that mean so much to other people is to put myself in the head of people that like these characters. I genuinely believe that. I don't like, there's so much of this in comic books and in movies where people come onto properties and they're like, they clearly have an axe to grind and they don't seem to like the character. So they try to shapeshift it into something that aligns with them. And it's like, what are we doing? I try very hard not to do that. It's why I said, like, even though I'm not a big Miles fan, like, if we have to do a Miles story because it means so much to people, and I want to make sure that we do it right, even though I don't like the character.
Very popular character,
I've always been a, and also there is an element. I don't think I'm fixing Venom. I'm telling a version of Venom that I think I would like, while also trying to be respectful to the fans at the same time, if that makes sense. Like, well, I'm trying to ride that line, not just be like, this is my toy now, fuck with you.
Well, yeah, it would be like if you decided to like take Daredevil and like make him like lose his faith and like renounce Catholicism and say, oh, I'm an atheist, God sucks. It's like that's like a quintessential part of his character. Like
right?
Keep that in there. Otherwise it's not Daredevil.
Yeah.
Even my wife, who has severe religious trauma because she grew up as the daughter of a Baptist minister, understands, like, and she gets really testy anytime there's like organized religion as a theme in fiction and it's not there to be shat upon. And even she acknowledges that there are some characters, like, she doesn't know a lot about Daredevil, but she knows that I really like the character. And as I've like described it to her, she's like, well, then he needs to be a Catholic. It sounds like that's like half the character. You can't really do fun stuff with this character if you don't make him like super Catholic. And I'm like, if my
there's
religious
occasional moments of like falling out and disbelief, but like he eventually gets back on that horse, you know.
Well, no, yeah, sure, but I mean, even that, I would argue that's still like, that's from the Catholicism, though. You know what I mean? Like
that's still his born again period.
Yeah. Like, it's like saying you can do fun Moon Knight stories that have nothing to do with his Jewish heritage, but I feel like it's still very
It is still.
It's a part of his character.
I don't think it's been represented nearly as much as people like to pretend it's been. We like to rewrite history with Mark and go like, it's always been so integral to his character. It's like, no.
Shut up. That's always been the case for a few characters where like, you like to pretend that something's always been there. But it's like, no, this has only been there for just like this little bit, and then, you know, we've gone off to do like this other thing. Or, you know, actually this thing wasn't always there, and you know, like back in the distant past, it did not exist at all.
Well, we do cringe things though with a lot of these characters too, like people who this comes into another thing that drives me insane is like characters like Spider-Man, where people will insist that he has always been Jewish, and that will be because he always uses Jewish slang.
He does do
and I'm
that,
like, not for nothing.
That's true.
I grew up using Jewish slang because I grew up reading Spider-Man. There's nothing to say that like Spider-Man does not. I still say to this day, we have a woman that we work with on Apex Shadow, my original superhero show, who thought I was Jewish for the longest time because I use fucking Jewish slang sometimes, like oy vey. And I had to explain to her, like, no. I think the word is Gentile. I just fucking I just that some of those words are in my vocabulary because I read Spider-Man growing up, and that's a character whose Jewishness has been hotly debated for a long time because of mostly the fucking slang words and like other stuff where it's like implied, right? Like, oh, he was on a piece of Hanukkah art. Celebrating holidays, and it's like, so were a bunch of other characters that weren't Jewish, like markedly. You know, he's been shown to celebrate Hanukkah. Okay, he's been shown to celebrate Christmas too. What do you want?
That's always been the case. They've had Spider-Man Christmas specials. They've had Spider-Man sing Christmas songs. In fact, that was also a thing.
to be clear, if anyone's listening and they like don't know who I am, I don't want them getting the wrong idea. If Spider-Man is Jewish, that's fine and cool.
Yeah, it's a cool reinterpretation.
I'm not saying, I'm not making a case for Spider-Man to not be Jewish. That would be stupid.
Yeah.
I just don't like shitty fan discourse. It's like when
like
the sequel to
fandom definitive deal. Yeah.
Like the sequel to Spider-Verse came out, right? And people were saying you think Gwen in that movie is trans is fine and valid, and I think there's a lot there to support your case. But pretending that it's explicitly in the text and people like, don't agree with you are bigots, that's insane. That's
like it's a
weird
visual metaphor deal. Like I've had a background in the world of wikias and stuff. I've been monitoring that space for some time, still do on occasion. And in that space, like there was like one show like that I was moderating that on this wiki that like had like big time gay ship, and then like they like end up like photoshopping the finale to like say the like see these two women kissed kissed. But then the like writers deleted this final scene from the episode, and then like they straight up debunked it on the spot, and it was like no, we didn't have this filmed at all. And then it was just like their whole like canceled them at the last minute deal just failed on its face like right there.
I think it's an unfortunate case of people getting too attached to a character, feeling that they're relating to the character so much that they feel like they need to sew in details to feel even closer to the character. But like, unless it's like a quintessential 100%. Detail, like say like Moon Knight being Jewish or Daredevil being Catholic, that's explicitly stated. Like this is a part of like
specific part of the character.
Like what drives like their mindset. It's like, sure, you can have like those details like maybe in there to imply something, but that doesn't make the character, unless it's like I said, it's explicitly stated that this is what drives their mindset. If it just so happens to be there, great, awesome, cool, that's a cool little detail. But if it's not the driving point or a driving point, don't try to. You're essentially making your own fan fiction if you try to like aggressively.
You're adding your own bit, which is fine, but like you still gotta accept that other Spider-Man won't be like this or any other versions of these.
Well, like when they were bringing up the color, right, for like the Gwen thing, and it's like I get bringing it back to read a book, hit him with the balsa wood. Like, did you read Spider-Gwen #1? Because I did. That's the aesthetic of the book, which existed long before this fucking thing.
That's a very pink style, and
pink and blue,
And to be clear, it was like that for the entire universe. It was not. I feel confident, even though I am not a trans person. I will throw that caveat out there. I feel very confident in saying Spider-Gwen was not, when it had that art style, it was just because it was meant to reflect her costume. It was not a trans allegory thing, like the book was not
movie, like writing of like those scenes specifically, like have very like transcoded,
more explicit.
Like,
to be clear, the movie makes a
Stacey, but
sure, no. To be clear, I agree that there was stuff in the movie that lends credence to the idea that you could take a trans reading out of Gwen in I always get them confused. Is it Across the Spider-Verse?
Across the Spider-Verse,
yeah.
More of a Gwen focus, and then Into the Spider-Verse is more Miles.
Yeah. So like you can totally have that reading. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's a very valid reading. I think there's a lot to unpack there. I just don't like when people are psychotic online, because there was a load of them, and they were like, if you don't think that Gwen is trans in that movie, you're an asshole bigot. Like, you're a dumbass. Like, people were going insane over this discourse, and it was very uncomfortable. Like, because also you don't really want to argue with people that are like saying these things, because it is very easy, especially on platforms like Twitter, to be, misconstrued or like painted with a broad brush. And it's like, nah, man, I just don't see what you're seeing, or like I don't think there's enough there. It's not explicit in the text, so I'm not going to take it as gospel. Like, I don't know, but and then the frustration redoubles because you're usually arguing with people who don't read these books. So, you know, they're only going off the media they're consuming, and they will die on this hill. You know, if Gwen in Spider-Verse is like, no, that's if her being trans is a big part of the next movie, I think that's rad and fine and awesome. That's great.
That's cool. Like I'm definitely fine with that journey there.
Just don't pretend that that's explicitly what the movie was. You know what I mean? Like, let's not.
Like the previous one could have still gone either way. There, like, come on.
Yeah,
like,
getting meta about it.
The signs were there, or whatever.
Getting meta about it, though, I would argue. I think they would not have cast. I'm blanking on her name.
Haley Steinfeld.
Haley Steinfeld, if that character was meant to be trans. Not in the year of our Lord 2020, whatever the fuck it was. That wouldn't happen.
I mean,
I don't think they would.
I think no matter the confidence there, Shadow, like that still happens.
No,
like The Last of Us, for instance, is a recent example.
No, okay, that's fair.
They hired a 6 actress to play Lev.
No, the character from the last. You're right. Okay, no, that is fair. Maybe that's not as strong of an argument. You're right.
The world is terrible. I'm sorry, Shadow.
No. You're right. In my head, I've always kind of thought about the fact that, like, you know, it's a big fucking Sony product, and because of that, and but that is kind of. They would still do that, I guess. I don't know.
That's always bothered me. Like when it comes to like casting like certain people, like a lot of people forget it's acting. You can pretend to be a character. Sure, you're representing a certain character whenever you're on the screen or like whatever you're like viewing media as. But at the end of the day, it's acting. As long as people can understand like the character that you're trying to get across. That's the job.
I mean, as a majority, on the flip side of that is throughout the decades, the default of who the best actor is always white.
That's so. Hold on. Can I make a non-empathetic or non-empathetic? Can I make an empathetic pushback to what you're saying, Hatter?
No, go ahead.
So, the reason. Because I feel like if a fucking colored person, or a person of color, I'm sorry, I don't want to sound like a fucking racist Southerner. If a person of color makes this argument to you, yeah, I'm sorry. You guys know what I meant, and I recovered. Okay, I recovered the ball. That's not the worst. I had to fucking unmute. If a more melanin shaded person were to make this argument, you're probably gonna be a little bit more with your backup. I get it. So I'm gonna fucking slightly off white, but still pretty white. I'm gonna make this argument. So, the idea is that white people have been like, as I think that was Skull said, have been like the default for so long. So opportunities have been denied disproportionately to minorities for so long. And I say disproportionately because by virtue of them being minorities, of course, there's going to be less of them in communities like Hollywood and stuff. So I want to say, like, proportionately, they've still been denied, like, to a ridiculous degree. So the idea is that, like, now that we're trying to be better as a society, you know, as time goes on, like, when we're talking about characters, especially where their fucking race and identity are so integral to their role, to their character, and there's an argument to be made that if you're a minority, even if your story is not integrally about that part of your identity, your experience is going to be so shaped by being a minority that it's still going to be integral to who you are. But that's a different conversation. We're trying to make more of an effort now we're trying to correct for years upon years, hundreds of years of mistreatment. And so it's like, if we have a black character, we want to make sure that we give that opportunity to a black actor because they have been proportionately or disproportionately marginalized. You know, that's why it's so important.
The most important thing too is that I want to get revenge for John Wayne playing Genghis Khan.
That is also completely legit. That is also completely legit.
Hey there, Pilgrim. Would you like to be my third wife?
It's not a fuck whitey, fuck straight people thing. I know there's a lot of people on the internet that try to fucking milk that for clicks, and they're like, it's all about keeping the white cis het man down. And I will even throw you an olive branch and say that there are some really radical people on my team, I think everyone here's team, who can sometimes go that far. There's not that many people like that. Those are not a crazy subset of people. It's not, they're just loud and annoying. Most people that just want to see authentic casting just are like, you know, there's not been a lot of trans people given these opportunities. There's not been a lot of black people given these opportunities. There's not a lot of Jewish people given these opportunities. I say as the non-Jewish guy playing Moon Knight. Like, maybe it would be cool if we fucking, you know, I am aware of this. I'm not giving it up. Don't come for me. I understand your anger, though. That's all it is.
In the chat, just going, now's our chance, rush them.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like I do some theater acting occasionally, right? And one of the biggest things is that, like, after COVID, we had like that discussion, like, oh, you know, theater needs to diversify more. So, in reality, they say colorblind casting, but then when you look at the cast list, it's still mostly white. So it's like,
it's
like we tried, but we just couldn't. Yeah, we just can't find like a good person of color. So it's like we're still fighting the uphill climb of like just trying to be good enough. And sometimes I feel like when you audition and you're a person of color amongst like a sea of people that don't look like you got to be twice as good to stand out, because already that mark is against like is going to be held against you, especially when they're casting for like families and shit. You're probably not getting the role.
Even in the world of voice, I've talked about this before. This has come up a lot in my projects, and I know, Chris, you've had this issue over here as well on this side of things. We try to do authentic casting wherever possible.
I've had to learn that one the hard way for the first time a bit ago.
There's points where we've had to make concessions. You know, like I'm pretty sure Eve is white and she's playing Talia al Ghul. Okay, what do you want from me? Some of those
Nolan ignores that one too. So.
Yeah, right.
It's okay.
Like,
she was white in The Dark Knight Rises too. That's all right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, there we go.
So was Bane, dude.
I'm also just assuming Eve might not be white. I think she is. I could be totally wrong, but I think she is. And you know, it's like, who fucking knows? But it's also a little weird. Like, there were some characters where we were pretty upfront. Like, I think with Ra's al Ghul, did we deliberately say that we were looking for like an Arabic actor? Yes.
I remember the casting.
We did, yeah.
And we got like the best guy, which was like, holy
awesome.
shit.
Yeah.
That was fucking dope as fuck. Like for like Lucius. Okay, Lucius Fox.
That was
Virgil, the boy who will be static, was easy because I had the perfect guy in my back pocket. Somebody I'd already worked with, so I could just go like, "Hey, Ellis, you want to play fucking Virgil? Like, let's do it." And he was casting. Like, I can't tell you yes loud enough. That was perfect. But Lucius Fox was a pain in my dick.
That was rough. Yeah.
The casting would have been sewn up much earlier if not for Lucius. That was so hard. And in the end, I think we only got 2 auditions for. Yeah. No, that was for my show, I think. Also, well, I know for my show when we had to recast. When we had to recast a prominent black character on my original audio drama, I held a casting call for that character and the villain of that episode that was coming up, and the villain got a lot of auditions.
Oh yeah.
And I was lucky enough to get one of the best goddamn actresses I'd ever fucking heard in this business. I love Gwen so much. Hello.
Hey.
But for Donahue, this black character, hello, Dr. Throwback. There was only 2 auditions, and I think I had reached out to both of them.
Yep, exactly.
So it was like, oh god, it's real bad. There is a point in this business at this level, in the unpaid indie level, if you're not you can try to be authentic in your casting as much as possible, but you will have to make concessions sooner or later.
Yeah,
well, absolutely.
yeah,
That reminds me of Saturday Night Live, like whenever they were like trying to do like topics on like politics. Every time like they try to do like say like Barack Obama, they had like nobody like on their casting that like really looked like Barack Obama, so they just used like Fred Armisen to do his best impression because like we got to do the show. We don't have time to really cast, and we just got to work with what we got at the moment.
Yeah, I would argue that for Saturday Night Live, I don't know, man. I feel like they probably could have done more. Probably.
Well, they could have. They absolutely could have, but choices were made.
Yeah, they have Hollywood resources, though. We don't have access to those. You know what I mean? Like, I
feel that that's just giving them too much of a benefit of the doubt with those guys.
But I get the point you're trying to make. I'm not trying to make a huge thing out of it. I just, I just think like, but maybe you're right. Maybe they really were pressed, but you have to wonder if bias creeped into that too. You know what I mean? Like,
there's definitely there's definitely the possibility, but then like they're more what's the word? I don't want to say advanced because that's giving them too much credit. But definitely they're more tech savvy. I guess that's the word I want to use. But like they're more experienced in this area, so I would understand at a certain point if like, oh, okay, we just gotta use what we got in the back of like the closet. But then again, like you said, they have Hollywood resources. If they really want to like really change something, they have people who know people in Hollywood to like really make different changes.
Exactly. Like we can't know for sure, but that is kind of where my brain goes. And I'm like, you couldn't find a competent black actor to do it? Okay.
Do we still have Eddie Murphy in our contact?
I mean, to be fair, I don't want the Genghis Khan role that John Wayne wrote. So
valid. Like, you know, I don't know. All I can think in my head is, but Black Dynamite, I sell drugs to the community. I don't know why that's stuck in my brain now, but that for some reason is just floating around there. Ah, shit.
Well, I gotta ditch you guys. My gonna be yelling at me in just a minute to feed them. So I will talk to you guys later. This was
thanks
fun.
for stopping by, buddy.
Peace out, chatting. Yeah.
Bye.
And also for anybody who's listening to this, have conversations like this. It's always good to like talk. If you feel uncomfortable of like talking about like anything like the stuff we're talking about, it's good to like talk about it, because if you don't talk about it, who else is going to? And then we're not going to explore more ideas.
Yeah,
but
it's good to have discourse.
Or in a few years, I'm going to be on a
Twitter. What's the worst that can happen?
And honestly, like if you want to hear more conversations like this, just go to www.cw.
I'm sorry, it's www.patreon.com/CW/audio-anomaly. And if you pay us $3 a month, you'll have all the racial discourse you could want from a cast of predominantly white folks. It's gonna be awesome.
They're gonna love it.
And if you fund this Patreon, I swear to God, I will make everybody in this read John Wayne the Conqueror the script.
Oh yeah.
I'll do my best John Wayne impression, but I will see you guys later. Thank you guys very much.
He does not even try to hide that he's John Wayne. That's what's even more puzzling.
I think it's probably an ego thing, right? Like,
yeah.
No, he read the book of Genghis Khan on the plane ride. Is like,
I
was
born to play this.
That's literally me.
That is literally it. Yes, that is exactly his reason. And I think the urban legend.
You look at the role like Genghis fucking Khan, one of the most infamous conquerors of all time, known for
the urban legend is more funnier than the movie.
You were like, I was born to play this character. Like, yikes on bikes, brother, man.
I know it's not true, but like the movie possibly killing like half the cast because they did film near a place where there was nuclear fallout. Yeah, it's just fucking hilarious. That's like who invented that myth?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think in terms of the earlier bit when it comes to like the difficulties of casting, that was definitely one that I ran into recently with some hurdles. But now I am probably going to be making a casting call soon. So that's
Oh
cool.
yeah.
Put together.
Listen, Andrea did a killer job with Storm. That I was like, oh, that's
yeah.
awesome. That's like a different
She's
than I was expecting. It was a different.
She is not my current problem, by the way. Like she is far from it. She is amazing.
Is it okay to ask what the current problem is, or do you not want to say on air?
I don't really want to say on air. I won't put them on the spot for that. But yeah, it's for like a pretty major.
Oh, is it a character that's already been cast, or are we?
Yeah, it's a character that's already been cast.
Okay, my bad. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, it was a difficulty that I was delaying for some time. But now it's just like, yeah, no, I shouldn't have that keep the current people from playing roles. So I'm gonna start a casting call up for the next X-Men project. So,
it's a dicey. Listen, for what it's worth, I think it's okay to be like because I know that this is like a fan project and it should be treated as such, but I still think it's valid to just if the person in question is like a respectful, honorable actor, if you go like fucking like I don't know, this is hard to say. I'm not gonna lie. If Chris came to me and was like, "I'm kicking you off because we got to get a real Jewish person to play me," there might be some ripple effects throughout the Madhu. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not trying to put Chris on the spot here, but that might lead to some fucking hurt feelings.
I mean, I'm gonna kick out whoever plays Doctor Doom. So.
Yeah. Oh shit. Well, I think he's in the chat. That's awkward. But fucking where was I going with this? Oh, but like I think you can have a real conversation with them if that's important to you. I think you can be like, hey, you're doing great, but like I think in the future I'm gonna look for somebody that fits the role or whatever. Like you can have just a human conversation.
I mean, it's mostly just about getting in contact with them.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think it'd be unfair if I went like, "Oh, huzzah! I finally gained contact with you. Now you're fired."
I
mean, I have to do that, so that kind of sucks.
Yeah.
That's also a valid reason to fucking fire somebody, Victor. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Story.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Like I don't know, like bring it to them gently if that is like the case.
Chris and I just had a thing on the original sci-fi show that we're working on right now, where we had an actor the last actor we were waiting on. Everyone else had turned in their lines, and we had one character who was holding up the entire fucking production. Yeah. I'm not going to disparage them or anything like that, but I'm just going to say, like,
I'm sorry.
There was a lot of, no, it wasn't you. It's still like,
I know.
There's some, okay, I was going to say, like, no, we had to replace this person. We had to get somebody new in. And it's for a guest role too, which is driving us insane. Like it's for a character or a version of this character that's not likely to show up again.
Yeah, that is definitely insane. Like at least for my opinion, for like a recurring.
Yep. That it was weeks and weeks, and we got my computer broke, which
is to be fair on the like month or two delay. It's like. I still like got other stuff done. Like I finished the outline for another project on the DC side of things, so that release is done. So that's going a little further. And it does help that this production for the next X-Men story, as people I guess who saw the drop a dime video, it's Storm. So like we'll be seeing Opera like a lot more. So that's gonna be really awesome. Like I'm really hyped for that.
Yeah. I hope her name is actually Andrea, by the way, because that's what I've been calling her the entire time I've known her. And if it turns out her real name is something like Susie, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. But I think
that's why I say the whole thing, because I just feel weird about that too.
I feel comfortable generally calling people by their like fucking either real names or presumed real names. If either they give it or it's so fucking obvious that like I feel like I'm entitled because I feel like it's implied. You know what I mean? Like, if your name is off-brand Andrea, I'm gonna call you Andrea until you tell me otherwise. I'm not gonna call you fucking, because you're not off-brands. You are the fucking name brand version right here. Okay.
Yeah, I guess that could be taken as an insult, depending, but. If it was, it wouldn't be the username. Well, then
if you're insulted, you can tell me, but otherwise, like, I don't know. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm in the wrong, but I just feel like pretty comfortable making assumptions at that point. And you know.
I mean, I'm very hyped for that as both the viewer and the director. Seeing her in action full time. A lot of great scenes with you, Doctor Throwback. So that's That'd be an awesome one.
Every fucking production I've been in with Andrea has been fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I fucking.
Guys,
I love
shout out
her.
Andrea.
Yeah.
She's so fucking cool. She's so fucking cool. I love her so much. She's so fun to work with. She's got a really cool cameo in an upcoming Spider-Man project. So I just gotta say, that's gonna be fun. The fucking bonus episode has got her in it, and not as her usual character, as somebody else, and it's I'm really hyped for it.
I just weaseled my way into a Spider-Man project not that long ago.
Oh, that's very cool.
Nice.
Yeah, all I had to do was show proof that I knew about some of the characters, and I'm like, hey, I can do a Jameson. They're like, we don't have one of those yet. I'm like, sweet.
Yeah. Sweet, it could be me. There we go. I still gotta go for that one, which was a project connected to a Spider-Man thing that Jack and Quubs is doing, and I'm slowly putting that together. It's my second X-Men work where I cheat on Christopher and go over to the other side and pick another X-Men.
The script for the next episode of the Marvelous Spider-Man. Once that's done, I can get more lines in.
Yeah, sure.
Is that Jack's? Is that Jack's project? I can't remember.
Yeah, Jack is doing one, and I'm doing an X-Men thing for Jack.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's like
That's gonna be cool.
like an audio exchange.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's cool.
I gotta lock the fuck in, bro. There are so many projects that
I admit I've been very delayed lately, and it's just
I'm stuck. So I'm working on Shulky episode 3. I'm like 2/3 of the way into that, but there are like specific points that I'm stuck on. Or I have I have the beginning, middle, and end, but it's filling in that stuff in between. That's like, how do I make this glue attached to the other part? It's
that could be tough.
That's Spider-Man episode 4, same problem. I've had like half the script written forever, and I'm like, I know what happens after, but I need to figure out the thing in the middle.
And so in the meantime, I'm like, okay, well, what else can I work on? So that was when I had like the bird and the bow dialogue that I had redone and retooled, and I'm like, I think I was thinking about the story too singularly. Like, this is about both of them. I wanted to, highlight that. That was a lot of fun. And same with Batgirl. Adding some more of like the groundedness, and then I think the Jimmy Jr. one. I had like bits and blurbs of it. I'm like, I think that's also something I should be pursuing, considering that should probably come out before Batgirl.
I think
oh my god, wait! I just had a realization because you said you wanted to do the Joker as Andrew Tate influencer kind of bullshit with James Jr. in our version, and I just realized Barbara is going to be influenced by Batman, and I just realized how awesome and poetic that actually was in doing it that way.
I'm sorry, did someone say
that was intentional?
Was it? Or are you doing a bit?
Okay. Honestly, I feel like at one point it might have been, but if so, I completely forgot about that.
Oh, so you weren't doing a bit. Okay, but if you think about it, that's kind of beautiful. That like Jim, that's kind of awesome. Look at that. Look at that. Now you can lie and say
it
that
writes itself. If anyone ever asks me if anything's intentional, I always say yes.
Yeah, right.
Batman has shouted
I
out
can't back that up. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I told you, you guessed some big elements of what's gonna come later in Spider-Man, and I got annoyed in the moment, so I just lied to him because I didn't want to spoil it. He's like, is this what's gonna happen? And I was like, no.
No, never gonna happen.
No, but I was like, but it's gonna be cool. Trust me, and it's gonna be cool because it's exactly what AJ asked about.
I have no recollection of that, so
that's good. That's fine. That's great.
I'm open to being surprised. Like I just was now. Apparently, I forgot shit then too.
Fucking, I will say, is Brandon or Brian still in chat? I'm not looking at it.
Right yeah, I'm still here.
Just
hello. You've been quiet, my man. I'm sorry. I know we've all
it's okay.
been,
I just didn't want to interrupt the flow.
No, you are part of the flow, my brother. Get in here. But
okay. I'm here.
big fucking Doc Ock moments in Spider-Man episode 4, I will say. Episode 4 is the moment where Otto kind of decides like Osborn has pushed him too far. Like it's
time.
Yes.
There's a moment I think where you're gonna. He doesn't make a lot of moves or anything, but this is the moment where he's like, this is what sets up shit.
He's always talking like this.
Later episodes.
So scared all the time.
Yeah.
I want to drive him crazy. Like
we got like
yes, but I'm in my coffee right now.
Blow up on someone.
Oh no!
I don't know.
I want Norman to talk. I want Norman and Oz or Otto to talk about each other like in Office Space, like the boss and the one guy that like his desk he keeps moving. I literally watched Office Space yesterday, so I was reminded.
There, it's my stapler.
Yeah, if you could go ahead and just
finish those GPS reports, that'd be cool.
That'd be cool.
I do think Norman regards our Otto as Milton from Office Space. Respect and appreciation for him.
I will burn this place to the ground with the power of the sun.
Well, to be fair, and to excuse Otto being afraid all the time, this is a billionaire who not only is keeping you as his little pet science slave, but is also like shown to throw men off of buildings for like crossing him. So
I'll take Gollum in the basement. That's fine.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh no! There's a moment where Otto tries to stand up for himself a little bit, and Osborn is not having that. But unbeknownst to Osborn, in that moment, it backfires because he chews him out in a big bad way, and Otto's just like, yes, okay. But internally, he's like, well, that's it. I could have fucking kept this going for a while longer, but oh, buddy.
Yeah.
So it's all leading to the finale of season 1. I'm pretty hyped for it. Like
I'm so excited for it all.
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
It's so nice having like an inside peek of the later episodes to come that we're not talking about. Oh
yeah,
I had so much fun helping like bring this all to life. Oh
yeah.
The episode you wrote is that y'all wrote is so good.
I keep forgetting that. This sounds so dickish. I keep forgetting that Victor was like a big help, and I think there's a third person on that episode as well. Who was it?
Victor
All
the MK stuff helped out with a bunch of different scenes. Like we were tossing ideas back and forth. It was great.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry that I could not be more present for a lot of that process, but I cannot begin to describe what the past year and change have been for me. That's part of why this is all taking so long.
That's all right.
No problem
really
whatsoever.
has. I feel bad because I also know like this series is a big hit on the channel, and a lot of people love watching it to the point we get questions in chat, and then I know that the cast is like really invested in it, and I hate. This is planned as a 5-season show, and I'm like, holy fuck! Like, I need to.
Bring it on.
We're sticking the course though. We're staying the course. We're gonna do it. We can do it. We can do it. We can get there. I was I will tell you. I had told Chris a while ago. Big notes for seasons 2 and 3. There's a lot planned out for 2 and 3. That shit's like mostly locked down. So I'm very excited about that. Season 2 has some big Otto moments as well.
I can't wait.
Season,
man,
the finale going into season 2 is pure like Doc Ock. Like this season is like the origin of Doc Ock, and you could argue seasons 1 and 2 are the origin of Venom. Season 1 is also the origin of Doc Ock, and like going forward, Otto is not getting thrown off a building. I could say that with confidence. Like Otto will be from the finale of season 1 onwards. Like
proof.
he will be a constant thorn in everyone's side going forward. He is kind of one of the big nemeses for the future. So I'm pretty hyped. We're probably not doing Superior because I fucking hate Superior.
Yeah.
And I don't have enough. I don't have. It's not like the Clone Saga or the Totem where other people hate those stories, and I'm like, I am arrogant enough to think I can do them better.
There's nothing you can do about that one.
It's too specific of a concept.
Yeah,
it really
is.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. I like part arts of Superior Spider-Man, but I definitely don't like the whole like synergy BS right now for various like adaptations where like that pretty much is like Doc Ock's only story.
Oh
like,
yeah.
Like his only story that they adapt now, like like the 2017 Disney XD series did it, and then like the games sort of imply that, and then they did it again for Spider-Geddon. Like
it's worse than you know, Victor. I have to be careful again with how I describe this because we're not under NDA, but it's still like a relationship I'd like to protect. But Chris and I were brought onto that fucking Spider-Man fan project, which had a lot of cool people working on it, including some people that are working with us on the DCAU. So I'm not going to be too spicy, but I've made no secret of there's our Superman guy. I can say it. Our Superman guy, Brandon. Good guy. Good guy. A lot of problems with that production that have nothing to do with him. But I've also talked to him pretty openly.
Yeah, I like the ideas that he brought to the table. I think last time when we gathering about it. I'm a big Superman fan, and like he's presenting. Oh yeah, I like those things.
I think he's Chris and I just need to pin him down because he's very busy, and we don't know what the future of Superman in our universe is going to be. But we're working on that. I don't want to say too much on that. We're working on that. But there was a thing where in the film that we were working on with him, the fan project we were working on with him,
I've returned.
There was welcome back.
Welcome.
There was a Doc Ock presence in the production. And I don't even know if this is in the finalized version because I had noped out of the project by the time I think this is going on. I didn't like officially quit, but I was like, I've done all I can. My grandpa just died. My cat just died. I'm sick as a dog. I can't pay attention to this anymore. I was like, Chris, have fun with all that. And then Chris was like telling me like, dude, you need to look at this, but maybe you shouldn't if you're not feeling well. Anyway, the Doc Ock was in it, and there was dialogue from Doc Ock, at least when I was on the project, that was like, Chris, what was it? It was like, I will be the greatest man ever. I will be superior. He like tried to a fan project, and this is Doc Ock's like big introductory moment, and we felt the need to be like, I will be superior. I went in and tried to fix the dialogue. I went in with this and tried to beat the piss out of it and be like, keep the references in there, but make it less annoying and bugging the camera. And at least last I saw, that had been reverted back.
Yep.
I mean, honestly, I'd be a hypocrite if I'd say that's a little much because, like, I've also inserted puns in my story of various,
I did that for a cut. Thank God Chris cut it. Sorry.
Anybody who's listened to Beast, would tell you that like, I can't resist, I gotta like have my Easter eggs on my puns,
There is literally. Sorry to cut you. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah.
But like literally, there's a cut scene from the first She-Hulk audio drama that thank God Chris cut in retrospect, because I literally did that thing where I'm like, I will be this city's name of my character. Like it sucked. It sucked so hard, and I'm so glad. Like
It's
I mean, it was
hard,
from a
'cause-
long time ago. It was from a really, really long time ago, and it was
it's
the first
been
thing
a
I'd
while.
ever written and directed. So like,
Yeah.
you know, I'm gonna give myself some grace in that regard, but god
Yeah.
damn, thank you, Chris. Holy shit. Like
I will say a lot of that shit is harder now to stomach post Family Guy, because Family Guy did the meme, right? So
Yeah.
now, right, like moments like that used to be hype as fuck have kind of been ruined forever.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Meme culture moment, you know.
yeah. He said it. He said it. For those of you who don't know what I'm referencing.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like he's in the movie theater and he's like, that's why I have to be Superman 4, the quest for peace.
Oh no,
And he's
no,
like,
I
"Oh,
just
that's car pack."
I just meant like he said it. He said it. He said the thing. You know, but there's a time and a place, and of course I'm biased, right? 'Cause I was working on a project. I came in, fixed dialogue. Of course, I'm going to think that my version is superior.
You did it.
I'm also a pretty well-regarded writer with a lot of fucking credentials under my belt at this point. So I don't know. I feel like probably I knew what the fuck I was talking about, but
True.
I'm sure every writer does. So fuck me, I guess. Whatever. But like, I don't know. There was
a lot don't want to really like admit the faults with something that's basically their baby. You know, like there's kind of that feel there.
There was discourse on that project that was like, it's important to work with other writers in the room, which is valid and fair.
Very, very collaborative effort. I usually ask people what they think of their stuff. So.
Yeah, but if you're wrong, like I know it's like biased, but again, it's hard. It sounds like I'm being petulant, but it's one of those you had to be there thing. There are moments where it's like, how do you not see this? I'm not even saying my version is the best we could possibly do. How do we not see this block over here is like objectively terrible?
To revert it back, that's the part that's like, okay.
Yeah, no, that's the thing.
Yeah. That is, I think, probably the one part that I disagree with the most. There,
it's because that shows me that you have zero ability to like, you know, take criticism on the chin.
It's
or at least ask, like, you know, hey, why was this, you know, removed in the first place, rather than like, basically being an edit war over a script, you know.
Here's my thing. It's like, if you're gonna bring somebody on to help your project, because especially your dialogue is struggling, and you're like, you've proven your chops, I'd love to get your input on this, and you're like, I want you to work on this, and I'm like, I work on this, and then you're gonna go, I love what you're doing. This is amazing. This is the dream team right here. That's a quote. And then to go like fucking like, all right, I'm gonna fucking just like switch it back. Like I'm like, I know how to work on a team. This feels like I'm not the one not working on a team, bro. This feels like you called me in to fix somebody's dialogue, and they didn't like that I fixed their dialogue.
I mean, it seems like there's just like a whole bunch of like miscommunication going on, you know.
I feel you, and I know you have a little bit more professional experience with this, like having worked with the BBC and all. You'll just have to trust me, because I don't want to say too much in a live stream. It wasn't that. Like, you'll have to take my word for it. That's not what this was. Chris can back me up on this. That's not what this was. I hear what you're saying.
I don't think I've written for the. I don't think I've been part of the BBC, but I have done other
I thought you
stuff.
said you worked for the BBC. Am I tripping balls? I thought that was the thing you had said.
No, I've done for Warner Brothers. I did extra
Warner
for
Brothers?
them.
Where the fuck did I hear BBC? Okay, whatever.
I wish that would be pretty cool, but yeah, no. The CBC, I think I've worked for them. That happened.
Okay.
For Canadian Broadcast Network, but yeah.
But just take my word for it. This was not that. This was not that. This was not me like fucking. This was something pretty objectively like clunky as fuck. That like it was like deliberately called out. Like, I want you to fix this because this isn't working. I need you to fucking make it work. And then it's like, okay, here's my pitch that I did hours upon hours upon hours upon hours of unpaid labor for on this one particular moment. And then it was fucking like, And it's back.
Yeah.
After I told you how great it was.
Like, I think the only time I've had like a project situation happen similar, because I guess I admire myself on being loyal to the projects I sign up for. You know, I sign up for work. You know, I stick by it the whole way. The one time I did not was with one guy who's making like this amateur like superhero game, and I was like writing the script for it, and like I was writing it, you know, putting things in, you know, putting together a story for, you know, his code of like the superhero game, and of like the speedster guy, and then like then he's like, no, that's not what I want, and then he just goes in, undoes literally everything, like 100% of the whole thing, and like I was literally like 3 pages in, and then just like, okay, keep going. It's like, okay, what the hell, man?
Crazy.
And then like, in addition to that, like, because I still stuck by it, you know, my stubborn loyalty won out there on that, and then like then I learned to like, you know, oh man, I'm struggling because I don't have like artists and, you know, all these other crew members that you need for like a full blown project like this. It's just me, and then it's like, you know, well, okay, I know a couple of artists in the space, and then it's like instantly finds out like that they're trans, like immediately red flag from this guy. I'm just going nuts on them, and then it's like, okay, my boss is transphobic and like literally, you know, edits all my work just the instant that I like put in 2 pages, and like at crazy hours too. So it's like, nope, this is no, I'm done. I'm getting out of this. Gone. And while I'm at it, trolling at the same time while I'm out.
Sorry, I'm just responding to my wife for a second here. Somebody vamp for time. I heard everything you're saying, Victor. I'm sorry. I just have to do my husbandly duties here for a second.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah.
But
you gotta stick it to him. Yeah, when stuff like that goes down, you gotta give him a little something on the exit. Yeah.
Yeah, especially considering like he was being dicks to like my friends too,
yeah, that's
so it's like, yeah, I'm not cool, man. Like, geez. And just general bigotry bullshit, you know.
I'm sorry.
It sounds like a problem all around.
Yeah. Oh.
And that's like the only project that I've left. Like everything else, I've stubbornly stuck it out to the end.
No. I'm so not behind, but I have so much writing to be responsible for right now that I'm kind of like, I'm gonna keep voice acting in projects I'm already in, but I'm not ever gonna quit voice acting, but I'm taking a step back from more roles at the moment. Unless if people reach out to me, that's a different story, but I'm not actively auditioning right now because I have so much writing to do and I have college and I'm like, holy fuck.
It's definitely an overwhelming process when you have like a lot of stuff to write.
Yeah, like so I'm just like, I'm doing this over here. So like
do you guys have any particular characters you love or will love to be playing? Yeah, there's a few that I definitely love playing here.
Would love to or loved? Or is that from the chat?
Yeah, both. Basically, like the question is both.
Or will love to playing. I think they mean are the characters that we love playing.
Oh, okay.
I think.
I see.
Yeah, or that you would want to play.
Yeah.
I
got some answers for that.
Oh yeah.
My Hulk characters were big ones. Definitely love doing those. Wesley on Daredevil. That was a great one.
Moon Knight has been a great experience for me. Somebody not too long ago in our comment section was like, "This is who I hear when I read comics now." With Moon Knight, and I'm like, "That is the best thing." That like rewired my brain chemistry. I'm like, this is fucking amazing."
I got that for the Hellboy comic dub. I did.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. Would like to play. I would love to play. Spider-Man, not a Spider-Man. I still kind of want to play Peter Parker. Hopefully someday I get a chance to do that.
Yeah.
I would also love to play Dr. Doom, but alas, that's not going to happen here unless I beat AJ to death. And he's considerably
you gotta
bigger
earn the
and
throne,
stronger than me,
bitch.
so I don't think that's gonna work. probably kick my ass. I could talk a mean game, but he could probably just throw me out a window. So I'm not doing that.
Doom I'd say was a big one. But yeah, in terms of ones that is an eventual thing. Vision actually was one that I was
very cool.
kind of intrigued by doing. That would be a cool one to do.
That would be a really interesting take.
I could
would
say
like
actually, yeah, that could be really cool. Yeah.
I love voicing Norman.
Yes.
Yeah, it's your. I'm biased as fuck. It's my favorite thing you've done for us.
When I was writing Norman, all I could hear was AJ's voice, and I'm just like, "Yep, this is coming so natural." Like,
and honestly,
so
like
good.
Thor, like I still think Thor 2, the Fate of Midgard, I still think is my best performance because of the consistent like voice I had to do for the entire. Like I was narrating.
For the
entire thing, and that like I don't want to stroke my ego too much, but like it wasn't easy. That was really and that was when I really like fell into the role after not really feeling confident in my debut in the Avengers, which was the first project I ever did for the channel. So like being able to actually like grow with it. And then hear what it evolved to, which was an Angela when my fucking audio was horrible. And Chris, literally, I 100% understand why you did it. So I had lines where I recorded, it was because it's Loki in disguise as Thor. I was doing the Thor voice with Loki's inflections. And my audio was so bad that I'm pretty sure what Chris asked, and correct me if I'm wrong, is just like the Loki actor to just like do the Thor voice instead. Because and I remember you saved it by like having the like fucked up version of Thor like really distorted. So it's like that didn't sound as egregious. So like I think you were able to save it.
I genuinely don't remember what the process of that was. I think Steven did the voice and I thought it was funny. I was like, all right, wait.
But as far as who I would like to voice, I'd love to voice Magneto. That is like a dream.
That one might come sooner than you think.
That would be cool. And I want to shout someone else out who I think is like perfect for the role. We shouted out Andrea earlier. Summerlin Rose as Squirrel. Holy shit!
Perfect.
One of the best. Like it's to the point where like I literally like that is like the Doreen voice for me. Is Summer's performance. Absolutely.
What a good audio.
Killed it. Like
that whole production was
so freaking good.
Yeah, it seems people had fun on working on it, and I'm happy with how that turned out.
The best.
Yeah. Her thing in Batman was so fun. People, I don't think we got negative comments about this. I think people assumed this is where we were going. They were like, I can't wait to hear the accent. Because it's like, no. Like, I will tell you, we did the thing, like, privately. I was like, before I give you this, I need you to show me that you can do this. Because we're going to get there. And she was like, oh, fuck yeah. And said, it's fine. It's done. This is intentional. The fact that she's not talking like, Arlene Sorkin or whatever right now. Like, it's a very deliberate choice. Like, you'll see it and it's awesome. Yeah. She's great. The fact anytime, like, because she's trying to stay away from free volunteer roles right now, and I totally respect it. But she's very open to still collaborating with like friends and people she's close to and like whatever, which we're very fortunate with because she's one of the best people I've worked with in this business. I love having her on stuff. Everything you give her, it's like throwing raw meat to a dog. She will clamp onto that and won't let go. She will suck everything she can out of it and fucking look at you and want more. Yeah, like fucking let's go. That was meant as a compliment, but that came off vaguely misogynistic and weird, and I apologize. I meant it in a good way.
I tried to pivot to something positive. I was like, nutrient.
No, I'm gonna own my fuck up. Listen, she'd laugh about it if she were here. But no, I love everything she does, and she was so great in Squirrel Girl. She was one of my favorite parts in Batman. there's something wild and out of pocket that I already talked to Chris about.
Yeah,
like a Madhu project that is so beyond what we've done currently. But I can't remember if I already asked Summer about it. If I haven't, I plan on asking her if she'll do it, and I'm sure she will. But redheads. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll fucking say. Her MJ. That's another thing. Her MJ fucking really set a fire on some people.
So
her MJ rocks.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Episode 3, man.
Episode...
God dang.
She's definitely my definitive MJ for sure.
No, it's so good. It's so good. I mean, and not to the stuff that we've done with her already in just a few episodes, the stuff that we plan on doing later. I've talked to her about some of it. She's like really excited for it.
Oh, yeah.
It's fucking great. I love our crew, man. I love our cast, our expanded
I
cast.
have the same thing too, where I hear all of your voices whenever I read a character. It's so cool.
Oh man.
Yeah.
This has all just been a giant scheme for Chris to collect all the action figures.
Yeah.
She's like,
now I can read these people.
Yeah,
right.
Going back to what AJ was talking about, how you were saying Thor is like the character that you most adore and feel like large responsibility to, I guess, because of you were the narrator as well for Battle of Midgard.
That was insane.
It's funny that you mentioned that because I feel the same way with Danny Ketch. And Ghost Rider.
Yes.
I felt such a responsibility to that production. I was like, I have to do this right. Like
I have to re-listen to that.
Oh.
No,
dude. No, I'm just saying I have to having her we talk to each other all the time. So back when I listened to that, I didn't know you as well. So yeah. I'm just like, I got to rewatch that.
Yes.
I probably sent Chris a dozen takes of things I think. I'm like, I don't know about this line. The pressure was on, man. And it was also the character I chose to actually use my natural voice with.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So that ship has sailed now. Now it's that's it. That's the natural voice one. That's the character. Okay.
What a cool
I added a little bit of rasp to it, but that was
so
as
good.
he definitely speaks slower. I'm way more energetic, which is why I quiet myself in the corner.
I wish more. I wish you want to talk about marginalized groups. I wish more Danny Ketch fans would find that audio drama because, dude, Danny Ketch has been so, in so much as he's remembered these days. He gets the shit out of the stick so bad. It's so bad, man. It's so bad. And I've always been really attached to Danny because he was my ghostwriter growing up. I started reading comics in '94, which is when Ghost Rider had just relaunched. I think he was 92 or 93. So because I remember issue 25 had just come out, which is where Danny gets his throat ripped out by Blackout, and Ghost Rider has to just go around as Ghost Rider for several issues until
oh my god.
In our version, when he ghosts out, so to speak, his body heals. Because I was like, that's too complicated. I'm not dealing with that. Yeah. In the comics, they've shown that when he transforms back into Danny Ketch, whatever, if you had a slash throat and then you turn into Ghost Rider before you die, you better have Dr. fucking Strange there to help heal you with surgery and magic. Otherwise you will fucking die.
Yeah.
Sorry, big fucking tangent. But I love this character, so I say that to say I loved what you did with the character. It really was so
glad, dude. I was so worried. I was like, I gotta do this justice.
No, you went so hard. I love the bit towards the end where he transforms back into Ghost Rider. You just went so hard.
Oh yeah, that was so much fun to do. Just bringing that psychotic rage to it.
Yeah. That line about I guarantee I'm scarier is there you go.
Scarier.
It's beautiful. It's so fucking good.
So good.
And
I gotta bring that Nick Cage psychosis to it, man. Right there.
Oh my god, yes.
And I remember working with you too, like, because you were doing such a great job with the production, and I'm like trying to help dial in like the actual sound of Ghost Rider, because like too much and the character is like almost unintelligible, but you don't want it to just sound like, you know, yeah,
yeah, like the deepest depths of my voice, like oh, I was like, how do I do this? Yeah.
No, but it's so good. Like, how much fire is too much fire? Like,
yeah,
right,
like,
yeah, that was
vocal
a thing
cords,
too.
and I'm like, that's got to be the voice, you know, like.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
God,
so
what a good production. That was like a blur because it happened in like what 2 weeks or whatever. We like destroyed
Yeah,
it.
it was real quick. And I'm still standing in lines like this is probably better, right? Like
well, because I think we had to extend the casting call a couple of times. I think that was a big part of it.
Yeah,
we did.
Yeah. And like and we got some great performances out of it.
That was phenomenal. Yeah.
That was one I feel like we didn't have any concessions. I feel like it was all like, no, this is what I want. Like, there was I won't say who. There's only one actor who I know is capable of better, and I wish we had gotten better out of them, but we had no time for me to fucking track them down and be like, this is good, but you can do better. And they still did a decent job. My only regret is I'm like, I could have pushed for more out of you, but we literally had no time because we'd committed to a Halloween
trying
release.
to hit that Halloween
yeah. There was that pressure there. I think that was time-wise, which is why I didn't really do that. If I do have a whole deal of like oh, we're hitting this like popular holiday or whatever, but like it's gonna be delayed by a little longer to something else. I turn it into a different gimmick.
Yeah, that's why I did like the Deadpool Christmas special like way in advance. It was done in like September or something.
Yeah.
I feel like for Deadpool though, there's more latitude there because it's a character that breaks the fourth wall. So if all else fails,
I
just
could
make a big
quickly
joke out
write
of it.
something in. Yeah, like we're a little late, but
Yep. But yeah, before I take a seat on characters, one of the characters I've really wanted to revisit and I haven't been able to in a while is actually the character that I came on to the Madoo with. It's Wolverine.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I don't know if you want to announce anything, but I'm taking a couple pokes at some stuff. Wolverine, just to kind of get that ball rolling.
It's really good.
Stuff.
Don't worry. There's gonna be some Wolverine stuff in the future for you.
Okay, that's good to know.
Your Wolverine's fantastic.
Yes.
I'm so excited to hear more of it.
I know I have the most eager Wolverine, and you do such an amazing job. While I also like went on to this whole thing with the idea of like, okay, so Wolverine's not going to be on the main X-Men,
right?
It's like the whole deal,
kind of already filled, like
They overdid it, unfortunately, with all the other Wolverine versions. But Wolverine's the main character. Wolverine's fighting Wolverine antagonists in this X-Men story, and the X-Men also have to deal with the Wolverine drama. Oh, who are we sending back in time to save the world? Wolverine.
Wolverine is definitely the Tommy Oliver of the X-Men.
Just kind of keep on spamming him every time. But yeah, he will show up more often over time. I did unexpectedly add him to an earlier project, so you'll probably have at least something to do with him. Earlier on.
And I know Layla also wrote something else. That's gonna jump into production soon.
Yep.
I gotta get back to narrating that because my voice no longer sounds like leg ridden. But like fucking.
I didn't know you were narrating. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I'm the narrator for that. I already narrated the first couple of minutes, and then I took a break, and then right after finals, I got sick as a dog. So I'm technically still recovering from it, but my voice is back finally. It took multiple weeks.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, Victor. I didn't realize you were still going. You go ahead.
Oh yeah, no. The only thing I was bringing up was like, when it comes to the whole like narration thing that Brian brought up, it's like that is definitely why like my top preference in terms of narration is like in terms of writing is like in-universe narration. Like this is a story that could be told by a character within the story itself. Much as that probably pains Mr. Throwback, who has to do it all so far.
Wait, when you say do you mean like there's not a narrator, or do you mean that the narrator is like a character within the story, like kind of like how we did it?
Yeah, like the narrator is a character within the story. Which,
okay,
was done in Ghost Rider. I've done it in Beast, and it's going to continue as well.
My personal opinion, not feel like a narrator would have improved things 1,000-fold. I just don't. I know there are some productions for audio where that is ideal. I have not found one of them here, personally. Other people might disagree, and that's fine. But I've always been like, when you're dealing with superheroes, when they're bouncing around and throwing out laser beams and punching each other and throwing sidewalks at one another, turning into sands, like, I'm sorry. I would rather have a cool narrator like our man, Mr. Seagulls, as opposed to like, who is a godsend for Spider-Man and so many other things.
Good. Yeah.
As opposed to having like a character go, oh my god, that man is turning into a towering sand monster. that is never as cool and organic as you fucking think it's going to be. It doesn't work.
I mean, unless you want to like have it have like the audio drama gimmick of like old radio shows kind of deal. But
but you have to take there's a reason why the character's done for stuff like that. Were usually like the Shadow, where you could get away with a lot of that because he fucks with people's minds and he shoots them in the face. When they try to do things like Spider-Man in old radio format, do you know what it sounds like?
Oh boy,
it sounds like, oh my god, that man is turning into a towering sand monster, and it never stops sounding contrived and dumb. Like if you want that contrived, dumb, hokey aesthetic for nostalgia's sake, if that's what you mean, I think that's fine. But like,
it's like the nostalgic vibe,
Sure,
like,
that's fun once. Like, I'm sorry, I'm trying to tell like really deep character drama. I don't really want the listener taken out by fucking characters saying dumb shit to artificially convey the story.
Like that.
Yeah. And again, I'm sorry, I'm being a little hyperbolic. This is just my personal opinion. I'm not talking about anybody, there are different opinions. That's fine. I just feel very strongly about this one thing. So it's always why, like, at least with the stuff I do for the channel, I always have narrators. I will defend this point to the death. There's a reason why, for the DC side of things, I just created a pretty involved questionnaire that's meant to help prospective writers for the DC ADU. And one of the questions it demands, well, not demands because it's an optional questionnaire, but one of the things it asks, you should fill it out though, motherfucker. If your shit hasn't already been approved, you should fill out this fucking, I wrote a sentence. That's not a pitch. Go fill out the document.
As if I question if my thing will be approved.
Well, I mean, but you already talked it out extensively, and I know it's good. But there's a reason on the questionnaire. One of the questions is like fucking, does your story have a narrator or you not? And what was your reasoning? Like, I need to hear what your thought is, because otherwise,
I think the closest I've had like to none is like right now with the one series that I'm doing for the DC world. I decided to have the first episode not have a narrator, but the following episodes do.
Sure,
just to create like
that's an intentional artistic choice.
Yeah, it's an artistic choice of going like, ooh, it's so confusing for like where everyone's at, and then afterwards in the aftermath, calm, collected heads prevail, and then they gather their thoughts and figure out what the hell happened, and then like let's go at this again kind of deal. Like that kind of
I have
this
another.
This being for rogues, like for unique heist vibes, because I like my heists.
Just to address something in chat, Bavel, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I apologize, but I don't know if anyone here really wants to start saying this is my favorite voice actor on the squad.
You all have a favorite voice actor among yourselves. Pick your bias.
My favorite voice
all
actor
of you.
Rank
is,
everyone in Audio Anomaly. Make a tier list.
I'm an S tier, and AJ is like S plus, and everybody else is like super far below us.
I'm a D tier, you know.
Nah, fuck.
Triple S tier.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
D for
put
delicious.
I'm gonna put my
Delicious.
foot down as like a high-ranking general on this channel, and just say I don't think we're gonna fucking start talking favorite voice actors here.
I would not. Do
Maybe
that anyway.
like people that are like out there in the industry, but not like on the channel.
Yeah.
That's all unfair because we're never gonna meet those people.
Yeah.
Like I could say that Troy Baker's been in too many things. Like
Yeah.
I'm sick of Troy
Yeah.
Baker.
I agree. He's been in way too many projects at once. Like
he's good, and I've never fully forgiven him for being an early adopter of AI. He was one of the first people. He was one of the first people when the technology started rolling out. He was one of the first people to talk about licensing out his voice to these companies.
Oh,
and,
I remember that.
He was on Alana Pierce's podcast, Watch Play Listen, like talking about it and like defending it pretty ardently. And it really affected how I see him. I can't help it. I don't think he's like the worst person ever, but a lot of I used to really look up to him, and a lot of my fandom for him kind of died out when he did that. I was like, that's your...
So how about voice actors we like?
It's easy. It's easy for him to say that when he's replacing all the other ones out there.
The fucking joke used to be if you want to get into there's literally if you want to get into voice acting, whether you're mask or femme, like wait for Jennifer Hale and Nolan North to die. and then the path is open to you.
No, Troy Baker's in the way.
And now I feel like it's the same thing with like fucking Troy Baker. That man has been in fucking he's come a long way since Persona 4 Persona 4, I'll tell you that. Shit.
And ever since then, there hasn't been one thing that he has not been in. Like at this point,
it's crazy, dude. It's
it
crazy,
really is,
dude.
actually.
It's. I have like I will be listening to a performance, and if I even start to think it's Troy Baker, I like lock the fuck in, and I'm like, Troy. I gotta fucking identify this voice. I gotta.
I smell.
I gotta be certain.
That's me with Steve Bloom, but I really like Steve Bloom.
Yes.
Yeah, Steve Bloom is good. I don't think he's in everything, so it's like you don't really have a problem.
No,
he's
he's
really
good.
So.
He has such a distinctive voice. Like that's.
I'm surprised he's never voiced Batman in a thing.
I'm gonna make the controversial take. I actually don't think he sounds good for Batman. I actually don't think. I don't think every deep gravelly voice male is the right voice for Batman. I'm sorry. I don't think they all sound the same. I don't know
where, but I think he did.
Probably like some like really low tier.
There's probably got to be something.
I think he could bring something to it.
Yeah.
I don't think he would do a terrible job. I just wouldn't pick him. Like if you gave me like a slew of actors to do it, Steve Bloom would be very low on my list. He's a great actor, and I get the vision. I just don't agree with it.
So he did technically voice Batman once.
Okay.
It was the first Lego Batman. He did all the grunts.
There we go. I thought I recognized his grunts.
Sounds like Spike from Cowboy Bebop. Go
right. Wow.
All the times where Batman's grunting and like doing all the.
That's Steve.
Apropos. Well, I guess it's not apropos of nothing because we literally just I made a Cowboy Bebop reference, but one of my new favorite things these days is watching reaction content of Cowboy Bebop and watching people fall in love with the show and waiting for them to get to the end. I'm going to be careful here because I don't know how many people have actually seen the show, but I will say tears, and I wait for them with bated breath every time, and I'm like, let's go! I want to see you cry! I want to see you your tears are so delicious.
That is why Anthony Gruber, I think, should have been Indiana Jones in Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. He's far better at doing Harrison Ford. Than Troy
Honestly,
Baker.
Troy kind of pulled it
Fuck
off though.
me,
I don't
I
know how he
forgot
did
that was Troy Baker. You're right.
Yeah,
He's in
that's pretty
everything.
insane.
That was him. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what was rough about that? I could simultaneously go like, that sounds like a pretty good Indiana Jones, but then I went, but
There's
I
a
can
little
also
Troy
hear
in there.
Troy Baker.
You got some Troy in there.
And every shade of his voice.
That was weirding me out. No, but like it's like he wasn't doing a bad job, but I could hear him, and I was like, I couldn't.
Yeah, there's a little Troy.
I feel it's only like exactly Harrison Ford when he's angry. Like he was doing like the angry Harrison Ford.
He's got
So that was about it. He's got the my wife part, and that's about it.
I'm gonna be real with you, Ricardo. I fucking hate Steve Bloom's Wolverine. I hate it so much in Evolution, at least. I think in Wolverine and the X-Men, because that is him, right? In Wolverine and the X-Men, I think in Wolverine and the X-Men.
Evolution, I think it was a different guy, but.
Wait, was it? Wait, shit. Wait, what?
Who
wait,
was? Wait.
no.
I think it was him. Yeah.
Hold on a minute. Wolverine and the. Hold on.
Yeah, who is it in that?
Yeah. X-Men Evolution.
No, it's over. It's Steve Bloom. Yeah.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's another. I think I know who you're thinking of. I don't know who would. Wait, hang on.
But
hang on.
Wait, am I wrong?
Wait, no, maybe it's. I think it's somebody else in Evolution actually. Yeah.
Oh, who is it in Evolution? I thought it was him in Evolution.
Scott McNeil.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
That okay.
That's why
okay.
I liked him.
Yeah.
That's why I liked him in Wolverine and the X-Men, but I hated him in fucking.
Yeah,
because that's a completely different guy.
That's the one thing with Evolution. Yeah.
Okay, Evolution with Scott. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Steve Blum, I think, was one of his early ones. Yeah, and that was pretty great.
Fantastic.
No, yeah, I fucking I really do like Steve Bloom, and he it's fun to hear him talk normally as just a guy because it's
taking some of his classes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm in those too. I need to take more of them. Like I need to work my way through the.
I need to grind.
Here's the problem: if you've been taking voice acting classes for a while, if you've done enough of them, there's a point, and I do feel like I've hit this point. There's nothing more for you to learn. What you need is coaching at a certain point. You don't need classes because everything from Bloombox Studios is shit I've already heard, like taking classes through closing credits. I'm not saying there's no value in it. There absolutely is, and
there's some good stuff there.
I think Bloombox Studios these days is probably a better value. But
and also like the value of it is they bring in like new people, so that way you always have a new lesson from like people in the industry that don't necessarily have the exact same point of view of Steve Bloom. So it's like
and that is valid. But like in terms of the actual like theory and stuff, you know what I mean? Like there's a point where it's like
there's like
what you need is
a step-by-step methodology that eventually like you've learned from other people.
Like you need practice and you need coaching is what you need at a certain point. Like you just need to do it more. Which is what breaks my heart with some people I've worked with who have like they have good acting chops, but their equipment's terrible or their recording space is terrible, and as a consequence, I know they're not getting work. And I'm like, but if we could find a way to make this work, I know you would get more experience, and you know what I mean. Like, it'd be so good. Breaks my heart. But yeah, that's why, like I said, I'm stepping back from voice acting a little bit. Not quitting, characters I'm already playing, I'm going to keep playing them. And if people reach out to me directly, that's awesome. But if I take on more work right now, I will kill myself. Like, I'm like, I am a script writer primarily right now. I got to get the shit done. Especially right now, like before break ends, when I go back to college, end of August, I want to have several scripts done. So I'm like, here we go.
I mean, I'm definitely taking a break for tomorrow, but like after that, probably gotta lock in.
It's never too late to go back to school, but I will tell you that if you fucking start college again on the wrong side of 35. Oh man, you gonna feel it, boy. You gotta fucking have some. It's cutting. Oh, man.
I think I was more planning on different angles on that one, but just because of different mental problems, I think suited to different unorthodox methods. But
yeah, whatever works.
Yeah, exactly.
But,
not everyone's face is my own, that kind of thing.
Yeah, sure. But no, I just I'm like I have this weird thing right now where I'm like I have lots of time and I'm kind of like, oh great, time to do all this stuff that I've been wanting to do, and but I'm also like, I don't have the drive right now to do anything, but also
it's kind of
I'm burnt out, but I'm also like, what? I'm also like, I crave the structure of college. I crave the deadlines. What will I do? Give it back. Like, 2 weeks into the new semester, I'm going to be putting a gun in my mouth. But right now, I'm sitting here going like, give it back. What do I do with myself for 3 months? What the fuck? This is the longest 3 months of my life. God, I've been institutionalized before, and I'll be over here like, this is the worst thing that's ever happened for a 3-month period. It's okay, I can make that joke about myself. But it's like, what the fuck, though? It's so real. It's so real.
Like I'm peeling myself out of a month-long creative death spiral right now, and that's why I'm like thrashing around, like doing a second run on the Spider-Man script, and poking the bear on the other thing I was working on, and
Writing wise, I need to get back on. Art wise, I've been doing great. I've been doing a daily like Invincible thing where I draw like a portrait.
Really I definitely want to get back on the art train because like I realized like in retrospect of like a whole bunch of people posting on like this Australian server of artists that I'm on, and it's like, and then like I realized they were like posting their portfolio for the past year, and I was just like, I have not posted any of my art or done any Photoshop recently that wasn't just favors for friends.
Man.
And it was just like, aside from the thumbnails, I think that was the only thing where I was like, that I did. That was like a full thing and not just like an adjustment of other people's layers and images. Where it's like, I did this full thing for, this audio drama. It's still me technically. Mostly just because like I owe it to all you amazing people. You all bring like all your talents to this, so it's like
likewise, likewise, Vic.
Yeah,
I always have a blast working with all of you.
Me too. Me too.
This has been like one. I'm not gassing y'all up, but literally, as far as like creating, this has been like the most creatively rewarding project I've been a part of.
Absolutely, dude. Yeah.
Like Squirrel Girl alone, like just working on that, like putting. Of course, there was She-Hulk, but like that was I'd written the script and then forgotten about it, and then I was okay. We're developing it now, and then it's becoming a whole thing. Like Squirrel Girl, like finding that story, working on it, like I don't know. It was really, really cool how everything just came together, and it was just a little better each time. As more and more people got brought on, and Brian, like the way it sounds amazing because of your editing, like it is pure ear candy. Like it is just, I don't know, just being able to work with y'all.
I had a
been really
blast,
cool.
man. Yeah.
I
had an absolute blast working with that.
And
like,
Shulky is coming along really.
It was so fucking tight, and I was just like, when I'm reading it, I'm just like, I hear it in my head. I know what the assignment is. Like this is what we're doing. All right.
You really understood the assignment, like.
Everyone understood the assignment. Like all the performances were so damn. And then just like lining all those takes together and just getting it all like sounding right and like feeling natural with the pacing and the dialogue and everything, and then layering in the sound effects and the music in the background. Oh my god.
And being able to have that like that pipeline where we were kind of like throwing it back to each other like with the editing and stuff. I'll say like if I were to go back and do like there's some stuff I would change, especially in the middle. I feel like it kind of gets a little weird in the middle, but the last half hour of that I'm so proud of. Like
there's definitely sections I'm more proud of than others for Beast, where it's this section is like an epic beginning or an epic finisher, and like there's some parts where I'm like I could probably fix this up, or I rushed through this a bit, and like that's what later audio dramas are for.
Hindsight is always 2020.
To bring it back, we're gonna be doing this until we're 90.
Until I can't feel my bones anymore.
Again.
Oh god.
Novak was terrified because he was about to be the same age as Patrick Stewart when he.
Oh shit.
Oh, are we sent last from the chat from Bavel? Love you guys a lot, especially Joe. Would love to hear you all day.
Yes.
Bye.
Thank you, guys.
And they left.
Oh my god, I got the especially tag. Thank you, whoever you are. I appreciate you. Most of the time, I feel like a crackhead caged wild animal that Chris has to make excuses for in exchange for my writing talent. So, like, I know what I am, okay, and I'm very appreciative.
But you're really good at it.
Yes.
I am. Unironically, I am like that. I am like the Greg House of the audioverse, by which I mean like I'm insufferable, but I make up for it by being very fucking good at what I do. So the people around me kind of just have to suffer and be like, I know, but just let him cook. Just he's an asshole. He's a piece of shit, but he makes up for it in craft. Okay.
I did do that when I got COVID. Like I think like only a few years ago. Like was like I was sitting at home nearly dead, and I perfected my Dr. House impression. And now I can do that on the spot.
It's funnier for me because I don't know if everyone here knows, like I walk with a cane in real life for balance.
Yeah.
So it's like I have a mild form of cerebral palsy. It's not like very like readily apparent, but my balance is shit. I can walk without it. I do it all the time, but it's just good to have because I got too used to like when I lived on my own for the first time in my late teens, I was lit. So I have a bad tendency to, on shitty sidewalks, I will catch my foot and I will spill like a bottle of champagne on the floor at a regrettable party in your 20s. And it's bad. So I very early on was just kind of like, I need a mobility aid or I'm gonna fucking die out here. So I started carrying a cane, and I've been walking with one ever since. It's also got me out of a couple jams. They're a handy self-defense aid if you know how to use them. Got a little daredevil going on, you know. But yeah, so Dr.
Chris
House
said
is
he
a
has
character.
Cancer, but he actually has an obscure brain worm.
Yeah, right, exactly. Oh, yes. Only the second ever recorded case of brain worms. How did you know? Plays air guitar on his cane. Like,
obvious.
No, fucking that's I think the part that people relate to in Dr. House, right? It's he's funny, he's entertaining, he's a terrible doctor in real life, but in the context of the show, I think we all like the fantasy that like even at our most spicy, we provide enough value to people that they'll keep us around, or appreciate us, right? I think that's the fantasy, is that like what we contribute outweighs our fucking the burden of our existence on the people around us.
Yes. That's the American dream.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, exactly. And it was luckily more of a generalization compared to shows today where they like make it specific and like
Oh yeah, we're like autism is your superpower. Well, it could be worse.
Autism gives you a holographic HUD.
Yeah, it could literally be the Good Doctor. And the show literally, autism is a superpower.
There's literally a community bit like that with Aved, and like it's like it's okay if you're mean to like mean girls because they're bitches, and like they try to like manipulate him, and literally he has like the HUD of like RoboCop, and he's like bitch, he's scanning, so he's like bitch identified.
Oh man.
Like at least that one's like introspective about it, like that it does exist just for like the Family Guy style bits, and like it's not like we're literally taking it literally on a medical drama.
The Good Doctor. Right. The Good Doctor. I knew I had to stop watching The Good Doctor when Dr. Han left the hospital, and I was like, oh no.
Man.
Does everybody know the fucking
job?
He's freaking awesome.
like
Daniel Dakin.
He's he's objectively right, though. I'm like, wait, what are we doing here? And literally every other character in the show, and the music's swelling, and they're like, fucking, but you were, you were mean, and like the show wants you to, and it's like, what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah, like that's not what the medical profession is about. Like, oh, I'm sorry your feelings were hurt, but patients,
you can sympathize with an autistic person, or I should say a person with autism, person first language, I guess. But like, you could sympathize with a person who has autism, like not being able to cope with a stressful situation at work, and it has consequences. I have not been diagnosed autistic, although I wouldn't be surprised. I know I definitely have ADHD, and it's caused me problems all throughout my professional life. You can feel bad and still understand that sometimes you're going to fuck up and there's going to be consequences. That's real life.
Yeah. I mean, I do, and like, the show's just an insult. Like, just
it's
through.
Like that was so ridiculous. That was so damaging. I feel that moment. It made me stop watching the show. I don't know why I watched it that long. I think much in the same way that House is terrible medicine, but it's a fun show to watch. I think that's what it was.
I feel that's sort of the difference, though, is that like he's at least entertaining about it, while this one is like literally everyone's like walking on eggshells around him, and basically like literally all the harmful tropes.
The show knows that House only survives because he's so good at what he does.
Yeah,
that's the difference.
Yeah,
like you are allowed extraordinary privilege because you are. You're meant to be the medical equivalent of Sherlock Holmes. That's why you're allowed to do this. Like
literally, they've written arcs to be Sherlock Holmes. Like it is a Sherlock Holmes adaptation.
Yes, it's House instead of Holmes. Like it's a literal thing. It's well established.
And it's why I just like Holmes. They're just as vague about like what this guy is diagnosed with in the first place.
Yep. And they're fucking always like every season. There's multiple arcs where it's like, House, you really need to stop being a piece of shit. Like bro, you really need to stop being a piece of shit. Okay, I know you're smart, but you need to stop being a piece of shit. Like that's 90% of the show, and like House faces serious consequences for what he does. Like he ends up in a fucking mental institution at one point, and gets told to fuck off and get his shit straight. Like, and he has to learn humility and to ask for help. Like, what is Sean doing? I'm sorry, I'm going off on a tear. I hate The Good Doctor. I hate The Good Doctor so much.
It's horrible. I despise it. I wish he became the Fire Lord early just to get his job back.
Yeah.
Sorry, but I feel very strongly about it.
Following the flow of consciousness. It's okay. Like. Sorry, I was on for that train ride, man. I love that show. I've been meaning to rewatch it. Like I haven't watched it in like 3 or 4 years. I love House so much.
Oh, House! I think we're talking about The Good Doctor. I'm like, oh, this is
No. I was down the House train with you. No, we're good.
Okay. Yeah.
I thought that was probably the best news of that particular year. I don't remember which year it was, but like, that. Not only were they over, but like their spinoff was canceled. It's like, especially after a whole bunch of shows that I wanted were canceled. It's like, yes, finally good news. At least this thing is destroyed.
I feel bad admitting this, but I'm man enough to admit it. Like I was kind of looking forward to The Good Lawyer because I thought the actress was cute, and I was like, this is fun. Like I would like to see this
show, and at least she actually does have OCD.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Problematic. Like, because that was the whole gimmick for that show, is that like, oh yeah, the lawyer has OCD. And like, they're probably gonna go to the same harmful writing choices, but like, at least the actress actually has an experience to go off of, rather than this British guy who's been neurotypical all his life.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would argue, and I'm open to learning. I'm not trying to be insensitive or whatever. I'm asking a question because this is something I've always struggled with when we talk about representation for things that can be more problematic. Like, okay, let me frame it like this. If you wanted to get an autistic actor whose struggles were anywhere close to what Sean Murphy's are in the show, I feel like that actor would not be workable on set. But I also understand that is a terrible representation of autism.
Yeah,
but you
it's
see what I
mostly
mean?
just like how it's written in the first place. Like,
yeah. I think that's probably
like,
more where it's at. Like,
because you can have productions where, like, yeah, the actor is neurotypical and playing this autistic role, if like the writing is still respectful about these conditions and understands them truly, in terms of like the writing first and foremost. But like, and yeah, it doesn't help when like the actors are autistic too. But like, yeah, that's more of a bonus than something that is required necessarily.
I think the issue is that if you really want to be cynical about it, I bet they know they're not writing a true to life interpretation of autism.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing. When you analyze The Good Doctor and you're like, this is bad representation, they know.
Yeah, they're consulted by Autism Speaks. It's a total,
I'm not even talking about that, but that is a problem unto itself. Yeah, but no, like, putting that aside, I believe people like this would get the most like up on it, like plugged in, current science, current literature, fucking pro autism, group imaginable consulting, and they would still go, okay, this is all great and good and wonderful, and yeah, we could make a really true to life like representation of autistic life, but that's not very sexy and dramatic. So we're just gonna not do that. You know what I mean? That's what I think happens a lot of times.
Yeah.
I think they get good info and they go, that's not good TV though.
Yeah,
which is insulting and not true in my opinion. But
and it doesn't make it good TV at all. Like this is literally clowned on. Like it literally became a meme. Like in this particular case.
But it gets them talking. I'm not defending it for real. I'm just saying from their perspective, it's like our show
in the end, but like
consistently gets crazy high ratings. Like we're in the consciousness. You know what I mean? Like, better to be hated than ignored. Look at Spider-Man comics. I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, that's like people saying like Charlie Cox shouldn't play Daredevil. They should get a blind person to play Daredevil. And I'm like, okay.
I don't know. Like,
I don't know, man. I don't
people
want to.
hounded me on my perspective on that one, which is just it's not.
I think that's where the line is like, that's unworkable, I feel. And again, I am not trying to make a prescriptive statement. I could be completely wrong, and I'm open to having my mind changed. I just don't. My first instinct is like, that's not workable.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong.
It's not from the perspective of like these projects have no understanding in terms of what is required to do that.
Yeah.
Like they would very much be ignorant on that, and there would be many moments behind the scenes of like directors going, okay, see that thing over there you have to do, and then like and like it's a ton of like awkward moments where you're like being like very much a piece of shit there. And again, I got like a whole bunch of flack on that on one server, just like
how dare you? I guarantee you, none of those people were vision impaired. That were arguing with you. I promise, none of them.
Yeah.
None of them.
Ironically, I'm the one with the glasses here. But
right.
Like, none of that like makes me superior or in any way blind. But like, like at the same time, it's like, you're not realizing the factors here, because like it was not only a conversation with Daredevil, it was also a conversation with Toph, who is of course like cast recently in like the Avatar: The Last Airbender show.
What a mistake that was.
Maybe
you liked it. I didn't like live action Avatar.
No, I did not like live action Netflix show either. Sexist thing, but like non-sexist Sokka. The answer is to switch them. How woke.
I've long maintained when people are sorry. You go ahead and I'll do my thing. Go ahead.
But it's like it's the same level of impracticality with Daredevil. Like both of them are able to see and like in a different way. So it's like it's not really like non-representation to have them be played by sighted actors.
I hate to play this card because I always feel like you're running the risk of stepping on a rake. I'm not trying to sound like bigoted when I say this, and maybe I am, but it's like I can't think of many sightless actors. It doesn't mean they're not there. I just can't.
They do exist.
I have not heard.
Like,
I'm sure.
It was
I'm
it was a good
sure.
idea to do so actually for the Avatar, the Last Airbender movie that they did for Paramount.
The M. Night Shyamalan one.
No, not that one. They
Okay.
never got to talk. But
yeah.
no, recently there was an animated one that like takes place like in the Republic City era for Aang and the whole bunch.
Okay, but that's voice acting though. I feel like that's
Yeah, exactly. It's a voice thing. It's an
Yeah.
entirely different deal.
I'm talking about
I can tell this
on-camera
person
actors.
can see. I can hear their voice.
Yeah.
Like exactly. Like it's not really a problem. It's just a nice bit of casting the characters type.
Yeah.
So like it's a nice moment, but like it's not needed or not needed.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I just it's funny because you brought up live action Avatar, and I'm gonna do this bit, and then I'm gonna turn in. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I
I'm
gotta
fucking
wake up
running
at
out of gas,
4:30
and it is
tomorrow.
gonna.
Yeah, I gotta go
I
get
got
the-
you for the special day tomorrow. So
Yeah.
But I'm gonna open this with an anecdote. It's tangentially related, but like shortly before I was fired from my last job, I was talking with a coworker who had said to me, I had gotten him to listen to my show Apex Shadow audio drama.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Man, I really liked it." And he goes, "Man, all I could think about is what it would be like to have this animated." And he meant it as a compliment, and I took it as one.
Yeah.
But in my head, I'm like, it's not animated though. It's a fucking audio drama, and it would be really cool if we could just enjoy it on its own merits.
Yeah.
And coming off of that, that's kind of how I feel a lot of times. We have Invincible the show for all its problems with the limited animation budget because Amazon is cheap as fuck. And we blew all our budget on fucking
all the
screen
big
actors.
name actors for playing like 5 seconds of a character.
I cannot imagine people are like, I can't wait to see Invincible in live action. I'm like, why? Why do you care?
No.
I don't. Why do I?
Nah.
I fucking.
I don't think they would really be able to manage that.
I don't even care if they would. They could manage it if they had enough money. They could manage it. I just don't care. I don't want to see it. People are like Spider-Man. Man, we have these Spider-Verse movies. I can't wait until Miles gets his own live-action movie. I don't want Miles to get a live-action movie. I don't want Peter to have a live-action movie. I actually have come out anti-live-action superhero adaptations most of the time. I feel like most of the time, there are exceptions, but I feel like it should almost always be animated. When we're talking like true capes and tights superhero fare, I just feel like animation is better.
True.
I loved the first Iron Man film. I did. It's one of the few MCU movies I love.
Yeah, that was amazing.
It's a great movie. It can't match for me the hype and aura and awesomeness and the feel of Iron Man, like the season 2 intro of the animated Iron Man show.
That goes so
like with I am
Yeah.
Iron Man, but this man is like fucking smashing up ballad doing a bunch of
Goes so
technological
hard.
bullshit that makes no sense whatsoever. Like, what is that on your wrist while you're swinging that sledgehammer, Tony? And you know what? It doesn't matter.
It's freaking awesome.
That will put that your balls will drop. It will put hair on your chest. If you are a female to male trans person, watch that intro. It will you will spontaneously, your transition will be completed and you will be who you were meant to be. They should literally be writing like
the steam just wafts from Tony's forge into
your body is flooded with so much
You're ready.
testosterone. It rewrites your genetic code. Like, the whole like you can't change your this time if you watch this intro you can. Fuck. I will even go so far. Here's the unpopular opinion. The shitty Iron Man anime from years ago when Madhouse was doing the shitty Marvel anime.
Marvel anime. I did watch like a few of those. Yeah, that was cool.
That intro, that show is terrible. The intro goes hard as fuck.
Awesome.
It's not up to the level of the 90s animated show intro, but
but still,
it goes hard as fuck, man. And
it does.
They still have some cool stuff there. Yeah.
Spider-Man in the '90s, like
oh my God.
I appreciate the Sam Raimi trilogy, and I am a big defender of the Mark Webb movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have anything nice to say about Tom Holland's Spider-Man. Tom Holland is an actor, whatever, he's fine, but I don't. But none of even the stuff I like can't hold a candle to what they could even do in the shitty animation budget in '94. And when they claimed they weren't bound by censors, even though they clearly were, and I just assumed John Trevor is lying. Like, I don't know what he's on about. We weren't blocked by the censors. I don't believe you. I just assume you're lying. I don't. That's a different discussion. But animated all the way, man. I don't know. I'm not saying every comic book, but almost every superhero property, to me, is better animated.
I think I agree to an extent. The more fantastical it is, I think the more like obviously grounded stuff I think is fine in live action. Sometimes I will say better, but something like
great there, you know. That's kind
but like I've always wondered what an animated Hellboy property would look. I mean, I know it's not superheroes, but comic book properties that are equally as like, you know,
it's very fantastical too,
yeah, things that do like even like art styles that have a very distinct tone, because some characters are associated with heavy art styles. And you know, I do think that animation would really complement that. I mean, the Spider-Verse movies are visually, I mean, fucking a feast for the eyes.
Literally
every second.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, like, you know what? I'm not a One Piece fan, but I have seen enough of the live action One Piece to go, I can see why this is a cool adaptation. But why do you need this when the anime exists? Like, what is this? What are you getting out of this? I guess, because I've heard people go like, it's just cool to see it like in real, but you're not seeing real life. But by the time the sound is mixed and color grading is done, and these are written lines on a page, like you're really just getting another visual medium. It's just actors. It's actors aided by VFX and stunt work, sure, and maybe that's special to you, and I'm not disputing that. I love movies, but you get what I'm trying to say. I don't see what purpose is served
100%
by this.
I'll give you another example. Sorry.
I feel personally like both should be done. Personally, like, and that's currently what we're even having in terms of like Spider-Man specifically. He's kind of one of the few heroes who are in both of those zones right now. Like, you know, you got the
but my contention is that animation, especially when you look at Spider-Man, when you look at a character whose whole gimmick is being able to put Olympic level athletes to shame, and also being strong enough to hurl a small car, but still, like
even the Spider-Man games, like their animation team cooks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like I know that's more realistic and more grounded, but like that a lot of that couldn't really been done in live action.
No.
The train scene alone, like that'd be very hard to do.
Well, even like in live action, a lot of the crazy Spider-Man stuff from like the older movies, especially, that shit's CGI, bro. Like a lot of the it's fucking animated. What do you?
I thought of another horrible example of shit that does not translate into live action, kind of walking away from superheroes. Star Wars characters that were previously animated and then being put into the live action shows and movies.
Get a little funky.
It's really weird.
I think it depends which ones, but most of them, like, they definitely need
I can't think of a good one.
Them over.
I don't know. I legitimately can't think of a good one. Like a character that
I can't think of any.
He looked weird to me. He looked really weird to me. There were edits. It's something in the eyes and the way that the face moves. And there's one shot where like his eyes move to slightly to the right, and then his mouth does it. It's in my opinion, it fails at a visual level to do the character.
Zeb as well, I'd say did so. Though we do only see him briefly.
But he's CGI.
Yeah, he is CGI.
Yeah, so it's not like
they do accomplish putting him in there. But,
I mean, they pretty much gave him like just a 4K retexture.
It's pretty much like
You know what's great?
Enhanced for being in the live action world, of course.
Okay. Do you guys want to know what the big fucking recent example of live action can't compare to animation would be? How many of you poor bastards bringing it back were unlucky enough to see the live-action version of Cowboy Bebop?
Oh
Yeah,
no,
I did see that
not.
one.
I saw
That
the
was
trailer
less.
and that was enough for me.
That is
That
so
was
like
less a
far.
CGI deal and more just
Yeah.
like
How many of you? How
like
many
a
of you?
Disney remake type situation?
To say nothing of the differences between Japanese and American storytelling and how that affected everything.
That's true, yeah, that also.
Cowboy Bebop is so far removed from the original in every single way that I even fail to speak about them in the same breath. With
it's also plagued by that's another production that felt so compelled to have that arrogance to be like, I'm gonna fix this show because it's so problematic. And I'm not just talking about Faye Valentine, although there was some questionable choices there, but also like huge swaths of the story with Spike
it's less
and
it's less a superhero thing and more like the Disney remake situation. Like
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to go for.
But then you get to the end. I actually this is the part I'm talking about. You get to the end and you get Ed.
Yup, yeah. That's like the only scene that I've
just
seen from that.
They tried to adapt Ed straight off
I've seen that.
street. And it's like that's you shouldn't have done that. A different choice should have been made. Like, there's a great clip out there in the wild of. Does anyone here watch Castle Super Beast? Okay,
no.
Gaming podcast. Well, it's it's a pop culture podcast, but it's two of the members of the old Super Best Friends play crew, Wooly and Pat, and they have a long running podcast called Castle Super Beast, and they talk about gaming and other related pop culture things. And when New Bebop dropped, Wooly had not seen it yet. I think he had watched like the first episode, and normally he's absolutely insufferable about spoilers, but Pat was able to convince him, like, don't worry about it. It's not worth continuing. May I show you Ed? And he's like, okay. And there is a wonderful edit of that moment from their show where somebody added voiceover from the narrator of Darkest Dungeon as this man is okay. It's less funny if you don't know the reference, but this man is like viewing this clip and his face is grimacing, screwed up in pain as you hear the narrator from Darkest Dungeon being like, the test of your resolve fails. Light flees from your soul. Like it's dude.
Oh my god.
Sorry, it falls a little flat if you don't know the reference. I thought you guys would know Darkest Dungeon.
I know Darkest Dungeon. Yeah, I just got back. Sorry. Yeah.
No, it's all good. It's all good. But yeah, New Bebop is a fucking blight, and people are like, I'm so sad that we didn't get season 2. Your show sucked. You didn't
what do you want for
understand
season 2?
You kept trying to fix something that wasn't broken. Like you, and then you're surprised why people didn't respond to the thing. We liked the thing. We liked the thing. It's not just that you made changes. You made changes to like underpinning stuff about these characters. What the fuck? Like, the least offensive thing about it is the way that Faye Valentine dresses. You can't hide behind that. That's not what people are mad about. I mean, there's a subset of people that were mad about them. But I'm like, I understand impractical for flipping around in live action shooting people in the face. I get it. Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna die on that hill. I think there was more of a happy medium, and I also think that coming out and calling half your audience dumb gooners or whatever was a mistake with one of the most beloved anime of all time. But fuck me, what do I know? But the stuff they did with her character like sucked. They sucked all the personality out of her. The whole show is just members of the Bebop crew talking about killing each other half the time. Like, what was his name? The actor who plays Spike.
John.
Was it John Cho?
I think so.
I hope I'm not accidentally doing a racism, but I believe his name was something Cho.
I think so. I think it's John Cho.
I liked him. I understand people are like, he's too old to play. I thought was pretty good. I thought the actor who played Jet was pretty good. Yeah, Victor, we know the problem. We know what the problem is, Victor. It's okay. You can say it. This is a safe place. I'm fucking with you. No, I thought he was fine. I'll even throw in Olive Branch. I thought the actress who played Faye did a good job acting. I just think the choices with that character were weird as fuck.
Can't really fault the writers when these directions just like go off, like because they're given a role, like in the end, you know.
Yeah, no, yeah, of course. Why we gave Jet a daughter? This is American storytelling, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't know about that?
No. What?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, Jet has a daughter now.
Of course.
She's like a character in the show.
Hold on.
That's like his whole motivation. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah.
Hold on. What?
We just gave him a daughter. We're last of all seeing this shit.
Okay.
I feel like the more expected like version of that would to make Ed like his child.
Or something.
That wasn't obvious.
All right.
I guess.
Yeah, no, we, yeah, no,
but
we're
just new character.
So you, wait, I forgot. Chris hasn't seen it much, and I don't think AJ hasn't seen much of it. I don't think.
I've seen it.
Okay, well, yeah, no, but I'm just saying, like, what if
it didn't exist?
Oh,
what if? Oh, that would be the better timeline.
Right.
What if Spike? What if, much like Vicious was named Vicious? What if Spike's original name when he was with the Syndicate? What if it was Fearless? What if we implied that all these top enforcers for the Red Dragon Syndicate all used to be guys?
Oh, that's great. That's great. I love it.
Hey, yeah. No. What if Gren was in the show, and what if Gren was like the most like fucking offensive stereotype of a trans character you could possibly imagine?
Good. Good.
Yeah. Yep. What if Vicious, instead of a cold-blooded killer force of nature who had like barely a dozen lines in the entire show, thus building up his legend and his mystique and his danger, his dangerous aura, the kids might say. What if instead he was a whiny little bitch in a Party City?
I think they are starting to like focus on that. I think like a few years after this adaptation came out. The aura thing, that was a later trend.
Oh yes, I know. I was Victor. That was a joke. I was being fun. I was like the kids would say aura, you know. Anyway, the you know, what if at the end, because we had to show women empowerment regardless of what it does to the story, what if Julia just like triple taps Vicious at the end of season 1 and goes, "I'm running the Syndicate now." You know, I say that's a problem because it's like, how the fuck do you do the rest of the fucking story for me? You know what I mean? Like, it's cool in a show that's not called Cowboy Bebop, but what the fuck are we doing? We're so it's like The Boys, where you're so far removed from the original plot. It's like, what do we do? Where are we going? What is this? What is this?
That's true. Yeah.
That is true. Then they only did stick the landing at the very last minute to. Oh yeah, now I remember what our objective is.
Oh no, I remember in The Boys when they made some big swerves with the plot, and I was like, oh, so they're not following the plot of the book.
No.
And then it felt like they did a whole season and a half like getting back to the plot of the book, and I went, oh shit. Okay. All right. Fuck me. Why did we do that? Why was even the point if you were just gonna loop it back around to what?
Yeah. And ignore it too. Like they just end up ignoring those plot details later and going, "Psych, this character's actually still alive." And
right. Yeah. What if we never talked about Becca again? What if we did that? Wouldn't that be amazing? What if we?
I missed when I was looking forward to the rest of the show in season 3.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did we spoil shit? Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize if we're.
Oh no! I've seen the whole thing. I'm just saying I missed those times when I was like bright-eyed, bushy-tailed after season 3. I'm like, oh, dude, this is really good. The Gen V. I really like Gen V.
Yeah, Gen V was fun.
Man, would it be so awesome
then
if
they
they just did nothing and then just fled to Canada?
I'm in
great.
the deepest depths of season 4 right now, and I am really feeling it. And it's yeah. Just about to enter season 5, and I don't know why I'm still watching.
There's individual great moments. I've
Yeah,
seen clips
yeah, for sure.
that I'm like, oh, that's fun.
It has its
cool.
moments.
Yeah. It's just not.
But it's like
where it was before.
Yeah, I'd say like season 4, like it has its moments, but the stuff in between is not as avant-garde as at least the first. I still think the first season was just really good TV.
Yeah,
and in the second season, they had a guy Thanos someone's penis. Like, I don't
yeah.
You gotta. You gotta do something.
Termite cock sneeze. That's as I point.
For the record, now sounding terrifies me. That's a whole separate discussion. But if I lived in a world of superpowers and someone went like, man, you know what'd be really great is if I turned super small and I crawled up in your business, I would be like, that's lose my number. I'm never talking.
That was the worst show to choose to watch with my mom. Not gonna lie.
No! Oh my god!
Oh, bro!
Let's get over it then, yeah.
Oh god! Yeah, that was a scene.
That was
a thing, man. Like fucking Jesus Christ. Okay, last thing, and then I really will go. I just want to rant about this for a second. I cannot begin to describe how much I hate Eric Kripke. If we want to talk about shitheads in Hollywood who I think are hiding something, I wish Hatter was still here because he would probably like really get off on this next bit. But I genuinely feel like Eric Kripke is the most like transparently performative male feminist working today in TV.
Yeah.
By which I mean I would watch my drinks around. This is my personal opinion. I am not trying to make a declarative defamatory statement. Okay. Personal opinion. I'm not making a statement of fact. I feel like Eric Kripke is the kind of motherfucker that women should watch their drinks around because he simultaneously trips over himself to be like, look at my show, so much more progressive and concerned with the empowering of women than this edgy, problematic source material. And then the shit he does in his show is so what am I watching? What is this show? This show is sometimes much more yikes on bikes than the source material with all its edginess ever was.
Certainly for some moments, yeah. For like certain arcs that they've done, like over time.
He's really weird about like masculinity and sexual violence against men and a lot of sexual violence against women and consent.
Yeah, both have been terribly done, but yeah, especially men. At least with women, he has that performing moment afterwards of like, oh my god.
I think that's what it is. I think he has enough guardrails up when it comes to sexual violence against women that I think he's like, I know what not to do to not lose my faith. But when he'll try to do like
it's just like ultimate transparency of like, you know.
Well, he thinks it's funny. He thinks it's funny.
It's all a joke. Yeah.
And the whole arc of Huey getting superpowers and what that meant for him and how like ultimately it has to be about him learning to step aside and be okay with himself and, you know, supporting the lady in his life. I don't think we were watching the same show, Kripke. I don't think you understood like where Huey was actually coming from because I totally got the fuck. I just want to point out. Spoilers for the Boys comic. In the comic, there comes a point where Butcher chains A-Train up and brings him to Huey and tells him about how he had learned how A-Train had sexually assaulted Annie, and Butcher trying to get Huey fully on board because it was at a point where Huey's kind of waffling back and forth about the cause. And Butcher chains A-Train up, brings him in front of Huey, trussed up like a turkey, and goes like, for the last time, they think we're shit. And just plays the video to goad Huey into action. And Huey just finally snaps and football punts A-Train's head off his body. Because in the comics, they all have V in their systems from the get-go. It's like we become what we hate in order to do the thing. And because of that, do you know what there isn't in the comics? Hours upon hours of them running around while other people do the work going, "Hey, cunts, we gotta get Homelander." Like,
True.
Yeah.
Where
Nobody
Homelander's
actually
killing
kills
like
any
everybody
suits.
that they wanted to kill.
Yeah, Homelander's the one doing their jobs.
yeah,
Yep.
it's fucking. They're so competent. The comic is called The Boys, and they get shit done, and they move the plot forward. The show is called The Boys, and it's meant to be an ironic title, I feel, because the whole show
Yeah.
they're doing nothing.
Most of the focus is on the Seven mostly, and the spin-off characters from the Seven. Like, get their own shows.
They're so useless in their own show. You know, fucking what's that moment in season 2? The car, go to the car. It's our only chance. My terrible French accent, much like his terrible French accent. Hey, oh, there are explosives in there. I can use them to blow up Palestinian children. It might work with the IDF. Go! And then Stormfront just blows the fucking car up. Well, good job. Good job, Frenchie. Good job. He's calling that out. Good fucking. Sorry, now I'm just rambling about how much I hate the adaptation, but it's so bad. It's so bad.
After everything you've said about The Boys and its comic, origins and everything like that, I've never read the comic, so like me, Frenchie, and Kimiko were my favorite characters, and going back to like the woman and all that, I'm really, really intrigued about that storyline now. I want to see how much better it was done in the comics.
It is messy. I'm gonna tell you, it is messy.
Yeah.
There is complicated, problematic, edgy shit in it. Fucking.
That's why I'm not really a fan of people then going like, after the show's over, oh my god, this finale is terrible. The comic is now woke. Like, wait, how's that work? Like,
well, the comic was. I maintain the comic was always woke for the time. It just was.
I
think you're looking at it through modern lenses. I think I read the comic when it was still pretty new. I got 10 years on most of you people here. I'm telling you, I think Garth Ennis, I think he's not perfect, and he was like he's a weird mixed bag like a lot of people. There's slurs in it. There's violence against women. There's grotesque violence that might turn your stomach. I'll
say like
lots there. It's not, but I think it's perfect, is my point.
Knowing what was accepted already back then, and how The Boys even now pushes it pushes what it can allow on in series. Same goes for the same principle for the comic. 100%.
Yeah. I feel for both of them, they are products of their time. Like,
I think if you know that though, going,
but they're also reflections of the time as well.
It is not. I just refuse to listen to people who say that like it's not without merit. I think, me personally, I think as long as you don't run into any lines, and if you do, that's fine. If you run into things where you're like, I can't keep going, this is too much for me, I think that's valid and fine. But I think taken as a whole, I think there's lots to appreciate there, and there's just some stuff that I find infinitely better, like the show. If nothing else, the fact that the main characters are active participants in their own story, regardless of anything else you want to say about what goes on in it. Like, all the problematic elements, all the questionable wokeness, I in quotes, all the slurs, all the problematic tropes and ideas, all of that, all the things that some people in this chat find absolutely reprehensible. I just maintain that even with all of that, if nothing else, it is a story in which the titular characters are not passive little passengers.
It's a very bare
fucking
minimum bonus ahead there. Like, at least you actually have story structure.
And it's like I said, it's I guess it's a spoiler, but it's like issue 1 stuff. They have powers in that to keep them online with the soups. That's a thing. Like, we become what we hate so we can actually fight them. Imagine that. And because of that, they're able to be the boys. I forget if they did this in the show, but in the comic, there's a moment where Butcher explains to Huey that the group is called the Boys because back when I was growing up, if you had a bloke who was giving you trouble, you'd talk about calling the boys round to sort it out for you. Like, and that's where the name of the group comes from. Like, I'm gonna get the boys, And And yeah, and it's just really cool. Also, Kimiko, or the female in the comic, never talks. Her entire dynamic with Frenchie is he's like, he can understand her empathetically, and that's like their big connection.
That's what I loved about the first season. That's what I loved about it. And I was like, and they just took it away. Yeah.
That also goes away. And there's no romance between them. It's just a deep connection that, I mean, maybe that's like a ding for you, but that's valid. But in the comic, it's played as just like, they're not lovers, but they love each other on a deep level. They have that deep kind of connection there.
Right.
And
they kind of reference that with some of the dialogue in one of the episodes of season 4. So it's like, yeah.
I think is if you can ride the waves of the many uncomfortable, problematic elements.
I mean, I'm a child of the 90s. I've seen it all. So
you get it.
Yeah.
You get it.
Yeah.
I think you'll be okay. I think you'll get a lot out of it. There are things that the show does better. I think to deny that is stupid. I'm not going to die on that hill. But I think having watched most of the show and reading all of the comic, warts and all, I think we're deluding ourselves by being like, the show is so much better. I just don't agree.
I think the opposite is the delusion as well too, but it depends on where you're looking at it and the point of the story. But
I don't know, man. I'm fresh off my college education. I'm ready to write a paper. I'm ready to defend this claim with like fucking citations and shit. I will fucking I'll go to war for this. I'm fired up. I got you, man. I don't know. But I'm interested to hear what you
thoroughly
think.
convinced me after everything you've said tonight. Like, I'm gonna definitely check that out for sure.
Oh yeah, most hit up that Batcave.biz before it gets taken down.
Right? Yeah. There we go.
But yeah, I should be heading out now for.
I gotta head out. I gotta wake up
It's
early.
been fun, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you for stopping
All
by.
right,
Always
absolutely.
fun chatting and always fun working with all of you. You're amazing.
Always a pleasure, boys.
Yeah.
Sir.
Yep.
Take care of yourself.
We're gonna talk about that
Pleasure,
Resident Evil
boys.
audio drama. AJ.
Right.
All right, you guys. Have a good night.
Good
Have a good
night.
night.
Good night.
All right, man.
See you guys.
Y'all take care.
Peace.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 Good night. All right, guys. Thank you all for watching. It's been really fun. We're gonna be doing another one of these pretty soon. Hopefully in like let's shoot for July, but you never know. Maybe we'll get someone going in June. Maybe we'll see what the schedules go and how everything lines up and everything. But thank you all for watching. Thank you all for stopping by. Really means a lot having all of you here, from all of our amazing and wonderful talents and voice actors and writers and everyone. To all of you that take the time to watch all of this and everything. So thank you guys. We'll see you soon tomorrow. Tomorrow's Black Widow, so I'll be seeing you there.